Hi everyone, we hope you're doing well. We're hanging in there though honestly, we haven't been getting much sleep lately. Today, we want to answer a question we get a lot: how do we publish our audiobooks? First, we post most audiobooks on Patreon as paid content. They stay paid for a few months. After that, they become free to listen to on Patreon forever. A few weeks later, we post them on other places like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, things have been a bit slow in terms of new members. So we'd love your help. Please share our site with your friends or in places like Facebook groups, Twitter, X, Discord, Reddit, or novel forums. Even one share can really help us grow. Thanks so much for your support. If the tasks are the same, then can the things the predecessors couldn't do be done by him? Find the one who is the sickest. It sounded like such a simple task. But everyone who came before failed. He needs to find the loophole that no one else thought of. Is it possible? And why are they forever trapped here? What did they go through? In an instant, Jiao Tian's confidence plummeted like a frostbitten eggplant. Jiao Tian Special Operations, I need to remind you, this is a mental hospital. All the information you receive needs to be analyzed carefully. The official personnel observing in the live stream spoke up to remind him. Additionally, the organization's requirement is, at critical moments, prioritize saving your own life. Don't push yourself. Jiao Tian weakly nodded, leaning against the wall, calming his chaotic mind. Have there been any updates from the two of them? Kirk has received answers from the patients, and there's no one who is the sickest. We are just slaves here, Jiao Tian scoffed. Based on his own guess, he felt that the information Kirk received was something he could understand. What about the Red Mask side? Any updates from him? Same as usual, no useful information, just opening doors and taking turns torturing the patients. The patients all claim they aren't the sickest. We've almost stopped observing them. It's basically just mental patients talking among themselves. Jiao Tian sighed deeply, recalling Long Wu's condition, and the Red Mask's current crazy state. He can't really have gone mad, right? Breakfast time is over, please return to the initial room. The three of them sat in a triangular formation in the center. No one spoke, like silent statues. Kirk had a thoughtful expression, as if pondering something, while Luz remained the same as always. Only Jiao Tian? After learning this terrible information, his aura had grown heavy. Hello, players, I am the Great Tom. You may communicate during rest time. If you have any discoveries, judgments, or game-related questions, feel free to ask me. Tom, the Iron Skin robot, said in a formulaic manner, then rolled away on its tracks, quietly waiting. Then, after an unknown amount of time, Jiao Tian finally made the decision to tell the two of them this terrifying information. Though it might lower their morale, there was no time to care too much. Everyone, I have some not-so-good news, I think you should know. In this prison, the ones at the back who always claim to be innocent are very likely also players like us. After saying this, Jiao Tian looked up to observe the reactions of the two. But he found that Kirk had turned his gaze toward him, his eyes flashing with sharpness, his expression slightly surprised, and even a bit of joy. As for Luz, he completely ignored it, not reacting at all. Aren't you going to ask me why? Chapter 49, Final Accusation. Is Luz the target of the game? Jiao Tian felt inexplicably speechless. Why did these two people's reactions differ so much from what he expected? Kirk suddenly stood up, walked a few steps back and forth, then turned and looked at Jiao Tian, speaking formally. Mr. Jiao, thank you very much for your analysis and intel. With this, many things make sense now. It cleared up my train of thought. Jiao Tian? Wait, do my words have that much credibility? They believe it just like that? Not even considering or wondering how I arrived at this conclusion? And why do they look so happy? What train of thought was cleared up? Shouldn't they be scared? Jiao Tian was a little confused. He always thought that Kirk was a relatively easy person to communicate with. Arrogant, but rational. Now he didn't quite understand. He instinctively turned to look at Luz and found that there was a look of disdain on Luz's red mask. LLL. He casually said, isn't this obvious? Did you need to say that? Jiao Tian? Wait, how did this crazy person figure it out? No, wait, I shouldn't have been so delusional as to try discussing this with a crazy person. Jiao Tian was a bit dazed. To be honest, when he first thought of this problem, he was filled with fear and concern for a long time. Yet neither of these two seemed particularly bothered. The madman with the red mask was one thing, but why was Kirk acting the same way? Could it be that his Chinese wasn't good enough to fully understand my meaning? For the next while, Jiao Tian sat blankly on the ground, occasionally glancing at his two boss teammates. As for Luz, there was no need to say more. Once he was full, he just lay there, looking like a lazy fish. But he was a lazy fish with terrifying power inside. Right now, though, his condition seemed to be getting worse. Lying on the ground, he occasionally let out laughter and strange mumbling sounds. Jiao Tian even wondered if this guy was going to transform into Ultraman soon. Kirk, on the other hand, was also being restless, walking back and forth from a distance, his face showing alternating confusion and realization as he muttered to himself. Jiao Tian was starting to lose it. He touched his own face, questioning whether it was him who had a problem. According to Long Liu, the players would eventually stay here forever. Had these two gone mad? Why are they starting to babble like this? What does it mean? They really seem insane. It's creepy even to watch. Two players with perfect game completions, this. Could it be that we're about to witness a full wipe? I suggest Jiao Tian should run quickly. No, just exit the game. If they really have gone crazy, we might need an exit token. The spectators were gradually losing faith, and various voices were coming from all sides. The last comment made Jiao Tian's heart skip a beat. That's right, if they really had gone mad, he might not even be able to use an exit token. Lunchtime begins. Please, players, start the game. The announcement fell, and Luce immediately sprang into action, rushing off to eat. But this time, Kirk didn't move. He slowly walked to Jiao Tian's side. I think this game should be stopped. There's no food or water left, it's been dragged on long enough. Jiao Tian looked at him in surprise, then saw him speak to a nearby robot. Host, I've found out who's the sickest person here. Jiao Tian. Oh? Call me the Great Tom. Tom turned his head. Who is it? We'll talk when he comes back. The game can't continue if he doesn't come in. Kirk stuffed his hands into his pockets, exuding confidence as he watched Luce's figure at the end of the hallway, enjoying his food. Jiao Tian seemed to have figured out what Kirk was planning. For a moment, he was stunned, unable to say anything. Alright, player up ahead, the game is paused. Please return to the initial room as soon as possible, Luce ate quickly and, not long later, swaggered back. However, his unstable energy had reached its peak. Even with his physical condition, it had reached a point where if he didn't release it, he might self-destruct. The red mask was adorned with a broad smile as he walked step by step toward the door, his aura radiating a twisted, evil energy. Kirk stood at the door, the two of them facing off. But when Luce reached the door, he simply sat cross-legged, just one step away from the entrance. Red warning lights began flashing, alerting that Luce had to enter the hospital room. If he didn't, something bad would happen. But Luce's figure was swallowed up by the blood-red glow, and he remained unmoving. This player, please come inside, Tom the robot reminded him, but Luce still didn't move, as if he was challenging something. His grin only stretched wider. I think there's no need. We've reached this point. My decryption is about to begin. Kirk spoke directly, looking at Jiao Tian. Every time I ask a crucial question, the patients go completely mad. This must mean something. Jiao Tian, your intel is good. You said these people used to be players. I don't care what happened to them, but it fits my situation, so it must be true. Because when I asked why you came here, my patient also went crazy. And from this, we can see that patients speak crazy talk, but they don't lie. So what they said at the start could very well be true. They didn't have any illness. There isn't a person with the worst illness here. The reason there isn't a most sick person is because all the previous players have been wiped out. So, the normal game logic doesn't work, and therefore, excluding all other possibilities, the most obvious thing has always been in front of us. You. As he said this, Kirk raised his hand and pointed at Luce outside the door, his lips curling into a smile. You are the target of the mission. The sickest person. But the game said the sickest person is in the hospital. Jiao Tian quickly opened his mouth to argue but was stopped by Kirk raising his hand. There's nothing impossible. Isn't he right here in this hospital? And once this topic stands, all of his actions suddenly make sense. He has powers and abilities far beyond an ordinary player. He's always been crazy, and he seems to have merged perfectly with this hospital. He ate all the patients' medicine to keep them in an unconscious state. In a game with no food or water, he chose to devour all those vile things, cutting off the last food supply to weaken us. He doesn't care about exit tokens. The patients here are all terrified of him. At this point, Kirk exhaled, as if clearing away all obstacles. The answer has always been obvious. Even the spectators said he's the sickest. This game isn't that complicated. Only, it exploits the weaknesses of human nature. Prejudiced from the start, believing him to be a player, the spectators even said they'd seen his past game live streams, but never considered that, yes, even the game told us from the start. Our relationship could be one of cooperation, or competition. As your old Chinese saying goes, It's like darkness under the lamp. Am I right? Kirk's eagle-like eyes fixed on Luce's figure outside the door, his voice sharp. Chapter 50, Who told you he is the host? As Kirk continued speaking, Luce still didn't say a word. The expression on his mask kept rapidly changing, like playing with such one opera face changing, making people's eyes go blurry. The red light in the hallway behind them started flashing faster and faster, and now the entire corridor had turned a blood-red color, even losing its flicker, with the light blending into one oppressive, suffocating atmosphere. Kirk didn't speak anymore, his eagle-like eyes locked onto the red mask in front of him, waiting for Luce's reaction and the next move. Hey! Hey! A low, hoarse laugh came from beneath the red mask, like the friction of rotting wood against a saw. It seems I wasn't wrong. The red light has been flashing for 5 minutes. Finally, Luce spoke, but what he said was completely irrelevant to Kirk's accusation. It didn't even address Kirk's claim, think? It's hard to believe that verb came from him. I say, bro, do you even have the ability to think? By the way, I think this foreign guy might be right. Is this masked guy? If it's masked guy, then why can we still see the live stream from masked guy's perspective? Isn't that a player's live stream? This is troublesome. My brain can't process it, and what's with those players locked in there for years? Is that true? Every time I think about trying the game, the difficulty of hell mode immediately makes me rethink it. Luce's words didn't spark any real discussion. The crowd was used to the mumbling of a madman. No one intended to analyze anything from the ramblings of a crazy person. I suggest you all pay close attention now. Last time during the game, when everyone thought this big shot had gone crazy, he was actually the most clear-headed. I'm looking forward to his next move. Why are you so late this time? No matter how the spectators judged it, Jiao Tian, who had spent an entire day with Luce, could clearly feel something was wrong now. There's something mysterious about people, called aura, presence. For example, when you stand next to certain people, you can't help but feel some fear because their aura crushes you, putting you in a disadvantaged position. Luce's aura right now was the most chaotic and unstable it had been since entering the game, with a powerful oppressive feeling, like a child facing a heavyweight boxing champion. But the words coming out of his mouth seemed to be the clearest and most rational since entering the game. It seemed the spirit beneath the red mask had become somewhat lucid. What are you thinking? Jiao Tian took the initiative to ask Luce. Up until now, he didn't agree with Kirk's assumptions. Although logically it didn't seem too unreasonable, but Luce had a name card. When the game started, he clearly saw Luce pull out that golden name card from his pants. This was his own brother. Could this really be a conspiracy? That doesn't seem likely. I'm thinking. Luce said, then burped, as if having eaten too much. I'm thinking, what's the punishment? This left everyone stunned, not knowing what he was getting at. What punishment? Didn't the game say that when the red light flashes, if you don't enter the hospital room, something bad will happen? But nothing's happened, ha ha ha. A hoarse laugh came from beneath Luce's red mask, and his expression finally twisted into a perverted smile as he looked at Tom, the robot, who had been standing there motionless. What do you think? Why hasn't there been any punishment? Tom's mechanical body seemed to stiffen a little more, but he didn't say anything. Kirk continued, you've already become the final target. What's there to punish? Whether you're really insane or just faking it, it's over. Just as he was about to continue, Luce suddenly turned his mask toward him for the first time, laughing as he said, hee, bro, you smell so good. I agree with your judgment and your analysis of this game, you're right about everything. At times like this, thinking of possibilities that no previous players considered, that's fine. Darkness under the lamp, also no problem. This game's mystery has always been on the surface, that's fine. But, you keep talking about thinking outside the box, yet you're still bound by the rules. Who made you think? He. As he spoke, Luce slowly raised his hand and pointed at Tom, the iron-skinned robot, who had been silently standing in the corner. Who told you he is the host of this game? Luce's crazy, delirious voice fell, and Jiao Tian felt as if a heavy hammer had just struck his mind. Jiao Tian wasn't the sharpest person, lacking quick wit, but he wasn't stubborn, and often caught on quickly. His steps subtly shifted a bit backward. Kirk frowned and suddenly laughed, then spoke, you're really out of your mind. He's the host of this game, that's what the game said from the start. Oh? Is that so? Luce smiled. Why don't you think again, who said that? Kirk's face was filled with a confident smile. For key issues, his memory was absolutely flawless. He could remember every detail of the game, every single. Thinking back, Kirk's smile froze on his face. He remembered. At the start of the game, an iron-skinned robot had entered the room and said to everyone, I am your host for this game, you can call me the Great Dom. This was himself. Kirk swallowed hard, his eyes darkening. Suddenly, he felt things were developing in a way that went beyond his judgment. Looking at the crazy person in front of him who had been out of his mind for 2 days, he spoke, "Stop talking nonsense." If the host didn't say it, then who could have? Besides, the rules, the background, how to play, wasn't all provided by him. Luce's smile grew wider as he retorted, "Is it? Kirk." Damn, his amazing memory was messing with his mind right now. As soon as he said it, he realized. The game rules weren't from Tom, they were from a mechanical voice with no known origin. The text appeared on the walls of the initial room. Kirk swallowed again. Before him, the face of the mask-wearing person was bathed in blood-red light, wearing an eerie, twisted smile. By his side stood the silent, grim-faced iron-skinned robot, Tom. Cold sweat poured down Kirk's face. Chapter 51, Why aren't you answering me? The one truly sick. A drop of sweat appeared on Kirk's forehead, slowly rolling down his sharply defined western features, bringing with it a slight itch. But Kirk didn't have the mood to wipe away the sweat, nor did he feel any itch. He only felt his whole body go numb. How could this happen? In his mind, images flashed by like a revolving lantern, scenes from the moment the game started to what he was witnessing now. Every word spoken by Tom, standing before him. "Please call me the Great Dom. Welcome to Demon Asylum. You can talk to each other, get familiar with your abilities. The relationship between you is both cooperation and competition. I'm here, if you have any problems, come talk to me anytime. If you find your target, come talk to me too." It sounded like a competent game staff member, but isn't this all just bullshit? There's absolutely no useful information. The game rules were announced in a mechanical voice, the game's goal also came from the mechanical voice, and then appeared on the wall. The beginning of mealtime, the end of mealtime. Everything was just mechanical voice directly transmitted through the air. Even the warnings were mechanical voice. Kirk was shocked to realize that it seemed like this game didn't have any problems at all with the iron skin robot Tom beside him. Huh? Kirk's whole body went numb, as if he had swallowed a whole prickly ash tree. Why hadn't he noticed before? The words Luce had said earlier were like sharp knives, deeply stabbing into his psychological defenses, giving him a strong sense of defeat. You keep saying you want to break the norm, but you're still bound by the rules. Yeah, why hadn't he thought of this before? Why hadn't he felt something was wrong? Because he had defaulted to the game's absolute authority, believing it was the game host, and never considered the possibility. He actually felt that what Luce said made so much sense. He actually thought a madman's words made sense. When did this madman notice these things and remember them? His mental interference had backfired. The other person was clearly mentally confused. He had truly gone insane, hadn't he? How could this be? Hey hey. Suddenly, eerie laughter echoed in the silent space. It was Luce laughing, the sound behind his mask growing louder, until it became a full-on cackle. Ha 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 ha. No one knew what he was laughing at. It seemed like he was going mad again, but also mocking. In any case, for a moment, even Jiao Tian thought it made sense that the masked man was the one truly sick. Sorry, Mr. Kirk, I still respect you, I didn't mean to mock you, ha 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 ha. I just started losing control a bit. Jiao Tian listened to his words, his gaze dropping, his eyelids twitching. He saw that Luce's right hand was fully sunk into the ground, his fingers twisting and turning wildly as if crushing a piece of tofu. As Luce's rationality increased, the aura around him surged again. The boundary between them seemed like it was tied to a wild beast. No, wait. Let me think. Just as Kirk's mind was in chaos, Tom, who hadn't spoken the entire time, finally spoke for the first time. His iron skin head mechanically twisted to look at Kirk. Kirk player, deduction correct, you have found the one most seriously ill, now, begin to deal with him, kill him. The iron skin robot Tom announced the game result with no change in tone, just flat and calm. But hearing those words, Kirk shuddered. He didn't know why, but he felt like something was off about the way Tom was speaking now. Shouldn't he be reacting to what the red-masked man said? But, if we have to say Tom is the host, there's really no major issue. And your abnormal and crazy behavior seems even more inexplicable. Kirk didn't respond to Tom, instead turning to Luce and speaking. My behavior? My behavior has always been very clear. Luce sat on the ground and shrugged. Because I'm hungry, so I need to eat. What kind of explanation is this? This is the problem itself. It was as if 1,000 grass mud horses were galloping through Kirk's mind, but now he dared not look at Luce like a mental patient anymore. Luce, sitting on the ground, shook his head and muttered, I've already told you all, the food and the medicine are problematic. especially the medicine. That's not a completion item, that's what our great Tom prepared, right? That's not medicine to stabilize the mind. It's medicine that makes you lose control, that worsens the condition. Kirk's brow twitched, and he subconsciously asked, "How do you know?" But as soon as the words left his mouth, he regretted it. Wasn't this right in front of him? This guy had already become like this after eating it. You don't need to know how I know. It's just how it is. Luce couldn't explain too much here, because it was actually part of his own mask's ability. The gluttony mask stores the energy from eating, but if not released, it could explode the body. If it was just a meal with over 100 cans of food, with Luce's current physical strength, he shouldn't have had any trouble. But when he ate for the first time, he felt something was wrong. The energy surged in an abnormal way. And under gluttony, if you eat something toxic, you become immune to poison, but with the accumulation of food energy, your mental confusion increases. If those medicines were really calming ones, they should have been like sugar pills to Luce. But with such violent energy and mental confusion, the medicine definitely had poison. Highly toxic. Toxic enough to make everyone here think they were sick, toxic enough to drive everyone mad, even altering their consciousness to make them think they needed that medicine. Actually, when I entered the asylum and saw the task, I thought of a very simple way to complete it. Just kill everyone, and wouldn't that complete the game? But later, I realized something was wrong. That patient said, someone tortured him. Who tortured him? Previous players. No, they couldn't defeat Wang Ao, and this wouldn't make him go insane. Plus, look, the red light is still flashing, but the punishment hasn't come yet. Who's going to punish me? Who's torturing them? Luce stood up, took a step, and looked down at the iron skin robot Tom, whose mouth on the mask was wide open, as if to swallow Tom whole. Why aren't you answering me, the one truly sick? Tom. You smell so good. I've already smelled the human meat on you. Chapter 52, Make a Move. Who told you I'm an intellectual player? Hearing Luce's questioning, Jiao Tian unconsciously stepped back a little, positioning Kirk in front of him. What this foreigner was saying didn't make sense, his own comrades had far more reasonable points. Meanwhile, Kirk's body seemed like it had turned to stone, his gaze dark and unmoving. He didn't want to accept it, didn't want to admit that he had been outwitted on the intellectual puzzle level by the guy in front of him, who had been mentally unstable from the very beginning. And now, looking back, it seemed like what he said made sense. He even felt that, aside from the problem with the medicine, everything else was not that complicated. Fuck. But now, he didn't need to think about it anymore. You're talking about me? Tom finally spoke, sounding as if he were surprised by Luce's words. But now, all three people present had noticed that his voice had changed. It no longer had the mechanical tone from before, now it was sharp and hoarse. Like someone whose throat had been destroyed. Oh, so that's how it is. If you hadn't said anything, I might have actually forgotten, he. How did you figure it out? Kirk? Didn't you just admit it, big guy? Shouldn't there be some kind of resistance here? This is hard? Luce spread his arms as if mocking him. From the very start, this game felt inexplicably simple. Finding the one most seriously ill. This is something that could be done with enough time, right? No matter who the final answer is. Whether it's someone here, me, you, or anything, even a cockroach on the floor. If there's enough time, the algorithm would find it in such a small area. Heroes everywhere, like fish in a river, I'm sure someone must have pointed you out before. Tom now turned around, his iron skin head's eyes flashing with light, and spoke. Before you all, there were 4 groups of people who came here. Among them, only one person made such an identification, believing that I was the final target. Luce laughed, the rest of them couldn't handle it before they even thought about it, right? Tom didn't deny it, simply continuing, guess, what happened to the person who successfully identified me? You came a little late, if you were earlier, you probably could have tasted what he left behind. These words made everyone in the room, and even the spectators, feel a wave of disgust. But to Luce, it was no big deal. He actually appeared somewhat excited, and spoke, oh, that's a bit of a shame. If I end up as minced meat later, make sure to feed that guy named Wang Ao a bit more, he probably hates me, he. This made Tom fall silent for a moment, unable to respond. It seemed like he had never encountered someone like this, and even suspected that the other's mental condition was far from ordinary. Looks like you're ready to accept your fate, kekek. He. Luce also smiled, slowly taking a step forward. But that single step caused a sound of something heavy being compressed in the space. Jiao Tian caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye and saw that with Luce's step, an actual footprint had appeared on the ground. There was a mark about the thickness of a finger, like it had been run over by a road roller. I told you, The first part of this game mission sounds too simple. So the difficulty must be in the latter half, right? Solving you, Tom, probably isn't going to be that simple. But I know, you must have many limitations, like you can't act unless players break the rules, like how I gave you a chop to the head but you couldn't respond, and all the other possibilities I haven't thought of yet. As Luz spoke these words, Tom's body stiffened slightly, as if something he had just said hit a nerve. But don't worry about those things, I don't plan to waste time on them. Who told you? I'm an intellectual player. Inference and schemes are just stopgap measures when strength is lacking, but now, I think it's time to start. Time to make a move? The great Tom. Before he even finished his sentence, almost at the same time as saying make a move, his fist had already flown out. Totally against the rules of martial ethics. Boom. Boom. Two loud crashes rang out simultaneously, and both bodies were sent flying backward. A large fist imprint appeared in the middle of Tom's special helmet, and due to Luz's sneak attack, Tom didn't even have time to dodge before being sent flying by a single punch. Since it was against an enemy, Luz could finally go all out for the first time, powered by the energy he had consumed. So satisfying. Of course, at the same time, he was hit with a huge injury. The thick iron door to the initial room, for some unknown reason, suddenly fell and slammed straight toward Luz. He didn't know why it didn't need any acceleration over distance, but the terrifying impact caused the iron door to explode into a shower of iron fragments on Luz's body. Luz was sent flying like a cannonball. The violent explosion caused half of the wall to collapse, and Luz lay amidst the rubble, yet was unusually happy. He had no idea how many iron fragments had lodged into his body, and his bones didn't seem fully healed, but his pain points immediately jumped by 10. Ha 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 ha. You're much more useful than that Wang Ao. In the room at the end of the prison, Wang Ao? As he spoke, feeling the surge of power flowing through him like a tide, Luz felt so exhilarated he almost wanted to scream. It didn't hurt. Just pure pleasure. He raised one hand and pressed it against the nearby iron door, which happened to be Long Liu's ward. His room was more towards the front. With a firm grip, his fingers actually sank into the iron door, then with a powerful clockwise twist. The 10-centimeter thick iron door creaked violently, sending iron shavings flying out as the entire door seemed to soften. It wrinkled like fabric around Luz's hand, twisting into a large vortex that looked very beautiful. With a final move, he tore the door off and threw it toward where Tom had been sent flying, like a thrown dart. The giant iron door whooshed through the air, creating a powerful gust of wind that shook Kirk's body, nearly making him lose his balance as his face turned pale with shock. Is this guy really that terrifying? He. The expression on Luz's mask showed pure enjoyment. This wasn't his own power, but he could use it freely for the time being. This feeling was the best. He hadn't exploded all this time for nothing. It was like spending someone else's money. So much better. Not his own woman. Chapter 53, Epic Weapon, Hell Roar. Luz didn't waste much time. He knew that even in a Hell mode game, the ultimate solution shouldn't be a direct clash between him and the enemy. Just like his first beginner's game, the completion method probably wasn't to kill the guy directly. But who told him he was chosen by the chosen of agony? Who told him he wanted to stand at the highest point and feel the pain? So, sorry, Tom, looks like it's gonna be a fight for the thrill. He knew that his previous punch was unlikely to take the opponent down. The enemy was too strong, so he started enhancing himself on the spot. He first used 20 pain points to raise the mysterious, unknown spirit from 1 to 3. That was the learning standard. He then used the special skill scroll he had just received. Special skill scroll, extract. Acquired a powerful skill, Scholar's Right Hand. Scholar's Right Hand, your right hand has self-learning capabilities. It can proficiently use any item, as long as your right hand can operate it. Description: if you don't know how to do something, leave it to your brother. In an instant, a mysterious feeling entered Luz's right hand. There was no special sensation, but it felt like his hand had become more flexible, like an illusion. This was his first time learning an extraordinary level skill, and he now realized that skills had levels. According to the game's description, there were 4 types: normal, powerful, berserk, and forbidden spell. Quite simple. This ordinary skill lottery scroll could only draw normal or powerful skills, and his luck seemed pretty good. There was no time to think too much. Luz didn't savor it and immediately continued drawing. He had kept these items unused, thinking that he'd enhance his combat power when necessary. If not, he could possibly trade them with others. But now, clearly, this was the necessary moment. Epic Weapon Lottery Scroll 2. These were rewards from his last perfect completion, all exchanged. Acquired Epic Weapon, Mirage Cloak. Mirage Cloak can change into any type of clothing appearance according to your requirements and ideas. It has some defensive capabilities and can perfectly block a handgun bullet from 10 meters away, with self-repair functionality. Description: I know you might think this is a useless item, an epic weapon, just this. You might think like that, but trust me, this thing is really cool. And it's cost-effective, loose. An epic weapon, just this. Even though your description already said what I was thinking, I still have to say it. Acquired epic weapon, Hellroar, a handgun-shaped weapon, or it could be considered a hand cannon. The attack has 3 levels: beginner level, no energy consumption, and the bullets fired are equivalent to rifle bullets in power. Advanced level, consumes 0.5% of energy, and the attack power is equivalent to a small grenade launcher. Hellroar level, the real Hellroar, the energy consumption adjusts on its own. The more energy consumed, the higher the terrifying power of the attack. The recoil will be higher. Description: charging method, life harvesting charging. Don't ask me if this doesn't follow science. It's just set this way. Oh? Luce stood up in surprise, as if discovering something interesting. Just by the length of the description, this seemed much more substantial than that mirage cloak. At least it looked like it had something going for it. Hellroar, sounds like it has something to it. After weighing it for a moment, Luce stood up and looked at Tom, who had also managed to rise from the rubble. Tom's condition was clearly different from his own. Other than a dent in his head, he didn't seem to have any major problems. But Luce was different. With his injuries, he could easily be sent to the emergency room in a normal hospital. But it didn't matter. His pain points were rising, and all he needed to do was pop some pills. He pulled out a basic healing potion and chugged it down quickly. Luce made full use of his greed ability and drank like a beast. Are you really fine? Tom, whose brain had almost stopped shaking, stared at Luce in disbelief, shocked at his physical strength. The last player who guessed his identity had died from just that first attack. This guy is that tough? Bang. In response, the sound of a gunshot echoed. Luce raised Hellroar and fired a shot at Tom. With the gun in his right hand, the scholar's right-hand skill became incredibly useful at this moment. Luce, who had never touched a gun before, was now a master, firing a perfect shot without needing to familiarize himself. Tom's mechanical hand raised up, with electromagnetic arcs flashing as it pulled a piece of iron plate to block in front of him. Clang. The iron plate was pierced, leaving an imprint on Tom's forehead. Blocked, but not completely. Tom, infuriated, he suddenly turned his head to look at Kirk and Jiao Tian, who had been watching from the side. Kirk player, your deduction is correct. The one who's most seriously injured is him. Aren't you going to help? Kirk? Wasn't it you who admitted it just now? Turns out this isn't a secret revealing instance. It's a berserk battle instance. In an instant, he was drenched in sweat, realizing too late that he had just lost in his area of expertise to a madman. He made a decision right away. Mental interference. He directly applied it to Tom. He still had enough courage to fight back. The feeling of chaos and madness instantly backfired, but there was a shocking fact. It didn't backfire as much as it did on Luce. Humphrey. Tom groaned, then casually waved his hand. The room's metal flew like his body, sending several iron stakes flying toward Luce. Go. Jiao Tian's speed boots blasted out a gust of air, instantly pushing Kirk away, but one iron stake still pierced directly into his thigh. Ah! Damn it! Don't eat the sour pickled radish. Grabbing his thigh, Kirk was immediately rendered useless. Tom didn't even get the chance to gloat before, with a loud boom, the iron plate in front of him was blasted open, and the shockwave sent him flying. Hellroar, advanced level. Remaining energy, 49.5%. Really stingy, doesn't even fill up the energy given at the start. Tom was also furious. Countless holes appeared on the wall, and in the terrifying arrangement that would make anyone with trypophobia cringe, a lot of iron stakes shot out, aiming at Luce. Luce's steps were steady as he didn't dodge. He threw on the mirage cloak, walking through the iron rain, striding forward. Hellroar in his right hand, firing in level 2. With his left hand, he flipped out a medium healing potion. If it didn't work, just pop it. Let's go, mutual harm. Chapter 54, Who's the Robot? Med pop Torgod boom. 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 At this point, the Hellroar couldn't even be called a pistol anymore. It was a little hand cannon. Only with Luce's current strength could he wield it as if it were part of his own body. A normal grenade launcher would need time to cool down and reload between shots, but not Luce. Ignoring recoil, the roaring muzzle stayed dead still, stable like a hacked game. To be fair, Luce was cheating. But since the game didn't ban anyone, it didn't matter. The thunderous blasts came one after another. Every piece of metal machinery in the initial room, along with huge chunks of concrete, was blasted into the air, piling up in front of Tom. But the piled-up debris was practically useless. That massive-looking barrier couldn't take much cannon fire. Under Luce's relentless assault, it didn't stand a chance. The entire room was choked with smoke and dust. Metal fragments and snapped cables were everywhere, making the room nearly impossible to see in, let alone stand in. Even Tom, with his iron shell and built-in power shock system, was being pushed back step by step by the force, struggling just to stay upright. Jiao Tian had already carried Kirk off, dumping the injured guy in a corner and walking through the room in his boots, looking for a chance to help. Tom's iron plating was now covered in dents and gashes. The intense bombardment even caused the edges to peel back. Another booming shot ripped off the shoulder armor entirely. A low, pained growl came from Tom's mouth. Forced to, for the first time, he tried to dodge. His threaded feet speeding him to higher ground on a nearby slope. Beneath the torn-off armor was a human shoulder. No skin, completely charred. The degree of charring clearly wasn't from Luce's blasts. It was like he had originally welded himself to that outer layer of iron. Whatever this guy was underneath the shell was getting harder and harder to define. I knew it. Grilled flavor. Luce's voice came from afar. He wasn't giving the guy a second to breathe. That hand cannon of his kept roaring like ammo was free. Only 0.5% energy used per shot. He could fire 100 rounds. You modified your body too? Tom lifted his head, dodging and blocking as he looked at the still advancing Luce, his voice filled with disbelief. In his eyes, Luce wasn't even human anymore. It wasn't like only Luce had been attacking. Tom had fought back too. So many iron spikes. No matter how agile, no one could have dodged them all. In Tom's plan, he'd tank a round of cannon fire, and when he opened his view again, the other guy should have been basically dead. But now all his iron spikes were nearly used up, and Luce's cannon was still firing non-stop. This guy's defense was insane. But then Tom took a closer look. And froze. Luce hadn't dodged at all. 4 or 5 iron spikes were sticking out of his body like a scarecrow. He didn't care at all, just pushing forward. The broken spikes were covered in blood. Bone gleamed white from his exposed shoulder, making Jiao Tian's teeth ache just looking at it. Was this human? What kind of combat resolve was this? His gut, shoulder, thigh. All had been pierced through by iron spikes. Injuries like that would have taken any normal person out of the fight. But for Luce, it was just pain points +7, +6. The cloak of illusion shielded his vital chest area. As for his head, the gluttony mask was the best defense. As long as it wasn't an instant kill, there was no stopping him. Jiao Tian couldn't even fathom this level of pain. Even if the guy was mentally broken and didn't care about pain, he shouldn't be able to move like this. Boom. As if answering that thought, another shot rang out. Tom, caught off guard, was sent flying into the wall. Hey, comrade, your neck's kinda gushing blood. Jiao Tian spoke cautiously to Luce, scalp tingling with nerves. Who could blame him? The scene in front of him was far beyond his understanding. The staff who had been providing intel and analysis were dead silent now. They had hit a total knowledge wall. This guy's solo combat power probably matched an entire squad armed with hot weapons. Since joining the game, no one had seen something like this. No one was ready for it mentally. Was this still even a person? Luce touched his neck. His fingers came away red. No big deal, didn't hit an artery. He said it like it was nothing, then tilted his head back and downed a bottle of intermediate healing potion. Instantly, all his wounds stopped bleeding and began to magically heal. If it had hit an artery, I'd probably need an advanced healing potion. He laughed as he spoke, then casually yanked an iron spike from his gut and chucked it right back at Tom. Tom dodged in an instant. He didn't dare take that hit. The spike slammed into the wall with a boom, blasting a hole in it. The throw was nearly as powerful as the cannon itself. One by one, Luce pulled out the spikes embedded in his body and used them as fresh ammo, launching them at Tom and forcing the iron-skinned robot into a panicked scramble. What are you dodging for? Weren't we supposed to go head-to-head? Luce looked seriously annoyed at his opponent's behavior. Tom cursed loudly. Who the fuck said that? You think I'm the same as you? Wait a minute. Shouldn't I have the higher defense? Which one of us is the robot again? After the whole which one of us is mentally ill thing, this was the second existential crisis popping up in Tom's head. Look me in the eye, bastard. Luce sent another blast straight at him. Tom blocked it with a metal plate drawn in via electromagnetism, but it left him dizzy. Right as an iron spike followed up, launched right into his chest. Zzz. That tooth-grinding screech of metal on metal. And the spike nailed Tom square inches the chest. His expression changed instantly. He raised a hand. And the floor under Luce's feet suddenly rose, slamming him into the ceiling. The ceiling collapsed, pancaking him back to the floor. You want to die? Tom's eyes burst with a savage light, like someone had hit a nerve. The entire ward twisted with rage. The surface layer of bricks peeled off every wall. The inner metal and steel reinforcements surged wildly, piling onto Tom and building up higher and higher. You say that, but weren't we trying to kill each other from the start? Chapter 55, Prison Riot, Life-Reaping Roarpaw. Luz spat out the sand and blood in his mouth. Now that some of the strength had worn off, he finally regained the ability to spit. He moved the stones off his body, blood seeping through his fingers, and pushed himself off the ground. He patted himself down. Didn't feel like any bones were broken. Then everything was okay. Just act like nothing happened. Chosen of Agony, pain points +3, I get it, second phase of the boss, huh? Already triggered it? Doesn't even feel like I took off that much HP, this game's a bit half-baked. Story and modeling are both kinda mid. Luz rambled madly, saying things no one could understand, downing another bottle of basic healing potion like a drugged-up warrior. Yeah, gotta drink a little. His current body didn't seem to handle too much abuse. Looks like he'd be stuck with the nickname Medpop Tour God for a while longer. In this game, the most important resource for him might actually be medication. He went through it way too fast. Might need to stock up more for the next game. He casually blasted a few more rounds at Tom, shattering a good chunk of the metal debris the guy had pulled together. But Tom, now massive in size, had stopped dodging. He was tanking it all. With too many layers stacked up, he couldn't be blown away anymore. At the point where the iron spike was embedded in his chest, a circular electric arc had formed. It glowed with strange light, generating a powerful magnetic field that pulled in everything nearby. The iron spike Luz had stabbed into Tom's chest was rapidly oxidizing for some unknown reason. Now already rusty and corroded. Meanwhile, the energy around him continued to grow, warping the air and distorting the light. On the outer exoskeletal armor, sizzling sounds rang out. Moisture in the air condensed, then evaporated, creating a mist around the now giant figure. Flesh is weak. Mechanical ascension. Inside the towering 3-meter-tall robot, Tom's mind seemed to be breaking down. He was muttering nonsense. Luz was honestly wondering if that spike earlier had nearly killed the guy. Maybe it flipped some switch in his body and he'd totally lost control. TCH, this is gonna be a pain to deal with. Looks like I didn't eat enough. You call this mechanical ascension? This is just brute force launching bricks. Tony Stark. You're way off. Bloody all over, Luz sat on the ground to rest a bit, waiting for his internal organs to reset themselves. He turned his head and noticed the nearby cell door was open. He was the one who'd opened it earlier, when he ripped it off and hurled it at Tom. Inside sat Long Wu, completely dazed, sitting on the floor, totally unaware of what had just happened outside. Why hadn't they given him food lately? Why no meds? A lunatic showed up in the prison, and now today's commotion was off the charts. Wait. Why was that lunatic looking at me? Through the open door, Luz looked at the familiar face inside. A gentle smile appeared beneath his gluttony mask. Oh, closing parenthesis, okay? You eaten? Long Wu didn't reply. He just closed his eyes, face full of hopelessness, clearly done with reality. Luz lifted the Hellroar, aimed at him, and switched it to first gear. Bang. Bang. Crack. The chain snapped. After a few shots, all the chains binding Long Wu shattered. For the first time in this prison, he was free. He stared blankly at his own hands, totally lost. You're free now, old man. Consider it payback for the meal. I took your meds. Feel any clearer in the head now? Luz grinned wide, then stood up. His strength had mostly returned. He fired 2 shots to stir up more dust, then pulled the sharpened blade from his backpack. He'd been using this blade all along, but now, holding it again, there was a strange sense of familiarity. As if he were some master swordsman. Scholar's hand is pretty nuts, he said to himself in his head. He tested the feel in his hand, did a few flashy spins, then spoke aloud in his mind, Chosen of Agony, allocate stat points for me. Strength, 30, agility, 15, speed, 15, all 3 attributes increased together. Luz was worried that if his strength got too high without balance, he'd lose coordination. Now, paired with the sharpened blade. 3x strength damage bonus on slashes. He weighed the blade in his right hand and gave it a hard toss. It arced through the air, slicing through the layers of iron plating like paper, its cold gleam streaking straight for the iron skin robot's head. The light of reason had already vanished from Tom's eyes. But by instinct alone, he tilted his head and narrowly dodged the lethal blow. Clang. The blade stabbed into the side of Tom's metal head. Dark red and yellowish gunk oozed from the wound. It looked sickening. Luce raised his arm, ready to finish him off while he was down. Fired 2 shots at the injury. But just as he pulled the trigger, the prison floor rippled like waves and launched him into the air. In the next moment, a series of crackling bangs echoed like firecrackers. Behind him, every iron door in the ring corridor, except the ones holding the players, exploded open. The iron doors flew toward Tom with howling wind, merging with his body as new parts, like some grotesque DIY toy. By now, his massive form had already pressed against the ceiling. He'd grown to a terrifying 5 meters tall. A walking disaster god clad in ruin. Look at that. You could drop him into any Souls-like game as a mid-stage boss and no one would bat an eye. Luce snarked, then prepared to switch Hell Roar to 3rd gear. But right then, howls echoed throughout the prison. What the hell was that? Luce instinctively turned his head, and was shocked to see patients from nearly 90 wards had all charged out. In the twisted, unrecognizable corridor, they screamed and bellowed like beasts. Then, in eerie unison, they all turned their heads. Over 80 pairs of eyes, completely drowned in bloodlust, locked straight onto Luce. A whoa. A sudden howl. And the nearest patient leapt 20 meters in just a few steps, pouncing at Luce like a wild animal. His hands clawed into the flesh of Luce's arm, and then he opened wide to bite into Luce's neck. Crunch. A few teeth shattered. Because a blazing red barrel was already shoved in his mouth. Bang. Yellow-white matter sprayed out the back of his head, splattering across the wall. His extinguished, deranged eyes met Luce's cold gaze in their final moment. Life Reap. Energy plus 1%, Chapter 56, Warning? Ignore the warning and load it anyway. I don't know if you're being controlled or just mentally unstable and don't know what the hell you're doing. Luce looked at the corpses lying on the ground, then at the group of people across from him who had completely lost their minds, and threatened them. Haha. What answered him was a roar that didn't sound human. These prisoners were nothing short of evil spirits now. Well, starving evil spirits, to be exact. These guys who had once been terrified by Luce's torment were now acting like they didn't even know what fear was, staring at him like a bunch of zombies. Luce set Hell Roar to its lowest setting. If he needed to clean up this group of minions, he didn't want to waste too much energy. Since I can't be sure if there are any innocents among you, I'll give you a chance. As he spoke, Luce even mimed a loading action with Hell Roar in hand. I'll count to 3. If you manage to return to your rooms, I'll still consider you human. As he said that, Luce kicked one of the corpses on the ground, sending it flying into the crowd. He glanced around and realized no one seemed to understand him. The ones closest to him were still moving forward. The expression on his mask shifted slightly. Closing parenthesis, 3. Bang bang. 2 gunshots rang out, and 2 figures dropped. Hell Roar's charge increased by 1.5%. Looks like the energy gain from each kill varies. The value of a life was now clearly priced and differentiated. What's wrong with these people? What the hell kind of brainwashing did you do to them? Behind Luce, the 5-meter-tall giant, Tom, was pretty much fully formed. Luce turned around, looking at the hulking figure, and asked, GGG. I just put a little something in their heads, that's all. You've got a real humanitarian streak, huh? At this point, Tom's voice had lost all its original mechanical calmness. Now he sounded like a full-blown lunatic. Hey. Luce sneered. Figures. No wonder they say you're the most messed up one here. Everyone here was completely under your control, being toyed with. What illness? You're the real disease. Pathetic. And you call yourself insane? You're just some delusional guy, hiding in your little fantasy world for self-comfort. Tom? That giant metal body froze for a second. Like he couldn't even process it. What does "and you call yourself insane" even mean? Is being insane supposed to be a badge of honor now? You've controlled all these fools, so what's the point of the game? Everything you're doing here is just playing with yourself. Playing God in front of a bunch of brainwashed idiots? Please. You're just another toy in this game. With that mask on, Luce's words cut sharper than ever. Spitting pure venom. And that last sentence? It hit Tom right where it hurt. You're just another toy in this game. You're just another toy in this game. Oh, and you're not? Tom snapped back. Play? Oh, there's definitely play. Those of you who came later, I didn't plant anything in your heads. Watching them resist, watching them fall. I think it's fucking great. And you're gonna be the most fun toy of them all. Call me the Great Tom. You could tell Tom was really triggered now. With a roar, all the other patients lunged at Luce at once. At the same time, the strong electromagnet on his body activated, pulling everything to him, flattening chunks of metal into his armor. Even with the strength of numbers, Luce couldn't afford to get careless. While leaping around the twisted corridor, his red weapon let out roar after roar, reaping lives one after another. Every time he got hit, pain points increased. Every time he killed, Hell Roar charged up. Loose, getting hit and hitting back. Double win. So the players didn't get anything implanted in their heads. Loose stepped on a bump in the wall, adjusted Hell Roar to 3rd gear. Energy level at 5%. Jiu Tian. Do me a favor and find a way to release the rest of the players. Jiu Tian? Huh? Me? Jiu Tian hadn't expected to end up in a fight like this. The fact he was still alive in the middle of this chaos was already a miracle. I believe in you, comrade. Time to shine. A glowing orb of terrifying energy formed at the muzzle of Hell Roar as Loose finished charging it up. And then fired it straight at the enemy. Got it. Jiu Tian saw the battlefield and knew he couldn't really help directly. He bit his lip, nodded, and pulled out some bizarre-looking tool from who knows where, then rushed into the room beside them. He'd done some prep based on previous game instances, and since escape scenarios were common, he had already exchanged for some useful tools in advance. Boom. That shell from Loose's gun floated like it had homed in before exploding in a blast even more powerful than before. Red light clung to the cyberpunk-esque metal body like glue, erupting in constant explosions. The 5-meter-tall mech raised its arms in front of itself. It looked like it blocked the shot, but that tower-like body turned glowing red from the heat. Metal on the edges even started to melt. Tom staggered back under the blast, then dropped to one knee. He looked up with a hint of fear at the weapon in Loose's hands. The man himself might be annoying, but that gun? That thing was the real threat. Then Tom clenched his fist. And suddenly, every remaining patient clutched their heads in agony. Blood spurted from their 7 orifices as they wailed in pain. But instead of backing down, they surged toward Loose, all trying to grab that Hell Roar out of his hands. As a pure offensive epic-tier weapon, its power was insane. While mowing down the puppets lunging at him, Loose also had to dodge flying metal shards and iron spikes. Those things were as lethal as bullets. Then, he started cranking up Hell Roar's energy level like a madman. He was going to give Tom something big with this 3rd gear custom blast. Warning, due to limited physical tolerance, high single output energy levels are not recommended. What? You can talk? Loose glanced at Hell Roar in surprise. Warning, due to limited physical tolerance, it's recommended that single output energy not exceed 20%, cut the crap. Denied. Max it out. Arrow's already on the bowstring and you wanna hesitate now? This ain't the time to worry about tolerances. Everyone knows what to do in situations like this. Ignore the warning. Load it up. Chapter 57, A Son from Hell, Severed Hand Achievement unlocked. Hell Roar was currently stuck at 20% of the 3rd gear, but under Loose's insistent command, it began to charge up again. Pulled to 50%. But while charging, his body was already swarmed by a bunch of deranged patients. These fully controlled individuals clung to Loose's waist from behind, using their full weight to try and restrain him. Their humanity was completely gone. With only beastly instinct left, they began using every part of their bodies as weapons. Fangs, claws. Leaving all kinds of marks on Loose. Up until now, Loose had been using the handgun in semi-auto mode to take out about a third of the total crowd with precision. That kill rate was already impressive, especially for someone not fully used to this kind of thing. According to international military conventions, once a combat unit suffers more than 1/3 casualties, they basically lose their combat effectiveness. Morale drops, mutiny can happen, and collapse becomes inevitable. But right now, Loose had killed a third of them like he was butchering chickens, and it still didn't shake their resolve. They kept swarming in. At this point, not killing wasn't even an option. So, from the results, the most dangerous kind of combat unit was one with no self-awareness at all. At the moment, they seemed to think Loose's Hell Roar was still charging, and that now was their chance, so they wildly lunged for Loose's arms. At least 3 or 4 people were gnawing on Loose's arm, biting down like a pack of wolves. Even though he couldn't use the gun for now, Loose still had a look of utter confusion on his face. Right hand still gripping Hell Roar, he grabbed a guy's head with his left hand and squeezed. In an instant, the man's eyeballs bulged out, like a squashed rubber ball about to pop. Loose swung the guy by the head like a sack and slammed him hard against the wall. His head burst like a smashed watermelon, splattering everywhere. He used a gun to kill not because he couldn't do it without it, but because Hell Roar could absorb life energy to charge. It's not like he needed the gun to kill, okay? Tom had fully finished his assembly at this point. All the special metal embedded in the prison walls and floor had been sucked onto his body, making him look like some artificially made Megatron. Suddenly, his iron head turned, as if he'd noticed something. He turned and looked at Kirk, who had been hiding in the corner the whole time. Player Kirk, what's wrong? He's the most mentally unstable patient in this whole prison. Why haven't you taken action? You don't seem like a very qualified player. Kirk had planned to do absolutely nothing. Just hide and hope no one noticed him, maybe sneak a completion if the red mask guy somehow pulled off a win. But now that Tom had noticed him, Kirk's mind was about to explode. What now? He wasn't a combat-type player to begin with. His main skills were analysis and puzzle solving. Which, admittedly, he already failed at earlier. I know, but right now Kirk's mind raced, trying to think of a way to stall. But the next second, countless iron spikes came crashing down on him like a hailstorm. Gunpowder was a horribly inefficient power source. With the force of electromagnetism behind them, these things packed just as much punch as firearms. Luce could take the hit because he was built different, but Kirk? If he took even one blow, that would be the end of him. So, the moment the attack came, Kirk crushed the exit token in his hand and bailed from the game. It was a shame. His massive reward points and past perfect completion rewards all vanished in a blink. But when it came down to it, he didn't have Luce's kind of resolve. Watching him vanish into thin air, Tom looked surprised, but not shocked. After swatting the fly away, he took a big step forward and charged at Luce. His 5-meter-tall body scraped sparks along the ceiling as he moved. A fist half the size of Luce's entire torso rose high. Steam blasted from his wrist, supercharged with electromagnetic thrust. He punched Luce straight in the chest, and took one of the patients clinging to Luce along for the ride. Instantly turned into meat paste. That hit packed more punch than a dump truck crash. If this were another novel's protagonist, that'd be enough to get ice-kai'd. But Luce only got sent flying, smashed through a wall in the ward, spat out a few mouthfuls of blood, and felt his pain points go up by 6. The fully controlled patients didn't care that their boss had just crushed one of their own. They immediately clung to Luce again, not giving him a single second to breathe. Though he landed a solid hit, Tom's mechanical soul suddenly trembled in fear. Something felt wrong, as if a deadly threat had locked onto him and could kill him at any moment. He knew Luce was stupidly durable. That one punch probably didn't do much. So he didn't dare play around with that cat-and-mouse mindset anymore. He rushed forward. If he could just finish Luce off first, everything else would be fine. But just as he took a step forward, crack! A sharp metallic snap rang out. That disproportionately small head of his jerked backward. A metal chain had viciously whipped Tom across the face. Tom had never expected that someone else in the prison still had the strength to fight back. Looking up, he saw a figure leap high into the air. Still shackled at all 4 limbs. It was Long Wu, finally free. His eyes were no longer confused or dazed. All that remained was hatred and a determination that had been buried for who knows how many years. He swung the chain in his hand and actually locked it around this robot's neck like a chokehold. The way he fought was almost funny to watch. Down below, any former players who had managed to break free, even if only partially recovered mentally, began charging at this war machine. These weren't ordinary people. Maybe not quite as strong as Luce, but definitely stronger than Jiao Tian. Tom's massive frame was actually being dragged down. One knee hit the ground. Even if he could throw them off soon after, this kind of concentrated attack was giving him real trouble. That's when it hit him. These people hadn't had their meds for 2 days. Their mental state wasn't the fully brainwashed one anymore. Luce had taken all the medication. Was this part of his plan too? As Tom fumed over how these toys had started rebelling, a roar echoed from the distant pile of patients. Move. Of course, that shout was aimed at the players. The next thing Tom saw was a blinding red light covering everything in sight. Hell roar, 50% energy single-shot output. It looked like a sun from hell crashing down to earth, bringing a fiery welcome straight from the underworld. Smashed right into Tom, who had nowhere to dodge in the cramped space. In the aftermath, the intense heat instantly vaporized the patients clinging to Luce. The massive recoil completely destroyed Luce's right arm. His shoulder blade burst through his back, and the arm holding Hellroar was shattered at the elbow. Flesh and bone tore loose, sent flying through the air. In his 3rd game, after having his legs broken in the first 2, Luce finally switched it up and lost a hand this time. Achievement unlocked. Chapter 58, Tearing Through Iron. The rotting flesh beneath steel in Luce's eyes, everything in front of him had already slowed to a crawl. Looking up slightly, he saw his severed right hand still flying through the air. There was a warm, soothing feeling in his chest, like a gentle heat. Looking down, he saw the melee cloak shielding his vital organs, now glowing red-hot under the scorching blast of the miniature sun. Beneath the cloak, his blood bubbled like boiling water, churning with foam before turning into crimson fuel that clung to his body. Chosen of agony, pain points +3, all of this, when combined, gave Luce a single sensation, warm and fuzzy. Oddly comfortable. But he knew that in theory, he was already severely injured. No way he could really indulge in this cozy feeling. Quick on the draw, he flipped out a basic healing potion and clamped it between his teeth. Then he tiptoed into a jump, intercepting midair, and used his left hand to catch his right hand as it flew off, gripping it tightly. Losing the hand wasn't the biggest problem. The real issue was if he lost Hellroar, that epic tier weapon, his current combat strength really wouldn't be enough. This Megatron wannabe wasn't something players at this stage could realistically deal with. Except Luz. Pain immunity, a body in a class of its own among humans, plus the meds and a decent weapon. That's what made it possible for him to brute force his way through this hell mode game, ignoring the original clear strategy entirely. He didn't know it yet, but the audience outside the game was experiencing a whole new level of shock. Among all the perfect completion players, Luz's level of visual impact was still one of a kind. With Luz's ultra-high-speed visual reflexes, everything looked like it was moving in slow motion. But in reality, it all happened lightning fast. The blast, the severed hand, the recoil and burns. All of it occurred in under a second, and now, that hellish sun had landed on Tom, detonating with a terrifying boom. The entire asylum was instantly engulfed in blinding white light. Intensity beyond human tolerance. Anyone with a shred of reason instinctively turned their heads to avoid the blast. The whole prison was rippling with unbearable waves of heat. The center of the explosion was hot enough to melt metal. Anyone too close was screaming and stumbling back. That 50% single-shot output had already surpassed standard epic tier weapon limits. An extraordinary leap forward. Even Hellroar probably never imagined it could fire off a shot this monstrous. "Hey! You okay?" Through the scorching heat, a voice full of worry called out. Jiu Tian held a handheld breaching tool and forced open the iron door, charging toward where Luz had been. Jiu Tian had done his job. He'd released the other players. Hearing the chaos outside, he rushed in. He needed to make sure that Red Mask guy didn't die. In his eyes, everything revolved around people. The game had just begun, and already someone this exceptional had shown up. Keeping him alive was top priority. Even if the guy didn't finish the game, Luz's mental strength and overall qualities made Jiu Tian feel that his survival alone was worth it. Start over if needed. After a few steps, he broke through the smoke and blinding light. Finally spotting Luz. His footsteps froze. In front of him stood a blood-soaked figure. The cloak wrapped around his chest, his torso rose and fell with powerful heartbeats, and the dried blood on him gave his silhouette a tragic kind of dignity. His left hand held his severed right hand. In that right hand was still clutched the gun. He had a potion bottle in his mouth, tilted back to pour it in. Jiu Tian couldn't put into words the shock he felt at the sight. His feet felt rooted to the ground, unmoving. He stared at the scene like it was a shot from a movie, right up until Luz spit out the empty potion bottle and it shattered on the floor. That finally snapped him out of it. "You okay? Didn't I just drink a potion? Why? Am I gushing blood or something?" Luz glanced down at his own body. "Well, no, actually. Even the spot where the limb had been severed had been cauterized shut by the intense heat." Jiu Tian looked at Luz holding his own right hand like it was nothing. His mental defenses crumbled even further. The scene in front of him was just way too graphic. He couldn't believe the game had only just begun, and someone like this already existed in the world. Was he immune to pain? Luz didn't have time for small talk. He unclipped Hellroar from his severed right hand, then handed the hand over to Jiu Tian. "Hold this for me. Move aside. We're not done yet." Watching the severed hand being handed toward him, Jiu Tian felt his soul tremble. His hands reacted before his brain did. Taking it, stunned. Luz gripped Hellroar in his left hand. Thanks to all the life energy harvested earlier, there was still about 10% energy left after that cannon blast. He switched it to second gear. Firing as he walked, he approached the massive figure lying among the ruins. Even without the scholar's right-hand support, he didn't need accuracy anymore. Just blast. That solar cannon had clearly wrecked the guy. His core metal frame was obliterated, the center melted, and now gradually solidifying. The metal suspension of his arm was broken, and the connected iron plating made it unusable. Like a bone fracture where the flesh was still attached. Tom's true body was now mostly exposed. He looked on in shock as Luz, with only one hand left, kept firing relentlessly. The second gear roars pinned the giant robot to the ground. He couldn't reassemble himself and kept sliding back, leaving gouges in the floor. Long Wu, Long Liu, and the others had locked up Tom's joints with iron chains, keeping the broken-down machine from regaining any real power. They didn't speak to Luz, but there was an unspoken combat synergy between them. With his lousy marksmanship, Luz emptied Hellroar completely. Looking down at the wreckage of Tom, he holstered the gun. Tom's chest sparked again. An electric arc flashed as he tried using magnetism to reassemble. But in the next second, Luz jumped on top of him. Ignoring the searing heat of the metal below him, Luz stood atop Tom's iron shell, looking down at him. Crack. His left hand slammed down like a chisel, punching a hole in Tom's chest. Amid the sickening metallic screech, Luz ripped the armor open with his bare hand. Arg! Tom let out a human-like scream of agony for the first time. Beneath the iron shell was rotting, scorched, festering flesh. Oozing with pus. Chapter 59, Tom's Diary, Sequence Upgrade. Holding the iron shell in his hand, Luz glanced at it, and a disgusted expression appeared on his mask. That iron plate had some disgusting, leather-like stuff stuck to it. On closer inspection, it was clearly human skin. Tom had actually welded the entire iron shell to himself. Does this even make any sense? Luz frowned and muttered to himself. That's not what mechanical ascension is supposed to mean. No wonder it smelled like human flesh. This guy welded himself to the iron, but a human body's natural functions definitely reject metal. Pus, scabs, and fusing with metal. Even welding. This guy had probably been doing this over and over again for who knows how many years in this demon asylum. When it came to self-torture, Luz was just messing around for the fun of it. If you wanted a true top-tier masochist, it had to be our great Dom. Chosen of Agony, Pain Points +1. Hearing the voice in his head, Luz realized he had gotten a little too close to the searing hot metal. But it was fine. The whole reason he chose to go in head-on was for pain points anyway. Dom. Your illness really isn't minor. Tom was stepping on his chest, but just from that one sentence, for some reason, Tom suddenly snapped. The Great Dom. Call me the Great Dom. He roared, blue arcs of electricity flashing from the palm of his right hand, as if ready to fight back again. Boom. A stomp backed by 30 strength points crushed Tom's shoulder, pinning his body to the pile of steel wreckage. Chosen of Agony, Pain Points +1. The searing metal and razor-sharp edges continued to tear into Luz's flesh, but he didn't care. These weren't fatal wounds. He couldn't give the guy a chance to turn the tables. Crack. The iron plate over the right shoulder was peeled back, revealing the skin underneath. Chosen of Agony, Pain Points +1. Crack. Half of the iron helmet on the iron skin robot's head was torn off, exposing a face so gruesome it'd definitely be censored. Chosen of Agony, Pain Points +1. Boom. The tread mechanism of the lower half was shattered, revealing twisted, deformed legs folded in on themselves. They couldn't even be called legs anymore. Just piles of folded-up flesh. It was like the ancient foot-binding practice had been applied to the entire lower body and shoved into the tracks. Chosen of Agony, Pain Points +2. Luz stood atop the massive pile of metal wreckage, raining down punches and kicks on Tom, dismantling him limb by limb, ignoring his own injuries to smash through his opponent's defense. By the end, Luz had torn off half of Tom's iron armor with his bare hands, revealing the small, misshapen body within. His horrific appearance made Jiao Tian, not far away, instinctively lower his head, unable to bear the sight. But the moment he looked down, he saw Luz's severed hand. Then awkwardly looked back up. Holy shit, this is the most messed up patient? Okay, I admit it, people really do this to themselves? That's like giving yourself daily torture. I'm gonna puke. I can't take this. Everyone was too grossed out to even be amazed by Luz's last-minute comeback. They just felt sick at the sight of Tom with his shell peeled off. Luz's main goal was to destroy all the motors in Tom's body. Now that it was done, he stopped peeling off more armor. Honestly, for someone who welded iron armor onto himself, tearing it off was basically the same as flaying. Actually, I've got a fun fact for you. You could have just made a humanoid mech and worn it like a suit. Tom's mouth was wide open, his twisted face showing two eyeball-like things flashing with hatred. Die. Just die for me. Call me the Great. Tom mumbled vaguely, grabbing an iron spike again, trying one last attack. Bang. Just the basic mode of Hell Roar. One shot ended his deformed, wicked life. Life energy +4%. This time, the boost was especially high. The enemy was dead, and the pain points disappeared with him. Luz, exhausted, sat down silently on the pile of steel wreckage. This game instance really was a bit tough. If he hadn't had Hell Roar and decided to go all in, things might have gotten real risky. Now only Luz and Jiao Tian were still alive among the completion players. The rest of the patients were mostly dead, and the other combat support veterans were squatting on the ground like soulless husks. At that moment, something glowing floated out of Tom's corpse, like loot popping out after a boss fight. What the hell, it's actually this game like. Luz looked speechlessly at the book floating in front of him and reached out to grab it. Tom's diary. Who the hell keeps a diary? Oh right, he's a mental patient. That checks out. Luz didn't know what the book was for, so he naturally flipped it open. Work hard, fight on, I'm gonna make big money. Next year, hot girls at the club, work hard, fight on. He had barely opened it before Luz went full old man on the subway with a phone meme.jpg. Strictly speaking, this wasn't even a diary. It was some kind of metaphysical item that made a flood of scenes appear in your mind. Scenes from Tom's past. Tom was unmotivated, short, and from an average background, but firmly believed in the principles of success culture. He believed he'd strike it rich. Every day he boasted online, inventing grand backstories for himself, and got a kick out of arguing with strangers and pissing them off while staying untouchable. Eventually, his parents got old and couldn't support him anymore, forcing him to find a job. So he started fantasizing like crazy about getting rich. He heard short videos made money. So he filmed short videos. He heard being an influencer made money. So he dreamed of becoming one. He heard writing novels made money. So he wanted to write novels. He joined every kind of group chat. Startup groups, job hunting groups. And worked hard like a maniac. Boss, you're awesome. Boss, take me with you. Boss must be making millions a year, so humble. When can I be a boss too? Not sleeping tonight, got to grind. He licked up to the pros and acted like one to belittle the newbies. He kept up this kind of hard work for over a decade, ending up broke and useless. Tom lost it. Work hard, fight on, I'm gonna make big money. I want to control everything, I'm the greatest, the most. I want to. In his endless whispers of despair, a strange power guided him. He arrived at a prison. Luz suddenly threw his head back and shook it violently, slamming the book shut. Something was wrong with this thing. He had barely skimmed a few pages, yet an overwhelming amount of information had flooded into his mind. And that information was all frenzied, negative emotions. Stuff from the darkest corners of human nature, laziness, stupidity, numbness, perversion. If he didn't already have a mask and a naturally chaotic mental state, he might have fallen right into it. This thing's powerful as hell. Luz thought in shock. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. Relevant sequence item detected. Relevant sequence item found in inventory. Proceed with sequence upgrade. Chapter 60. Brand new S-tier sealed artifact. Luz closed his eyes and tilted his head to the side. His mind was currently flooded with negative emotions, and he was forcing himself to calm down. This was only because Luz was completely exhausted. If it had been during those 2 days when he raided the whole prison's food supply, with his level of mental chaos back then, he probably wouldn't have cared about any of this. But right now, this stupid diary actually had some real kick to it. What? Hearing the game voice in his ear, Luz asked with a puzzled tone in his heart. Detected. You possess a sealed artifact that can be upgraded. Detected. Relevant item found in your inventory. Would you like to proceed with the upgrade? Luz took a closer look and finally realized. The so-called relevant item was a lottery ticket in his backpack. It was from his second perfect completion, a random sealed artifact draw. If I upgrade, what tier does it go to? It will be a higher tier than it is now, Luz. Did I just hear you fart real loud? I asked what tier it upgrades to, and you say higher than now. Like what, you thought it'd downgrade instead? What kind of brain-dead game prompt is that? Just then, the voice popped up again. Current item, Tom's diary, is a peak tier B rank sealed artifact. Oh? Now that's a useful reminder. Sealed artifacts and weapons were both special items produced in the game, with the key difference being that weapons didn't have clearly defined side effects. Sealed artifacts were a double-edged sword. Especially those ranked high in the sequence. Their side effects were often unbearable. Luz figured this stuff was probably modeled after the SCP format, meaning nothing particularly original. Just a bit of that Lovecraftian flavor. But if used properly, the special abilities of sealed artifacts could be abnormally deranged. Take his own mask, for example. He hadn't even tapped into its true power yet, and it had already brought him a ton of benefits. He'd only used 2 of the 7 modes, and hadn't even tried the overload mode for each one. If I upgrade, it's got to be at least A, maybe even S. Luz thought it through. It seemed like this upgrade would be more valuable than just a random draw. Jiao Tian had also noticed Luz holding the book and, curious, walked over. Just as he approached, he saw Luz suddenly slam the book shut and turn his head away. Jiao Tian? Seriously, bro? You're guarding against me like that? To break the awkward silence, Jiao Tian gave a light cough and fidgeted with his hands before glancing around and saying, so this probably means the game's over, right? I think it's over? As if responding to Jiao Tian's attempt at conversation, the game's background voice finally chimed in again. Game over. Players may choose immediate settlement, or auto-settle in 30 minutes. At the same time, the screen went completely black for all spectators. 2 lines of text appeared before everyone: the game has ended. Please visit other ongoing games or look forward to the next one. Chosen's Paradise welcomes you to become a player. Every time a game ended, the same lines were shown to all viewers. But those who were truly aware had already entered the game. Most people, however, still preferred to remain mere spectators. They stood high above, stayed out of the fray, kept themselves far from danger. And ended up with nothing. It's over? That was nearly 2 days of gameplay. Every time this guy performs, it kills my urge to ever join. Too damn scary. Wait, wasn't this instance supposed to be unbeatable? That thing earlier looked like freaking Megatron. How could any current player beat that? Rankings. Didn't they say there'd be a world ranking? I want to see him at the top. Even though the screen had gone dark, no one left. The ranking preview announced before the game still had everyone's and the world's attention. Meanwhile, inside the game, Jiao Tian realized that because spectator access had been cut, he could no longer contact the external staff. It felt awful. He now had to face this lunatic alone. He had been alone before, sure, but there was a big difference between having someone watching and no one watching. Thinking of how the guy had eaten earlier, Jiao Tian couldn't help but worry the man might suddenly snap and eat him alive. Here. Jiao Tian suddenly remembered and handed over Luce's severed right hand. Luce didn't rush to take it. He turned to look at him and, holding up Tom's diary, said, "This thing's mine. You got no problem with that, right?" Jiao Tian paused, then nodded like crazy. Totally. Yours. I mean, you did basically all the work. We just kinda tagged along for the completion. Jiao Tian had worked at the department at the edge of the universe after all. His deck was maxed out. Though honestly, he did feel a little guilty. In the end, only 2 of them cleared the instance, and he was the only real beneficiary. That wasn't the legit way to clear it, was it? Jiao Tian asked cautiously after thinking about it. Of course not. Charging in fists blazing isn't exactly smart strategy. Luce was mentally stable now and could speak like a normal person. It's just finding the loophole, earning trust, analyzing slowly. That all takes too long. And in the end, you'd still have to fight. Maybe just not his full strength form. Luce explained a bit as he reattached his right hand. Of course, only he knew the real reason for the brute force approach. It was to unleash Gluttony's power, and to rack up some pain points. Everyone else was too weak. Their attacks barely gave him any pain at all. Jiao Tian looked at Luce, whose body was battered beyond belief but somehow still seemed fine, and was left speechless. He didn't know if any other player in the world could ever replicate Luce's performance. But just remembering the scene gave him lingering fear. Way too violent. You're really not planning to? Just as he was about to try and get closer or confirm Luce's identity, he turned around and saw. Luce had disappeared. Without saying a word, Luce had entered the final game settlement screen and left the demon asylum. Jiao Tian. Game over. Upgrade. Once in the recovery space, Luce's whole body floated in a warm, gentle light. The first thing he did was initiate the upgrade on the diary in his hand. The random sealed artifact draw ticket in his backpack burned away slowly into ashes, and then Tom's diary, tattered and worn, was wrapped in light. Sequence B-tier sealed artifact, Tom's diary, is now undergoing illusory upgrade. You have obtained a completely undocumented, brand new S-tier sealed artifact, designation, S-147, Confessions of the Disillusioned, Chapter 61, Consecutive Perfect Completions, Interdimensional Backpack. S-tier? Luce was completely stunned. He hadn't expected it. He really drew one and immediately leveled up to S-tier. What did an S-tier sealed artifact even mean? Luce wasn't sure, because even his original Sin Mask was only A-tier. Though it ranked high, there was still a fundamental difference compared to S-tier. Was his luck just that good today? Thinking that, Luce quickly started reading the related descriptions. He didn't expect that self-harming freak Tom to actually drop something this good. Sequence S-147, Confessions of the Disillusioned, an item formed from the condensation and amplification of a disillusioned person's lifetime of emotions, eventually turning into a force of law. The book contains 100 pages. The further you read, the stronger the negative emotional feedback for the user. Likewise, the damage suffered by the reader increases progressively. Special use, exceptionally effective against spiritual entities and enemies in mental states. Warning, if you both flip through and read the book yourself, then you're truly a great man. Description, if you ever get the illusion that life's been going pretty well lately, don't worry. Just take a few more glances at this book and you'll be cured instantly. A very clear double-edged sword description. Seems like it's some kind of mental attack. Since the description didn't specify, Luz couldn't tell how powerful this thing actually was. But the S-tier ranking already spoke volumes. Luz wasn't about to use himself as a test subject either. He wasn't afraid of physical injury, but for mental attacks, he'd rather use it on an enemy in the next game. With a breath of relief, he began listening to his reward summary for this game. Total contestants this round, 7,125,948. Total completions, 1,862,459. Perfect completions, 4,956. Your completion rating, SSS tier, perfect completion. Current streak of perfect completions, 3. Reward settlement in progress, special event triggered. You deviated from the original path and faced the game's most grueling difficulty head-on. Achievement badge earned, Unruly Rioter, Epic. Reward points this round, 6,000. Reward items this round, Intermediate Healing Potion X5, Advanced Healing Potion X1, Exit Token X1, S-tier Sequence Sealed Artifact, Confessions of the Disillusioned, Legendary Weapon Core, Mechanical Heart, Triple Perfect Completion Reward. Due to your outstanding performance and successful external item transfer, you've been awarded 1 unit of interdimensional backpack space. That was a solid list of rewards. Every time Luz chased a perfect completion, it was high risk for high reward. Especially that 1 unit of interdimensional backpack. He saw one of his inventory slots had turned gold. Looking at its simple description, Luz's heart skipped a beat. This backpack slot allows item transfer between the game and the real world. If the game gave strong players the potential to change the world, then this backpack slot was the true start of the game reshaping reality. Items from the game could be brought into the real world. That concept alone. If Luz wanted to, he could just toss out his Confessions of the Disillusioned, and the real world would instantly have a brand new urban legend no one could explain. And that's not even mentioning potential future destructive weapons, poisons, and other items. These things could be carried in complete secrecy, undetectable by any known screening methods. Their effects silent and invisible. No one would know if you were strolling through the city with a nuke in your pocket. The potential threat to society was immeasurable. Luz suspected that if anyone found out, he'd immediately be branded a terrorist. This is the reward for 3 consecutive perfect completions. After calming down a bit, Luz realized this had to be a rare item. Not many people probably had it. I wonder how many people in the world have managed 3 perfect completions. Can't be too many. As he thought, a spark of inspiration hit, and Luz took out his phantom cloak. He wrapped Hellroar, Sharpened Blade, Confessions of the Disillusioned, and a bunch of potions together with the phantom cloak, forming a large bundle. Then he tried to stuff it into the interdimensional backpack slot. Only single items may be placed. Please don't try to be clever, Luz. Hey, come on, this is a single item. Just has different parts. That thing is called the Tom Robot. What isn't made of different parts? You're telling me there's some naturally unified object? Luz started arguing semantics. The game determines what counts as a single item, matters made of molecules too, you know. Please insert a single item. Seeing that his bug exploit failed, Luz thought for a moment and just placed the phantom cloak inside. As a functional item, it was pretty useful. Saved money on clothes and offered protection. After that, Luz quietly waited for his perfect completion perks to kick in, repairing his body and returning to peak condition. This was why he could recklessly push his body in every game. Slowly, he drifted into a deep sleep. Who knew how much time had passed when Luz woke up again in his somewhat cramped room? He frowned slightly. Maybe his expectations had grown with his power. He suddenly felt like maybe it was time to live somewhere better. TCH, why was he starting to care about these superficial things? Power came first. He clenched his fists, enjoying the clear boost in strength compared to his last game. Luz felt quite satisfied. He wondered how long it would be until the next game. Right as he thought that, the game system prompt rang in his mind. The 3rd game has ended for all players, compiling individual performances. The peak ranking will be released to all chosen players in 30 minutes. We hope everyone will choose to become players and join this glorious battle of strength. Game module loaded, language module. All players will now automatically hear all languages translated. A new game mode has begun. That was the global announcement for all chosen players. But Luz soon received a personalized message as well. Dear player, due to your outstanding performance and exceptional strength, congratulations on entering the peak ranking. Please choose your name before the official list is published. Would you like to use Luz as your listed name? Chapter 62, Peak Ranking Revealed, World's Number 1. Luz listened to the voice in his head, looked at the prompt, and almost instantly refused without even needing to think. No. I won't use my real name. Alright, please choose an in-game name for yourself, whatever, as long as it's not my real name. Wait, will my face be shown in this ranking? Do you confirm using the name whatever, as long as it's not my real name? Wait, will my face be shown in this ranking, Luce? Are you fucking crazy? That's a name? Do you confirm using the name? Are you fucking crazy? That's a name, Luce. This moron almost made him laugh out of frustration. Luce felt a twitch in his brain and thought, does this mean I can't even talk to the game now? Do I have to get this sorted immediately? Exit the naming screen. Do you confirm? You see, Luce was kind of done with it at that point. He waved his hand and stopped talking, deciding to just pick a name already. This really had a sense of humor. The peak ranking was about to be revealed. If he kept wasting time, the game might really end up registering that as his name. TCH, he originally thought letting the game come up with a name based on his traits would be fine, but now that he had to do it himself, he got stuck. If he just made something up and couldn't change it later, there might be all kinds of trouble. After thinking for a bit, Luce decided to base it on his mask and related titles. Original Sin Mask. Original Sin? Original Sinner? Miracle Sinner's still out farming mobs. Forget it, might as well go a bit edgy with my gamer tag. He ran through some names in his head, and finally confirmed one with the game interface. Sin. Do you confirm using the name Sin? Confirm. Game ID confirmed. Your peak ranking avatar will be selected from your in-game appearance. Enjoy the game, and may your valor pierce the skies. After the two formal lines, the game's voice fell silent again. Luce sat up from the bed, threw on his enigmatic cloak, shape-shifted it into a school uniform, and lay down comfortably, scrolling through his Redmi phone. Every major entertainment site was now filled with posts about the Chosen's game. Entertainment stars and trending news had been pushed to the sidelines. Chosen's Paradise, the game that was changing the world, was gradually becoming mainstream. The chosen ones were increasing in number, with new people selected every day. Although most chosen didn't dare become players, choosing to remain spectators instead, the attention and longing remained unchanged. Many so-called experts had popped up saying buzzkill things like we should boycott the game, but such news couldn't even get proper airtime anymore. Because no one cared. Right now, everyone only cared about one thing: the peak ranking was about to be revealed. Honestly, even beyond the spectators, Luce himself was very curious about this. Was he still the strongest? If not, who had surpassed him? And how did they do it? With the Chosen of Agony bonus and 3 perfect completions under his belt, what kind of power would the other heroes of the world possess? Casually browsing the biggest domestic social media site, Luce saw tons of grassroots speculation, with guesses about the top players now entering public attention. He saw experts from all kinds of countries in the mix, including himself of course. Though his footage was a little too bloody and violent for most proper sites to even post. To the public, he was just a masked, raving madman. Peak ranking revealed, the game has now run 3 times, producing many powerful players. To encourage everyone to strive for greatness, we are now releasing the peak ranking. The top 10,000 players will receive achievement badges, and the top 100 will be displayed on the leaderboard. Long-term presence on the board will come with unexpected benefits. We hope all players give it their best. The same voice echoed in the minds of over 20 million chosen worldwide, its tone carrying a soul-stirring effect that sent a chill down the spine. Then, a golden leaderboard appeared on everyone's game interface. Luce didn't really look closely. He scrolled roughly from the bottom up. Most people weren't using their real names. Maybe to hide their identity, or maybe just to pick a cooler nickname. But not many were masked like him. Most of the chosen had their faces shown in the footage. As he quickly scrolled upward, Luce discovered something shocking. From rank 70 onward, almost every player had achieved 3 perfect completions. That meant that, in theory, their strength levels shouldn't differ much. The differences likely came from minor performances or luck. Some people got a good epic tier weapon from a weapon lottery ticket, others didn't. Some people pulled a war vehicle, others got a trench coat that could alter their appearance. The gap was still considerable. Some players had clearly tied themselves to specific organizations, so their personal profiles were shown openly. Number 17 Thomas Reno, ability description, exceptional physical capabilities and combat skills. Proficient with all known human weaponry and equipment. Can drive any vehicle in the world. Currently has cloning ability. Body suspected to be modified. Other powers unknown. Additional info, member of a secret U.S. task force, reports directly to the president. All mission logs were destroyed post-operation. No data remains. A guy with a background like this was exposed just because of the game. Luce thought to himself. Number 14 Black Mountain Bear, codename, ability description, physical enhancement, possesses beastification powers, high vitality, extreme destructive force, and regenerative capabilities. Additional info, participated in designing Russia's dead hand system. Number 8 Sun, codename, ability description, Possesses berserker-level power. Ruthless Blazing Sunday held the fastest total completion time in the first 3 games. Additional info, suspected to be a Chinese guy. Associated with a Tandui, Luce's eyes narrowed slightly. That description sounded familiar. Tandui. He must have written that part himself. Never misses a chance to promote, huh? Is he the top leader of that faction? Thinking this, Luce finally scrolled to the top of this otherwise not so useful leaderboard. Number 1 Sin, codename, World's Number 1. Chapter 63, Challenge Mode, the one who attracts trouble as number 1. Seeing that he really held on to the number 1 spot, Luce's expression grew a bit more serious. Thank God. Looks like every time he played the game and tried to power up by courting death, it actually paid off. Honestly, the glory of being ranked doesn't matter, but if he did all that and still wasn't the strongest, Luce might have had a hard time accepting it. He looked closely at his own description. Number 1 Sin, codename, ability description, too many abilities, no representative skill. Possesses a unique understanding of the game, often analyzes how to maximize difficulty, and actively places himself in dangerous situations. Suspected to have severe psychological disorders, suspected to have self-destructive tendencies, comprehensively ranked based on combat power, in-game performance, and psychological resilience. Truly deserving of first place. Background, unknown. In the background section, any player who wanted to remain anonymous could just be listed as unknown. The only difference was that his ability description was a bit longer than the others. The key thing was, it said a lot, but basically said nothing. There was a weird kind of elegance to this pointless explanation. Still, that was a good thing. Luce had sealed artifacts, skills, stat allocations, and equipment on hand. If all his secrets got exposed, he'd feel majorly ripped off. The game's privacy protection was actually doing a pretty decent job. Everyone's ability descriptions were kept vague. It's just that his photo wasn't exactly low profile. It was an action shot from his battle in the demon asylum. He had 7 or 8 iron spikes jammed into his body, and a bunch of crazed, starved-looking mental patients were clinging to his neck and thighs, biting and tearing at him. But Luce stood motionless, like his feet had taken root. His red mask showed a bizarre, twisted grin, and his right hand held the Hellroar, calmly firing away. The image looked like a freeze frame from a Hollywood action movie. Luce himself barely recognized it at first. What the hell, why is this so cool? Luce had to laugh. At the time, with the mask on and his mind focused on fighting, he had no idea what kind of image he was presenting. Now that he was relaxed and looking at himself objectively, damn. He did look kind of cool. As soon as the leaderboard dropped, it was a landslide. Every major media platform had him as the undisputed number 1. And the biggest topic of discussion was the nationality of each top player. In the modern world, competition between nations ultimately boils down to talent. And when it came to this new wave, where a single person might shift the world order, talent meant everything. So even if a top player had nothing to do with you personally, national pride still made most people feel honored by association. And with Luce as the undisputed number 1 but still unidentified, he naturally became the top trending figure worldwide. Holy shit, is the world's number 1 really this good looking? That's beyond human at this point. Downloaded the picture and made it my wallpaper. This must be one of the perks of being number 1. Looking this cool. How was this ranking even determined? What makes him number 1? I don't see how he's stronger than the others. Looks like a Korean site already confirmed it. They're saying this Sin is Korean. Starting today, all kinds of discussion wouldn't stop. Luce basically became the most well-known person overnight. Stop. At that moment, in the government office of K Province in southern Hueco, the projected screen on a computer froze. Jiu Tian stood beside it, directing the staff to play a video. This frame. Zoom in, slow it down, extract it. As a special affairs agent, Jiu Tian still had some authority and gave commands nearby. And the footage on screen showed a moment from Luce's third game, when he pulled out Zhao Jiakeng's name card. Luce had been very careful, covering most of it. But a corner still peeked out. Zhao. Last name Zhao, probably. Jiu Tian muttered to himself, looking at the guy who had been working beside him just 30 minutes ago, now suddenly the world's number 1. Damn right. I knew you'd be number 1. No way anyone else could beat you in this world. The world's top player is a Hueco native. Maybe even one of our own. Jiu Tian was visibly excited as he spoke. You sure about that? Said another staff member beside him, hesitantly. Of course I'm sure. I spent 2 days with him, same game, life and death together. You think I'd mistake him? Jiu Tian snapped. The staffer rolled his eyes. I meant. Are you sure he's actually one of ours? If he's not, then why does he have that name card? Something's fishy. Anyway, report this to the organization. Run the database. Search for everyone with the last name Zhao. We can't let the number one get scooped up by another organization, or worse, defect overseas. That's unacceptable. As he spoke, Zhao Tian's gaze turned serious, staring hard at the screen showing that red-masked figure. The staffer next to him smirked and said, "Life and death together, huh? All you did was tag along for the ride, show-off guy." Zhao Tian. Hiss. Luce looked at the flood of online posts about him being the number one in the world and took in a sharp breath. Who knows what kinds of abilities those major organizations have? And it's unclear if someone already has something like mind reading. How long can I even keep my identity hidden? Luce didn't know why, but he suddenly had an inexplicable sense of danger. The one thing on his mind now was, if he opened his door tomorrow and found a heavily armed synthetic brigade waiting outside, would he even have room to negotiate? Probably not. I really need to participate in more games. Luce thought to himself. If self-harm pain didn't count, he'd stab himself a few times every day to boost his pain points. Game update, new mode unlocked. Challenge mode. Just then, a system prompt rang out again, snapping Luce to attention. Surely none of you players think you're weaker than others. Well then, here's your chance to prove it. Players ranked outside the top 100 may issue a challenge to anyone ranked inside. If the challenger has a higher number of consecutive perfect completions, the top 100 player must accept. If a top 100 player initiates the challenge, please refer to the detailed description for how the challenge will proceed. We welcome everyone to join in and prove that you are number one. Luce stared blankly at the notification in front of him. For some reason, the last line felt like it was aimed directly at him. Being number one wasn't just about standing out. Now even the game was coming for him? Ding. Just as he was thinking that, another prompt sounded, and a message popped up on his personal interface. Player number 79 Park Bu-sung has issued a challenge to number 1 Sin. Do you accept? Chapter 64, Highest Difficulty Challenge. Fourth game, The 7 Wonders of the School. As soon as challenge mode was released, Luce immediately received a challenge. That efficiency was honestly unmatched. All that could be said was, the title of world number 1 really does attract trouble. Only, when Luce saw the message, his first reaction was, why the hell am I only ranked 79? 79th? What kind of shit ranking is that? In normal novel plots, shouldn't the second-ranked guy be some blonde genius who excels at everything, thinks not getting first is a disgrace, and comes to challenge the protagonist? And you? 79th place? Some little trash? Want to challenge me? Completely unimpressed, Luce felt a wave of disdain as he held his second-hand Redmi phone and rolled over on his shabby dorm bed in the rundown bathroom-turned-dorm. What right do you have to challenge me? But soon, he noticed a second issue. Biao. Bu-ching? In Korean, it sounds like Park Bu-sung. What kind of decent person is named that? Must be Korean. With his current peak high school senior knowledge base, he still recognized those characters. Biao Bu-ching? Why not pass? Do you have a cousin named Kyeon-bug, money not enough, or what? Luce viciously mocked this contestant from Daehanmingo, lit. Great Cold Dark Country, is a parody of word Daehanming, Republic of Korea, author replacing it with similar-looking characters, in his head, still lying in bed, not in any hurry to accept. This guy even used his real name. Does he actually think it sounds good or something? Suddenly, through the challenge platform, that 79th ranked guy sent another message. You're the number one? A guy hiding behind a mask, or as you Chinese say, a sneaky coward? Even named yourself Sin. Guess you already know, holding the number one spot without strength is the biggest sin. Dare to fight? If you do, I suggest you take a screenshot of your ranking now. It'll be your final moment of glory. If you're too scared, then keep being a turtle hiding in its shell. The guy was saying a lot, basically trying to provoke Luce into accepting with some third-rate taunting. Luce skimmed it, too lazy to keep reading. Heroes in this world are as numerous as fish in the river, but this one clearly wasn't. What was this? Some mudfish that became a spirit or something? Even the trash talk was low-level. Reminded Luce of the middle school thugs he used to see. No clue how this guy even got to 79th place. Luce didn't reply for now. Not because he was debating whether to accept. For him, if there's a game, he's playing. No way he'd skip out. He just wanted to wait a bit, see if anyone ranked higher would come challenge him. If he was going to fight, might as well make it a worthwhile opponent. Since being ranked first made him such a big target, surely plenty of people wanted a piece of him. Weren't the top 10 players feeling unsatisfied with him at all? But after sitting on his bed for over 10 minutes, Luce realized that most of the high-ranking players weren't that reckless. Most people knew. Risking a fight with an unknown top-ranked monster over some virtual ranking was dumb. He got flooded with challenge messages, but they were all from people ranked outside the top 100. Some weren't even in the top 10,000. They seriously thought this was their step to the top? They had zero fear of death, huh? After some thought, Luce typed a reply into the challenge interface. Dumbass. Then, without another word, he blocked the guy's contact. Challenge accepted. Meanwhile, in a mansion in Tuan, South Korea, Park Bu-sung rolled off his massive bed and stared at the beautifully translated Chinese message sent by the system, then slammed his fist on the mattress in anger. He'd gone all out with his taunts and provocations, and all the number one replied with was an insult. What kind of garbage manners was that? Shit. Chinese scum. He cursed through gritted teeth, then planned to message Sin again. Only to discover he'd been blocked. Suddenly, the room filled with crashing and roaring as things were thrown around, making the butler outside tremble in fear. Bang. The door was kicked open violently. The butler flinched and quickly bowed slightly to Park Bu-sung. Prepare the car. We're going to the blue house. Park Bu-sung's face was dark as coal, but then, for some reason, he suddenly laughed. I'm doing this for the honor of our great Daehan Mingo. 6 hours. After accepting the challenge, it would take 6 hours to enter challenge mode. Pretty efficient. Luce wouldn't have to wait 3 days for the next game. The only issue was he had just finished the previous game. No rest, back-to-back rounds. And while technically he was fully healed, that constant mental tension. Luce loved it. Of course, first things first. He needed to request leave. He opened the contacts page on his Redmi. Yesterday 21:08, Xiantong, game over? How'd it go? I've already designed a prototype org structure based on past business models. Wanna join? Yesterday 23:15, Xiantong, 09:08, Xiantong, what kind of game are you in? 13:45, Xiantong. You still alive? Luce muttered, yeah, odds of dying were kinda high. Unfortunately, still alive. But I caught something nasty and probably can't go to school. Help me call in sick? Send. 18:26, Xiantong, don't tell me. You got pulled into challenge mode? Luce. Come on, was it that obvious? Also. Girl, you really dared to guess that? You even figured out I'm in the top 100. Not saying anything else. Just help me call in sick. I got food poisoning in the last game and can't leave the toilet today. Send. He brushed it off with an excuse. Then glanced at the game's start time. Still over 5 hours to go. No point checking the phone anymore. Closed his eyes to rest, trying to get in some sleep before the next game began. 18:27, Xiantong, if it's food poisoning from the game, your self-repair might not be enough. Got any healing potion? Just use it, she replied, half believing it. Then looked at the notification in her own game interface. Time passed quickly. When Luce opened his eyes again, the game had already started. He was already inside the initial game page. Welcome to the Chosen's Paradise, Honorable Number 1, Sin. This game will be challenge mode, the 7 wonders of the school. As the challenged player, you may choose the difficulty level, hard, nightmare, hell. Luce remembered Xiantong had once told him. In the Chosen's Paradise, there were 4 levels of difficulty in total. This challenge mode skipped straight past the first one, normal. Hell mode. Luce quickly scanned the description and made his choice. Chapter 65, Original Sin Mask, Wrath. Game difficulty confirmed, Hell mode. Praise your courage, strongest player. Since this is challenge mode, there are still some differences compared to previous normal games. After all, in past level clear games, even if there was competition between players, most of it was about rewards and benefits. In truth, everyone was teaming up to fight monsters. The real villain was the game itself. But this time, some of the difficulty was targeted specifically at Luce as the challenged player. In ranking battles between players, the one being challenged could choose to accept or not. But if you didn't accept for too long, there might be some hidden penalties. If you accepted the challenge, the difficulty level of the game would be chosen by the challenged player. Hard, both players face the same difficulty. A direct confrontation, a war, to decide the winner. Nightmare, the challenged player faces greater disadvantages, but if they win, their reward will be better than the challengers. Hell, the challenged player will be at a complete disadvantage, and the challenger will be granted partial authority within the game. However, if the challenged player wins, they will receive a massive reward. At the same time, the challenger will suffer backlash and receive a penalty. Luce barely read the first half of the descriptions, he skipped straight to the latter parts. This hell mode is the one to go for. Most importantly, there's also the backlash. You want to challenge me and walk away scot-free if you lose? I lose my top ranking, and you lose nothing? Not happening. Both players confirmed. Game difficulty set to Hell mode. On the other side, when Park Bu-sung saw this game notification, he laughed so hard he nearly pissed himself. You really chose Hell mode? You looking down on me? Park Bu-sung's expression twisted as he smashed the confirm button. He never imagined that this sin would actually make such a move. Then let me step on your head as I rise to become number one in this world. When I'm about to finish him off in the game, make sure to record how he begs for mercy. That last sentence was directed at the viewers in his live stream. Daehan Mingo had already begun officially promoting this tournament. Right now, his stream had no shortage of viewers. If the strongest player ended up being one of their own, it would greatly enhance Daehan Ming country's cohesion and international confidence. Might even raise their global standing. Meanwhile, the game rules also popped up on the players' screens. This mode is a competitive challenge mode. Since players are on opposing sides, messages in any live stream about the opponent will be invisible to the players. Victory conditions for both sides will be determined by the specific game. If either side uses an exit token, the other side is declared the winner. 10 minutes until the game starts. Please prepare your equipment and potions. Luce noticed that the game had fixed a few bugs. Honestly, that made things even easier. Why is this game working so hard to help me out, huh? Closing parenthesis. He opened his backpack, thought for a moment, and then bought a few supplies from the shop. Strategically, he looked down on the opponent. But tactically, he still needed to show a little respect, especially if it aligned with his playstyle. Last time, he burned through way too many potions in one go. So Luce spent a few thousand reward points and stocked up 10 bottles each of basic and intermediate healing potions. As for advanced healing potions, he'd been too stingy to use them before, but now, he bought 5. Should be enough to pop during the fight, right? As long as he had potions, unless he got instantly killed, he was basically invincible. Next were all the miscellaneous achievements, weapons, sealed artifacts, packed them all. When it came to his mask, the familiar system prompt popped up again. Original Sin Mask, please select, use currently unlocked Greed or Gluttony. No. Luce denied. Unlock a new one. Random selection. Initialization complete. A random selection will be made from among the still locked emotions. Luce had always been clear about one thing, he hadn't fully tapped into the power of the original Sin Mask. While it was still early in the game, his goal was to unlock as many emotions as possible. That was what he needed to focus on right now. And right on cue, some clueless moron had came to challenge him. Game ready, initializing, hell game loaded. Good luck, players, 7 wonders of the school. The next moment, everything went black. Luce entered a new scene. As he raised his groggy head, it felt like he'd just enjoyed a nice nap during a senior year Chinese class, and now the school bell had rung. Looking up, no joke, this classroom setup really did resemble his high school homeroom a lot. Almost identical segmented blackboards, almost identical desk layouts, and even the same single desks in the front rows on either side. Luce was starting to wonder if maybe he'd fallen asleep in class before, and all this Chosen's game stuff had just been a dream. Seeing the familiar surroundings, he instinctively glanced around at the other classmates. As he turned his head, he immediately spotted someone wearing what looked like a helmet. Luce recognized them instantly. Even though one eye was covered by a faint blue light screen, and the other was sealed by the helmet, with the chin and mouth wrapped up too, everything else was just too obvious. Luce wasn't Dongj, he wasn't face blind. This is my challenge, right? Who are you? Xiantong hadn't expected this either. She had just received a random match notice when challenge mode opened and decided to participate. After all, compared to normal game mode, challenge mode was relatively safer. But who knew the moment she entered, she'd be hit with a hell mode alert. Her brain froze on the spot, and after several moments of choking back panic, she finally pressed confirm. Someone seriously had nothing better to do and chose hell mode for her? Who the hell did she get matched with? Then she saw the masked person sitting next to her. And in that instant, when she saw the light green mask in front of her, everything made sense. Xiantong immediately recalled the various games this guy had participated in, and all his wildly irrational and brutal performances. At that moment, she felt like half her life had already slipped away. Challenge mode isn't a solo instance. Both challenger and challenged will be assigned relevant personnel. I'm your teammate. Suppressing her fear and nerves, Xiantong tried to answer as calmly as she could. Luce. So that's how it is. No wonder she assumed that earlier. Damn, are there seriously this many people challenging me? Right now, what he really wanted to ask was, since you're here too, did you actually help me call in sick or not? Luce said, so, what's your role? Hearing that cold tone, Xiantong felt the pressure spike. She had analyzed his abilities across several games and made a few guesses. If she wasn't wrong, the mask he was wearing right now was light green. Among the 7 deadly sins, light green, wrath, Gumi. Chapter 66, The Privileged Always Have a Head Start. Gunfire. The 7 deadly sins each have a corresponding color. This is common knowledge among frequent offenders. The first was the blue mask. In the game, Luce was all about money, chasing cash over life itself, and blue corresponds to greed. Then came the red mask. In that game, Luce was scarfing down food left and right, eating anything he could get his hands on. Red represents gluttony. Anyone with even a basic understanding of this top player and who's analyzed him a bit can easily guess what the color of his masks means. Xiantong was clearly one of those people. Seeing the pale green on Luce's face, warning bells went off in her head. Why is it wrath? This is a really bad situation. Judging by his behavior, killing a teammate doesn't even seem out of the question. Unconsciously, just by sitting next to him, Xiantong already started thinking about the exit token. Luce realized it too. His tone just now had sounded a little off. What he'd meant to ask was what purpose the game had in assigning teammates, or maybe what kind of ability the other party had. But what actually came out of his mouth was simply, "What's your use?" That's a pretty hostile way of putting it, but in the context of wrath, it suddenly sounds completely reasonable. And terrifying to challenge. Pale green, Gumi, wrath. Personality influence, reserved, cold, irritable. I am the flame that will burn the world to ashes, Burks, mental suppression. Instills overwhelming psychological pressure and fear in those with weak willpower. Full boost in combat level. Strength, agility, defense all increase. The stronger the rage, the stronger the effects, immune to all mental interference. Any psychic attacks only serve to fuel the user's rage, side effects, short temper, reduced rational thinking, but enhanced intuition. All negative emotions are converted into rage. If not properly controlled, may turn into a homicidal maniac. Since this was the first time using it, it defaulted to normal mode. No overload. Not that Luce had any plans to go overload. Just reading the description freaked even him out. Is this even a normal human? This is basically Sparta, chosen by the gods. Rage is nearly impossible to control, because in that state, you'll never think your anger is unjustified. In fact, you might just sink deeper and deeper. Burn the world to ashes? Take right now for example. Xiantong didn't answer for a few seconds, and he already started getting annoyed. And that's someone he knows. If this were a random team match, Luce might already be itching to throw hands. You're asking about my ability? After getting a burst of aggression from Luce and realizing he might be in wrath mode, Xiantong quickly adjusted and took the initiative to speak. You're the strongest player. If I have any ability, it's that I'm rich. Luce had zero patience. He cut her off before she finished. What good is that? Money is very useful. No matter how the world changes, wealth and power will always offer a head start. For example, my gear might actually be better than yours. As she spoke, Xiantong pointed to the helmet on her head and continued, this all-seeing eye, a legendary weapon. Luce. That caught him off guard. Legendary weapon? He didn't even have one himself. Why the hell do you get one? Not everyone wants to keep killing in the game. Some people get lucky once, pass a stage, win a lottery, and get a top-tier weapon. With that one stroke of luck, they trade it with the highest elites for whatever they want. And never play again. That's what a lot of people choose. In reality, ever since the game started, resources have been flowing fast into the hands of a small few. As she spoke, it looked like Sin calmed down a bit, so she started showing her value. Maybe you don't care, but the other challenger. He's probably one of Korea's elites too. I've got his data. He's representing all of Korea in this match. His gear won't be worse than mine, and that's probably why he dares to challenge the top. Otherwise, do you think he's just looking to die? Luce. He was suddenly at a loss for words. So, in this match of 4 players, 3 are from elite backgrounds. Only he, the number 1, is the exception. And they're all looking at him like some fat sheep to climb over? The Chosen's game, something that's supposed to change the world. And yet, so many things haven't changed at all. All of a sudden, a strange anger surged in his chest, an urge to destroy something. Even though he didn't know what his target was. It felt like a raging fire was burning in his chest. But in that split second, Xiantong felt it vividly. As if something had grabbed her throat. A suffocating terror clutched her heart like a giant hand. The sin in front of her suddenly became a savage beast ready to pounce. She felt like prey. Standing before the ultimate predator. He's angry. At the same time, Countless streams of data flickered across the blue lens over Xiantong's left eye. In that moment, she understood. This top player probably wasn't just poor. His background might be horrible. Xiantong wisely shut up. And right then, a voice echoed through the campus skies. The system prompt had arrived. Challenge mode. Game, the 7 mysteries of the campus. Sin and Blank are on the black team. The black team must find and solve the 7 mysteries of the campus within 24 hours. If the black team fails, the white team wins. A short announcement. Almost no useful information. That's it. On Luce's mask, several hash symbols began to appear. You're the one who picked hell mode. Xiantong silently grumbled to herself. But since they were here anyway, getting a taste of the world's toughest game level wasn't the worst thing. As she thought this, the all-seeing eye on her head started activating. The 7 mysteries of the campus. It's an old trope, 7 classic ghost stories everyone's heard of. But here? It had to be heavily modded. She had to see where the issue was. First off, this classroom was definitely off. From the moment they started talking, it had been chaotic. Aside from the 2 of them, all the other students seemed off. Like they all had some kind of hysteria. That guy in the back looked like he was playing with his snot. Using it to make string figures. Next to him, 2 others had shoes on their heads and were dancing. On the podium, several people were pretending to be gorillas, howling wildly. The classroom was cluttered with white statues used for sketching. Combined with the overall mess, the atmosphere felt disturbingly out of place. Light kept flashing across the blue lens, like a computer processing data. Xiantong's mind entered a perfectly focused, ethereal state. This classroom, if we match it with... Just as she locked in, fully concentrated. Boom. A massive cannon blast exploded right next to her. Chapter 67, Kill. Sigma men don't waste words. Xiantong jolted in fright, snapping out of her deep mental processing, and turned with a blank look towards Sin beside her. Luce, face covered with the green mask, had a massive hash symbol on it. He was holding Hellroar, set to second gear, and had just blasted the classroom's blackboard to pieces. Why did you fire? Xiantong looked at him, utterly baffled. Her train of thought completely derailed. She'd always been the analytical type, having collected data on nearly all top-tier players known so far. This all-seeing eye was, in fact, perfectly matched to her own ability. All-seeing eye. Legendary weapon. See yourself, see all living beings, see all things, top-tier analytical tool. As long as your brain power and physical energy are sufficient, you can theoretically deconstruct and analyze any objective existence. Description: everything is connected. It's just that people can't see it. Omniscience equals omnipotence. She had just gotten into the zone, ready to start decoding the urban legend known as the 7 mysteries of the campus. And then Luce's gunshot nearly scared her soul out of her body. Like, come on, big guy, can't you stabilize your emotions just a little? Watching Sin break through stages before from the sidelines, he seemed powerful. An elegant kind of violent madness, mixed with thought-provoking logic. But now that they were actually teammates, she realized the real pressure. Compared to the game's difficulty, the pressure from this number 1 player was even more intense. And the effect of that shot? The most crucial part was how it affected the classroom. In an instant, the whole room fell dead silent, like someone hit the pause button. Every face froze in time. More than 20 freakish students all staring at Luce, who had just fired the gun. But not a single one of them looked afraid. Seeing the strange, frozen expressions on their faces, Xiantong's all-seeing eye compared them to normal human behavior patterns stored in her mind. Something felt off. Fakes. That word popped into her head. These people looked human, but their movements and behaviors were off. In broad daylight, just sitting in this room gave her chills all over, like being stuck in a haunted house. Still, the scariest thing in this haunted house was sitting right next to her. Stop shouting. Quiet. Luce scanned the room. With the Wrath Mask's buffs, his intuition was sharper than ever. His instincts told him something was wrong here. But all negative emotions get turned into anger, so just sitting there made him increasingly pissed. Looking at these weird students, he had the urge to throw hands. All-seeing guy. What is it? Luce spoke up, asking Xiantong a question for the first time. Analysis, deduction, connection building. In theory, with just the current info, I could deduce who the next US president will be. So, where's Park Bu-sung right now? With enough time, I could theoretically work that out, Xiantong replied. Luce nodded, spinning Hellroar in one hand. So you find him. I'll kill him. Xiantong. You know what? That actually kinda makes sense. But the game's win condition says you need to break or destroy the 7 mysteries of the campus. Not kill him. Also, since you picked Hell mode, the game's freedom is skewed in the opponent's favor. Finding him directly probably isn't possible. Xiantong was just being honest, but she instantly regretted it a little. This guy might still be in wrath mode. What if he thinks I'm criticizing him or something? What are the 7 mysteries of the campus? You don't know? Xiantong froze. Wait. Wasn't this an old internet legend from way back? If he doesn't even know that, this game really is hell mode level. So she quickly explained, the 7 mysteries of the campus is a viral urban legend from the early days of the internet. 7 supernatural events rumored to occur in schools. They are, Hueco in the bathroom, the 13 steps at night, the human model in the biology lab, the walking statue of Minamiya, the piano in the music room at night, the crying portrait, and the sound of a bouncing ball in an empty gym. But in hell mode, I'm guessing these urban legends have all been heavily modified. Park Bu-sung probably twisted them into something unrecognizable. After she finished, Lu slowly lowered his head. The mask on his face made a thoughtful expression, but honestly, he wasn't thinking about anything. After she explained the events, he didn't even fully grasp what they were supposed to be. Sounded boring. So basically, there's 7 special events that happen in the school. Right. Xiantong nodded. You said earlier you had some connections, right? Xiantong didn't quite get where this was going, so she stayed quiet to avoid saying something dumb. You carrying a nuke? What? The stream of data in her lens glitched. Like the all-seeing eye had skipped a beat. She stared at Sin in disbelief. I asked if you brought a nuke, Luce repeated. If it's all happening in this school, then this sounds like the better option. Just kill them all. As he said kill them all, an intense bloodlust surged from Luce. Xiantong. No offense, bro, but maybe let's not have your mask think anymore today, okay? Suddenly, the classroom, quiet for so long, erupted into noise again. The students Luce had silenced earlier went right back to their madness, as if his threat had never happened. Luce. Hey, your class is the loudest one in the whole building. You bunch of low-life animals. A fat guy waddled in through the doorway, cursing as he came in. From the looks of it, he had to weigh at least 400 or 500 pounds. His belly fat sagged to his knees, and he was holding a glass water bottle. Especially you two. He pointed his greasy fingers at the only 2 people in the class who weren't acting insane. Xiantong and Luce. Never-ending chaos. You losers got dumped into this class and still don't know how to behave. Ungrateful little SHTs. I swear to GDI'll. You thing. Everything day all you know is. Xiantong realized this was likely a scripted event. But still, her heart skipped a beat. Bad news. Sure enough, out of the corner of her eye, she saw that Sin's pale green mask remained emotionless, but his hand was slowly raising the gun. The fat man slammed his hand on a desk and roared, You little bastard. You think I won't hit you? Try me. Go ahead, try something. If I so much as flinch, I'm not Wang Longfei. I'll fuck your. Bang. Inside the classroom. Gunshot number 2 rang out. Chapter 68, Game Punishment? Game Benefit. Bang. The gunshot cut off the sound abruptly. A bullet hole appeared on Wang Longfei's fat forehead. Behind him, a large cloud of blood mist splattered across half the wall. Red, white, and yellow splashed everywhere, doing justice to his massive body. His eyes were still wide open, that arrogant and violent expression frozen on his face as he collapsed straight to the ground. What did you just say your name was? Bang. Who were you cursing just now? Bang, bang. Luce adjusted Hell Roar to first gear and fired several more shots into the corpse on the ground without wasting energy. That massive body trembled repeatedly under the force. These shots were purely for venting anger. Wang Longfei was already long dead. For someone who managed to get a name, dying this early was a miracle in itself. The whole classroom paused for a moment, then resumed as if nothing had happened. It was as though gunfire and corpses caused no waves at all. The nose pickers kept picking, the foot scratchers kept scratching, the kid doing a handstand while pulling his pants down continued pulling. In the entire classroom, it could be said only Xiantong was a normal person. Under her helmet, her lips were slightly parted. Her brain felt like it was overloading. She had watched Sin's game live streams. They were always crazy, but at least you could still discern some purpose in his actions. Now she really couldn't tell anymore. This might trigger some kind of punishment mechanism. Xiantong murmured weakly. She felt like she didn't even have time to analyze. And right after that, she realized her crow's mouth was dead on again. Red light instantly filled the classroom, and a cold mechanical voice echoed in the room. Warning. Warning. Player Sin has violated game rules and forcibly disrupted the game process. Mandatory punishment will now be enforced. As that voice rang out, a rare thing happened. Luce's furious mask showed a smile. That's right. A smile. This was his plan all along. If you don't have intel and don't know how to deal with your opponent, then make your opponent deal with you. You'll get more intel soon enough. Whether you go find your opponent and kill them, or they come for you and get killed, the outcome is the same. As the red warning lights flashed, a chilling atmosphere filled the room. Luce's body was instantly restrained, as if being suppressed by the rules of the game itself, slowly forced back into his seat like a well-behaved kid in class. Meanwhile, Xiantong beside him was flung to the back wall by some terrifying force. Then, 20-something classmates pulled out batons, spiked clubs, whips. Who knows where from? And slowly started closing in on Luce. As they surrounded him, they sang and danced like mountain savages wearing school uniforms. Then came the violent storm of attacks. Chosen of Agony, pain points +1, Chosen of Agony, pain points +1. Luce almost wanted to laugh, but being beaten by a mob quickly flipped his mood back into fury. Man, Park Bu-sung had it rough trying to grind for pain points earlier. Now it's coming easy. Game punishment? Game benefit. And this punishment announcement was broadcast across the entire game. Challengers could hear it too. Park Bu-sung was still studying the permissions the game had unlocked for him, figuring out how to structure his strategy for maximum personal gain. Xiantong wasn't wrong. He was absolutely a player groomed by resource funneling. Armed with top-tier weapons from the Korean government, backed by a wealth of family resources, and carrying the hopes of Daehan Mingo, he came to challenge for the top. If he succeeded, it'd be a meteoric rise. From then on, in Daehan Mingo, his name would carry more weight than anything else. So what if someone else is currently ranked first? The game had just started. How strong could that first really be? He would take the throne for sure. All he needed to do was win. While he was fantasizing, suddenly, the game prompt echoed in his ears, and his lips couldn't help but curve up uncontrollably. That easy? Isn't this going too smoothly? Watching his live stream feed, viewers in Daehan Mingo were instantly hyped. Park Bu-sung Uppa will absolutely crush it, Smida, he's already halfway there. I knew this would be easy. Our Daehan Mingo player is the strongest, Park Bu-sung Uppa is the real #1 player, while others pop champagne at halftime. These Korean players were already chugging it right from the kickoff. Park Bu-sung stared at the broadcast screen, his grin harder to hold back than a recoil from an axe. Still, he pretended to stay classy. Hey, the game is a bit easier than I expected. But I won't get cocky. I'll make sure the title of top player stays in Daehan Mingo. Meanwhile, on the other side, Luce, having farmed a batch of pain points, had completed his punishment. The crowd that had just surrounded him put away their bloodied weapons and backed off slowly. They resumed their previous bizarre behavior. The nose pickers picked, the pants droppers dropped. Luce sat quietly at his desk. His trench coat wasn't torn, but bright red blood flowed from his sleeves and pants. The room was eerily calm. Like the still surface of a deep sea, hiding a storm that could erupt at any moment. Xiantong tried to step forward, but the oppressive atmosphere made her freeze. She knew. Right now, Sin was likely in a rage-fueled, bloodthirsty state. The situation seemed like it was spinning out of control. Luce slowly stood up, elegantly adjusting his blood-soaked sleeve, straightening his slightly disheveled collar. At this moment, his mask was expressionless, reflecting the room's cold light like a mirror. After the beating, you think you can just walk away? His words were calm. No angry roars. It wasn't clear if he was talking to someone, or just muttering to himself. The next second, he picked up his gun again. He aimed it at the back of someone who had just spent half the day whacking him with a club and bang. The person dropped instantly. It was all so natural. The gunshot echoed through the empty classroom like a funeral bell. Kill. Warning. Warning. Player Sin has violated game rules and forcibly disrupted the game process. Mandatory trigger now enforced. Chapter 69, Luce, I don't accept your suggestion. The same warning blared again, and all the classmates who had just acted like puppets and attacked froze and turned in unison. They first stared blankly at the corpse on the ground, as if they didn't understand why this had happened. Then, they raised their heads and stiffly looked toward Luce. A group of people surrounded him, but no one stepped forward for a long time. Their expressions seemed to say, come on, bro. Luce lowered his gun, waiting for the game's restraints and bindings to kick in, but his gaze never left the people in front of him. Feeling the killing intent radiating from Luce, so intense it felt tangible, Xiantong knew. Saying anything now was pointless. The leash on the beast had already been loosened. There was no way to hold him back now. All she could say was, remember to take your meds. She was familiar with Luce's previous med-pop-tour god state from the last game. She could only hope this big boss didn't go too far and play himself to death. That'd really be something. As for herself, she began examining the classroom setup. The all-seeing eye converted everything before her into data, combinations, and permutations for her to decode. With the all-seeing eye, she knew. There are no true coincidences in this world. With enough calculation, even a pencil could be the catalyst for a murder. So, if the game had a purpose, then the permissions granted to Park Bu-sung should be limited to locations tied to the 7 mysteries. That means their initial spawn point. This bizarre classroom must be one of those 7 mysteries. Even if it had been heavily modified, there should still be some fundamental signs left. Those wouldn't change. What's the weirdest thing about this classroom? There were those sketch-style statues all over the place. Nothing seemed off at first glance, but if we're talking props, could that be it? Statues, huh? The walking statue of Ninamiya? Modified by Park Bu-sung or not, they're still statues. It fits. But then, what about these strange classmates? And Wang Longfei, the one who got his head blown off? What's up with him? Were they just NPCs? Useless? Just there for Park Bu-sung to hurt? Xiantong stood alone at the back of the classroom, observing everything, pondering other possibilities. Meanwhile, Luce sat at his desk, surrounded by people, enduring punishment. The punishment warning alert was broadcast to Park Bu-sung as well, and he was thoroughly confused. Huh? Another violation, bro? Were the traps and levels I designed really that intense? Triggered another punishment already? Dude, you for real? Hey, looks like our so-called strongest player isn't living up to the name after all. I just hope he has some self-awareness. If he really can't do it, then just quit. I only want his top rank. I don't need him to die. Facing the livestream audience, Park Bu-sung continued building his persona. On the other side, Luce finished his punishment. His bloodied body stood up, downed a bottle of basic healing potion, and once again raised his gun. Wait, Sin, you might actually need to kill those people. Suddenly, Xiantong, who hadn't spoken until now, finally said something. Then what? Luce paused mid-trigger. Because someone had interrupted him, the murderous aura around him immediately shifted direction. Locking onto Xiantong. But listen to me next. The next bullet. Aim at that idiot picking his nose. Hit him in the face. Right in the nose. Hearing her words, the guy who had just been picking his nose and turned away after hitting Luce twisted his head around, stunned, staring straight at Xiantong. Seriously, girl? You're a Grim Reaper too? He already looked a bit dumb, and now he looked downright derpy. But he had no chance to say anything. Bang. Gunshot. Hellroar spat out a blaze of death. A bloody hole appeared dead center on the idiot's face, and he fell flat on his back. His eyes didn't even close, just stared blankly as he hit the floor. The rest of the students acted like nothing had happened, continuing what they were doing. So apathetic it was terrifying. Luce let out a single sound, as if expressing confusion. The game punishment sequence that had already appeared several times didn't show up this time. Xiantong breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. She made it in time. Her guess was on point. Before Luce's rage spiraled out of control, she had identified the issue. This classroom was one of the mysteries. Just twisted into its current madness. The anatomical sculptures, the human sketches on the blackboard, and the multicolored stains on the floor all made her assume this was an art room. With the presence of statues, her instinct had led her to think the mystery might be the walking statue. But the students and their obviously targeted bizarre behavior clearly meant they had a purpose. So the anatomical models might actually be teaching tools. The sketches on the blackboard clearly depicted dissected bodies. Likely used for instruction. The colored stains on the floor weren't just paint. They could be different reagents used in a lab. This might not be an art room at all. It could be a laboratory. A biology lab. That means the mystery here is the human model in the biology classroom. These anatomical models might really have been made from human bodies, sourced from dissection labs. These students weren't students. They weren't human. They were parts. Separate body parts given form. If you sniff closely, you'd catch a whiff of formalin. Their true forms were the central part of their twisted actions. Like that nose-picking idiot. His true form was probably the nose. Once all that info lined up, the theory made perfect sense. And Sin's shot confirmed it. Destroying the nose. No punishment triggered. Mystery solved. The only issue was, some of the students' actions were still too ambiguous for her to deduce their core part. So for now, she could only pick the ones she was confident about and tell Sin. The next bullet. Shoot the guy doing a handstand and constantly using his feet to put on clothes. Aim for his legs. But this time, there was no gunshot. Luce turned his head. His pale green mask now showed an expression that was hard to read. That look made Xiantong's hair stand on end. She had no idea what went wrong. The next second, Luz raised his hand. Aimed. Bang. Headshot. Warning. Warning. Player Sin has violated game rules and forcibly disrupted the game process. Mandatory punishment now enforced. Chapter 70, Park Bu-sung's Fear, Addicted to Violations? Gunshot. Someone drops. The game's punishment appears once again, and with it, Xiantong also shatters. Why shoot the head? Why look at me for a moment, then decide to ignore my advice? Is there something else you're considering? Are you even in a state where you can think straight? As a highly professional analyst of sin, she really didn't get it. She'd already cracked this mystery, hadn't she? She didn't feel like she'd misjudged anything. So what exactly was his goal? She couldn't help but think back to the first time she watched the Sin game, the scene with the sawed-off leg, and the speculations people made about him. Back then, she scoffed at it. But now, she felt a chill run through her entire body. Don't tell me. He actually has some kind of fetish. At the same time, Xiantong wasn't the only one feeling lost. On the other side, Park Bu-sung was just as confused. Hearing the game warning sound ring out again just a few minutes later, he finally felt like something was off. Isn't his way too fast? Triggering the game's warning mechanism every 3 minutes? This can't be right. What the hell are you doing? Even though the game offered a high level of freedom, he couldn't see anything happening on the opponent's side, and that gave him a seriously bad feeling. No, haha, this guy's acting kinda weird. Dear citizens of Daehanmingo, can someone check what he's doing over there? If it's too easy, I won't bother designing so many twists next time. Even though he wasn't feeling great, he still had to act tough. Couldn't show weakness. But he forgot one of the basic rules of the game. Audience members can't give tips during combat. So the messages that came through were just a bunch of weird gibberish. TCH. Shit, why is it all useless scrap? Looking at the endless stream of scrambled text on his barrage, Park Bu-sung couldn't help cursing. But that one outburst? Bad move. Because what came next, he could read crystal clear. Wow, what the hell, did he just call us useless scrap? He forgot the game rules himself and still has the nerve to say stuff like that. We're clearly trying our best to help. The challenge mode even benefits you. Park Bu-sung Uppa, don't embarrass Daehanmingo. Back in Daehanmingo, no one usually dared talk to Park Bu-sung like this, but this was online, in-game. No one gave a shit about his status. He was so pissed he wanted to start swearing, but had to worry about public image, so he just swallowed it. Everyone, don't get mad, I didn't mean it like that, wasn't talking about you. Don't worry, I'll win. Can he win? He will win. On the other side, Luz had already turned the classroom into a slaughterhouse. He didn't care about reason. As soon as the punishment ended, he raised his gun and blew the head off another punisher. Every single shot, a headshot. The whole time, not a word. No threats. Just pure killing. Now, each punishment no longer felt like Luz being punished. It felt like the Punisher's countdown to death. Every time the countdown hit 0, one life was taken. Then the next countdown began. Until everyone was dead. This was mental torture at its finest. Luz hadn't said a thing, but even these fake humans, who supposedly had no human consciousness, now had terror written all over their eyes. Their movements still had that twisted creepiness, but every action was slowing down. Like they were afraid. They didn't want to get close to Luz. They desperately wanted to get away from Luz. But the game rules forced them to punish him. Luz's fury had somehow instilled fear in beings that shouldn't even have consciousness. The surreal image left Xiantong dumbfounded, making her feel completely out of place. And then she noticed something else. Their movements were starting to distort for some unknown reason. One short woman had previously placed her right leg on her own head and was hopping forward. Judging by how smoothly she moved, Xiantong figured her real body was her right leg. But now, with terror in her eyes, she switched legs. Putting the other one on her head and continued hopping. They can switch bodies like that? Xiantong couldn't wrap her head around it. During the chaos, she timidly reminded Lucin, speaking up, shooting the head usually triggers the punishment mechanism. The body parts I mentioned. That's their real body. They're not actually human. Luz acted like he didn't even hear her, sticking to his rhythm. Getting hit, standing up, shooting, getting hit. The air around him felt like it had formed a black aura, like an emotional black hole. And at the center of it, Luz was the most terrifying demon. Anyone who entered would instantly be consumed by fear. Though he was covered in wounds and blood kept seeping from under his coat, the area around him stained bright red. He didn't show the slightest weakness. On the contrary, his aura grew stronger. Like he had activated some blood-fueled rage mode. That black aura hadn't spread to Xiantong, so she still felt relatively okay. Just the air in the classroom felt thin, and a suffocating atmosphere hung over everything. Warning. Warning. Player Sin has violated the game rules and is forcefully disrupting the game progress. Warning. Warning. Player Sin has violated the game rules and is forcefully disrupting the game progress. Warning. The game's penalty alert went off every 3 minutes, like the voice of a death judge. But it wasn't Luce's death it was announcing. Park Bu-sung was already numb. The repeated sounds of Sin breaking the rules rang in his ears. From excitement at first, to numbness, to now. Pure fear. He wasn't even near Sin, didn't know what he was doing. The system messages that should have made him happy now made him shudder every time they played. What the hell is happening over there? He couldn't even reach his teammates outside. Normally, if something went wrong, wouldn't they try to contact him? The punishment alerts came in perfectly timed. 3 minutes apart, down to the second. And the game's penalty window was 3 minutes. Which meant Sin was constantly breaking the rules. Park Bu-sung sat in a classroom on the edge of campus, fingers interlocked, face pale as a sheet. Had any of the mysteries or traps he designed ever led to something like this? Are you addicted to breaking the rules? Chapter 71, Substitution Technique. You already figured it out? And the biggest question was, why couldn't his teammates contact him? What the hell went wrong? When he was designing this, he'd considered nearly every possible outcome, but not once did it cross his mind that someone could keep violating the rules non-stop. So if it wasn't a flaw in his game design, then it could only mean Sin was actively and repeatedly breaking the rules on purpose. Then what was his goal? Is he crazy? Just trying to hand me a win? Even though Park Bu-sung had always fantasized about winning, he never imagined it happening this easily. Is this top player really that weak? Am I the chosen one or what? The corners of Park Bu-sung's mouth twitched between a cocky smirk and a cold sweat, his forehead damp, his brain completely scrambled. Sin was far away, buried somewhere in some unknown game instance, and hadn't even done anything to him directly. But he'd already mentally crushed Park Bu-sung, leaving him in a loop of agony and doubt. No matter what, it's him who's breaking the rules now. He's the one being punished. I haven't been affected. He chose hell mode himself. It's natural that the game is targeting him. This challenge is him versus me and the game. I have the advantage. Who asked him though? Let's just say. He was giving himself a pep talk. After hammering himself with enough motivational slogans, he finally felt a bit better and his mood started to settle. 3 minutes passed, and this time he didn't hear the game's punishment alert. He felt weirdly off without it, even lifted his head in confusion. Huh? A moment later, the game alert sounded again. 7 Mysteries of the Campus. Human model in the biology classroom. Black side player has completed it. Current progress, 1 out of 7. Time remaining, 23:17:08. Huh? Hearing the alert again, but after clearing his thoughts, he realized something was different. It wasn't what he expected. He cleared it? How the hell did he clear it? Park Bu-sung was stunned. Wasn't the advantage supposed to be on his side? How long had it even been? Why was the level cleared already? And he had been breaking the rules non-stop. How did he even pass the level? Is his horror game instance something that could be cleared by violating the rules? Was it his teammate? But his teammate was clearly brought in to make clearing it harder, not easier. I object. Chosen's Paradise, can you hear me? How did he clear it? I need to know. I've never heard of a game where you can win just by breaking the rules. He was breaking them non-stop just minutes ago, and now he cleared the stage? Park Bu-sung couldn't handle the blow and actually started questioning the game out loud. But the game completely ignored him. Not everyone is loose, someone who can provoke the game and still win and get achievement badges. After being thoroughly ignored, Park Bu-sung had no choice but to sulk in silence, pacing back and forth. He was miserable, but there was nothing he could do. He wasn't like Luce, who had the guts to test the game's limits with his life. All Park could do was stew in frustration. This is way too messed up. Wait a minute. His overloaded pig brain finally recalled something and he reread that notification. Biology classroom. Human model. Biology classroom. Isn't that where his teammate was? He panicked immediately. Was that guy completely useless? The other guy kept violating rules and still cleared the level. Park just wanted to get in touch quickly and figure out what had happened. Then, the game alert sounded again. And this time, it completely shattered his composure. White side player Kamiru has exited the game continues, and this Kamiru was Park Bu-sung's teammate in the biology classroom. What? Huh? Park Bu-sung's face instantly morphed into a meme, exactly like that black guy with the question marks. Violations, then stage clear, then his own teammate quits? What the hell? This game is supposed to be hell mode for Sin, right? Or is it hell mode for me? A few minutes ago. After the punishment ended, Luz stood up from the pool of blood, adjusted his clothes and collar, and looked at the last remaining person. That person was just standing there numbly. His comrades, those fake humans, were now all corpses on the floor. His eyes, full of fear, stared straight at Luz. Just a moment ago, he had been swinging a stick at Luz with all his might. But a stick couldn't kill the strongest player in the world. Now, he probably realized his life was over. He was lucky. Luz had randomly saved one to be the last. But also unlucky. Because now he had to face Luz directly. What a shame. Luz finally spoke. No one knew who he was even talking to. Then, he raised his gun. Fake human, what the hell do you mean, shame? Bang. Gunshot. The last one fell. The classroom went quiet. Luz turned and looked at Xiantong, who had been standing at the back of the classroom the whole time. Xiantong immediately raised her hand and waved. Me. It's me, I'm your teammate, I'm not with them. Luz. I know. And just then, the pile of corpses on the ground turned into black smoke and disappeared, leaving behind only parts. Body components that made up a human, reeking of a synthetic odor and bizarre stench. At the same time, the stage clear alert chimed. Xiantong walked over, wanting to ask Sin why he insisted on doing things this way. But then she noticed that Sin was standing there, head down, silently staring at the scattered limbs. He slowly raised his gun again. What, gonna shoot the dead bodies? Suddenly, some of the body parts on the ground shot up, forming a human shape midair and running toward the door. Xiantong didn't even have time to react. Bang, a gunshot. Luz blasted a hole in the thigh. A scream echoed from midair, and a figure dropped down, clutching his leg in agony. No. I'm not Park Bu-sung. I'm just. Before he could finish, Luz, already in second gear, fired Hell Roar. Kill. Kimairu had no time to think. He used his exit token. A scream echoed through the searing heat, and then he vanished. Quit the game. And that's when it all came flooding back to Xiantong. Kimairu's special ability. Substitution technique. He could split his body into multiple parts, with only one part being the real fatal point. The rest, even if hit, wouldn't kill him. Not even the heart. Xiantong had been unable to figure out which part of the fake humans was their core because their bodies included components from Kimairu. Those parts could also move and pretend to be the core. If they attacked the wrong part, they could take out all the fakes and still not clear the game. Leaving her and Luz misled, thinking they had guessed the method wrong. So, Luz had insisted on risking constant violations just to kill every single fake human? You already figured it out? Xiantong turned her head in shock, looking at the masked, silent Sin. Luz. Figured out what? Chapter 72, the difficulty ramps up. Bros confident again. Luz didn't quite get what kind of person Xiantong thought he was this time, but he didn't bother explaining. In his current state, all of his rational thinking was focused on suppressing his own violent tendencies and bloodlust, to avoid losing control. Couldn't be bothered to speak. Opening his mouth annoyed him, and getting annoyed made him want to kill. I'm gonna fucking kill. So at this moment, Luz, while not making a move, actually seemed more normal than he did in his previous greed and gluttony states. He even looked a bit refined, like a cool, quiet male god type. But in truth, all of it was an illusion. A storm hidden beneath a calm lake's surface. Behind that elegant exterior was a bloodthirsty beast. First campus mystery cleared. Solved in less than an hour. It shattered most of Park Bu-sung's illusions. By now, the corpses and blood on the ground had all turned into black smoke and vanished, leaving only scattered organ pieces that were quite disturbing to look at. Xiantong stared at the human specimens strewn all over the floor, mentally replaying every detail of what had just happened. How could this be? Even though she couldn't yet fully unleash the power of the all-seeing eye, it was still a legendary weapon. She hadn't even noticed that some of those body parts belonged to Kimairu. What level is the Mask of Sin, exactly? Or was this simply a result of his sharp mind? When did you notice that some of those limbs belong to Kimairu? Luz. I didn't notice. He gave a short reply, then downed another bottle of basic healing potion to restore his state. After the very first bottle he drank at the start, he'd only used one intermediate healing potion in between. Now, his state had returned to what it was at the beginning. Actually, even better. This first mystery was basically a bonus level for him. And in truth, he hadn't overthought it this time. Contrary to what Xiantong assumed, he hadn't been aiming for completion from the start. Insisting on killing the Punisher and getting punished himself. He'd simply wanted to be punished. As for the part where he stopped and stared at the corpse, it wasn't because he actively noticed something wrong or picked up on signs of Kimairu. It was pure instinct. Like a beast in the wild, sensing something watching it. Just pure, raw instinct. Can I ask? What was the goal behind the approach you chose earlier? Hearing Sin's response, and having run through countless possibilities in her mind, Xiantong cautiously asked. Luz adjusted his mysterious cloak, changed its appearance, then shook off the blood with a sharp motion. I was warming up. And now, it's been proven. Luz stretched forcefully. A big grin spread across the pale green mask on his face. These horror games can all be cleared with brute force. Right? Xiantong's pupils contracted. Even though Sin was smiling, the violent energy around him only seemed to intensify. So this time around, he had basically thrown himself into the game as a test. To figure out if brute force could work. If the punishments weren't lethal. If he could wipe out all threats. Then yeah, he was planning to bulldoze his way through. A sense of frustration welled up in her chest. She just couldn't keep up with the thinking of someone with rage issues. Originally, she'd thought she finally cracked the puzzle in one of the highest level game duels. Who knew the guy never even planned to solve anything? Sin had never considered team cooperation in the first place. Meanwhile, over on Park Bu-sung's side, the game interface had popped up with a prompt and a new round of notifications. Blackside's Luce had already cleared one horror mystery, and now, the hell mode was beginning to show its true hellish nature. Park Bu-sung was gaining higher and higher permissions. Every time Luce cleared a horror mystery, Park Bu-sung could impose one restriction. And the level and scope of these restrictions were ramping up too. Getting more twisted each round. For example, Park Bu-sung tried to write, "From now on, Sin cannot breathe," but the game rejected it. Some restrictions just weren't valid. Right now, he was testing the game's limits on the screen in front of him, muttering curses non-stop as he planned the next move. Fucking useless. Didn't even pass back any info before exiting the game. Wasn't Kimairu ranked high domestically? Didn't they say he had life-saving skills? Just quit like that? Might as well fucking die. Spineless piece of shit, what the hell are they doing over there? Shit, completely useless. He was already holding back a lot. If there weren't so many people watching, he'd be swearing even filthier. To be fair, you could understand the guy. His opponent basically cleared the level without doing anything, and his own teammate vanished without even leaving a message. Originally, everything should have been going great for him. But it wasn't like Kimairu had a choice. It wasn't that he didn't want to pass along info. Luce just didn't give him the chance. His body had been split among several fakes. When Luce broke the rules, the game's mechanics forced Kim to carry out the punishment immediately, leaving no time for messages. Each time a punishment ended, Luce followed up with another shot. Kim didn't even have time to be scared, let alone pass along intel. And by the end, after taking a shot to the leg, if he'd delayed another second, he'd have been turned to ashes. No way to send anything. Luce's wrath mask was all about efficiency. Not even a spare moment to speak. So in the end, Park Bu-sung was left completely in the dark. But soon enough, a smile reappeared on his face as he said, "But it's fine, don't worry, in the end the winner will still be me. It's just one level, nothing big. All it means is that Kimairu is garbage. My restrictions will be chained together, one after another, pulling him into the abyss. He'll pay for his arrogance." As Park Bu-sung spoke, he hit the confirm button again. Even the Hueco viewers in his live stream couldn't help but facepalm. Bro's confident again? At the same time, a system prompt rang in the players' minds. Black side player has cleared one campus mystery. Now, white side player issues the first restriction. At any time, there must be at least one black side player inside a horror game location. Chapter 73, I didn't underestimate him, I just want to beat him to death. As the voice rang in their ears, both Luce and Xiantong, who were already preparing for the next scene's horror mystery, froze at the same time. At first, Luce was a little annoyed. What, now they were adding rules on the fly too? Xiantong also slightly furrowed her brows. Judging from the way this rule was worded, it didn't seem like this was just some random occurrence. This should be a tactic to split us up. A method to separate the two of us. Luce had just realized what the restriction was talking about. Can't help it. Wrath worked like that. Anger first, then thinking. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Well, that works out perfectly." Xiantong. What's that supposed to mean? Do you really have to make it so obvious that you think I'm a burden? Still, she let out a sigh in the end. Even though the all-seeing eye at full capacity would grant considerable combat power, for now, her function wasn't really focused on fighting. And even if she had some combat ability, it probably wouldn't compare to the powerhouse in front of her. So she took the initiative to say, "Alright then, this rule's made it pretty clear. At all times, there must be someone inside the game scene. You're stronger, so I'll stay here, and you go to the next level. Luz saw that she brought it up first, so he agreed. Alright. With that, he turned and took big strides toward the door. Hey. Wait. Hold on. Xiantong hadn't finished talking yet, but the man in front of her already looked like he couldn't wait to go on a killing spree. She was a bit speechless. Take this out for me and throw it up into the sky. Xiantong handed over a metal sphere, less than 2 centimeters in diameter, solid and sturdy. Her current appearance featured a light blue screen in front of her right eye, flashing with data streams, while her left eye was sealed under a helmet. Very cyberpunk. She pointed at her sealed left eye, then at the metal sphere, and said, "This is my eye. Throw it into the sky. It can help you see in all directions and identify the correct game location." Luz squeezed it a bit with some force to test its hardness, then nodded in understanding. Also, wear this. Just like a treasure chest, Xiantong pulled out what looked like an earpiece from who knows where. Keep in touch. Don't lose it, seriously. Luz took it and touched it to his ear. The earpiece instantly turned to liquid, wrapping around his ear. It didn't feel like he was wearing anything, but it also wouldn't fall off. What dare weapon is this? Luz asked instinctively. Epic. Luz. He couldn't help squeezing his windcoat a bit and thought to himself, I've finally seen an epic weapon that's even more useless than you. Also, there are a few things I'm not sure you've noticed, but I'll mention them anyway. First, this newly added rule. It's very likely there will be one added after every level. Second, Park Bu-sung's teammates. It's highly likely there's more than one. Xiantong had probably come to understand Sin's personality at this point, so she didn't waste time and went straight to the point. And for Luz, who was in his wrath mask state, this was exactly the kind of communication he liked. He really hadn't paid much attention to those things. He didn't think they mattered. His instincts didn't see them as life-threatening. Watch yourself. With that, Luz stepped out of the classroom, leapt from the 3rd floor, landed on the ground, and then hurled Xiantong's eye high into the sky. The metal sphere spun a few times in the air before vanishing into thin air. Back in the eerily silent classroom, Xiantong found a seat in the back row, held her breath, and closed her eyes. The campus was quiet. Looking up, there was no sun, no clouds, and the sky wasn't blue. Instead, it was a hazy gray, like someone had spilled a bucket of paint over an oil painting. The whole world was shrouded in gray. A heavy, lifeless silence hung in the air, making it hard to breathe. It made Luz feel angry. He wandered through the campus without a clear goal, thinking seriously about one thing. How much output would Hellroar need to bring the entire teaching building down? Even if it could level the building, would it be too much trouble to blow up the whole school? Such a pain. Just then, Xiantong's voice came through the earpiece. She was clearly in the zone. Her voice was calm and steady, almost robotic. Not sure about the other locations, but there's only one gym in this school. So, bouncing ball sounds from the empty gymnasium. No matter how it changes, there should only be one place. Location? Luz replied. Look up. When he looked up, the all-seeing eye's metal orb began to spin rapidly above him, refracting rainbow light and forming an arrow to guide Luz forward. Also, even though Park Bu-sung's abilities are far below yours, I'll remind you again. He may have high-level support. His gear is excellent. Don't underestimate him. Maybe it was because Luz wasn't nearby anymore. The black aura of fear was gone. Her head was clearer now, and she dared to speak more. I didn't underestimate him, Luz looked up and responded. I just want to beat him to death. His voice was calm, devoid of personal hatred, like he was just stating a fact. Luz stretched his body. In the foggy gray campus, his joints cracked with the explosive sound only seen in legendary martial artists. After who knew how many rounds of punishment attacks, which were full-on battles in themselves. Luz was now fully warmed up. A few swift leaps across campus brought him to the gymnasium doors. Before he even stepped inside, the intense sounds of competition echoed from the courts, noisy and lively, completely out of place with the rest of the school's dead atmosphere. Luz stood at the front doors. Without a hint of hesitation, he stepped inside, not even bothering to hide the fact he was intruding. Inside, ping-pong balls clicked endlessly in the table tennis court. On the badminton court, feet scraped loudly against the floor and shuttlecocks sliced through the air. The basketball court was a cacophony of shouting, and whistles cut through the noise from time to time. Cursing, cheering. Various sounds erupted in the venue. Clearly, this school had a strong sports culture. Hey! Luz walked in, scanning the entire space around him as he muttered to himself, looks like there's a lot of people here. Standing at the entrance, he could see the entire gym. In the chaotic court, it was completely empty. Chapter 74, Park Bu-sung, your task is to stall him. The noisy gymnasium was completely empty. This obvious seeriness, combined with the school's already gloomy atmosphere, sent a chill down one's spine. A terrifying aura lingered in the air. But at this moment, the people who had arrived here didn't know what fear meant. Luce walked to the center of the gymnasium, surrounded by a suffocating black aura. The sounds around him were so real, right next to his ears, yet he couldn't see a thing. It was like there were hundreds of people speaking around you, but you couldn't see any of them. Standing in the gym, you felt like a lone island. Terrified and isolated. This place, even if you stayed too long in the daytime, could drive someone insane. If you came at night, you'd probably faint on the spot from fear. And for the audience's convenience in learning and becoming future players, all footage was shown from a first-person perspective. Previously, watching Sin's videos was about seeing a psycho torturing the game. But this horror-themed instance was a first for them. What the hell? Why go for a horror theme out of nowhere? Nope, my closet just moved. I'm out. The other campus mysteries are creepy stories to begin with. Sin's playstyle is already violent. If we did this with proper puzzle solving, it might be even scarier. Xiantong was watching through the all-seeing eye and also found this one tricky. This scene was starting to look a bit like Shiny-style horror. Most importantly, because the place looked completely empty, she didn't have any usable data for analysis. Luce stood in the center of the court, chin slightly raised. The expression on his mask grew confused. Question mark facing the empty stadium, he repeated again, so many people. Even though he couldn't see them, his senses were crystal clear. This wasn't a large space, but there were tons of eyes watching him. It was a beast-like instinct, belonging to wrath. An amplified intuition. Just as everyone felt like they'd hit a bottleneck, unsure how to move forward, Luce suddenly raised his hand and fired a shot. Bang! The air seemed to ripple from the bullet, and a hole appeared in the floor in the distance. But other than that, nothing seemed to happen. It was just a random shot. Yet the expression on the wrath mask grew more serious. His brows furrowed, and he quickly drew his gun and fired at another spot. Then the gunfire kept coming. Luce's right hand seemed to transform into that of a Western gunslinger, crazily firing at every corner of the room. Each shot was single, but the rate of fire was so fast, and he didn't need to let the muzzle cool down. The gunfire connected into a continuous roar, like a rifle sweep. The bright and clean gym turned into a wrecked battlefield in seconds, as if thrown into a war zone. The basketball backboard was shattered, the badminton net had fallen to the ground, and there were bullet holes all over the floor and walls. But the gym still carried the same noisy atmosphere from before. The sounds of various sports hadn't diminished one bit and echoed alongside Luce's gunfire. It was like they were performing a dance together. Everyone watching was stunned. No one knew what he was doing. Inside the gym, it looked like Sin had just gone crazy, shooting at random without any results. What? What's going on? He's lost it? Looks like brute force doesn't work here, duh, there's not a single living person you can see. What's the point of spraying bullets everywhere? I thought he could just charge through, but clearly, we need to find a method or we're stuck, because Luce's actions were too bizarre. Most people thought he was having a breakdown. Then a voice came through the earpiece. Xiantongs, what are you doing? The expression on Luce's mask had fully tightened into a frown. He scanned his surroundings. He could feel it. There was presence everywhere. They were watching him, and that gaze carried heavy malice. Among all that malice, most of it was faint, making it hard for him to tell whether it was real or just his imagination. It was as if he were surrounded by invisible, untouchable ghosts. But just now, his sharpened instincts had tugged at something in his mind. One specific spot had emitted a stronger malice. Something more real. So, he fired. But he knew clearly he hadn't hit it. Just as he raised the gun, that intense malice vanished. And reappeared behind him. Each shot since then was aimed at where that malice flared up, hoping to see what would happen. But every time, he failed. The huge space was like a starry sky filled with dark, dead stars. Occasionally, one of those stars would flicker, just for a moment. Caught by Luce's senses. But the second he raised his gun, the flickering star would shift to a different position. Usually behind him, completely opposite the last spot. Luce fired faster and faster, but it was no use. That flickering malice couldn't even be caught by bullets. To everyone else, he just looked like a complete lunatic. No one else had his kind of instincts. To feel the malice in the room. In the corner of the gym, an invisible figure held its breath, watching Luce finally stop firing, and hurriedly opened the in-game communication to contact Park Bu-sung. Hey, Mr. Park. This Sin is here with me now. He was nervous, cutting the fluff to get straight to the point. Park Bu-sung. Then, seeing who contacted him, he instantly lit up. You're at the gym, right? Perfect? Come in, stall him for me. I know your ability. Keep him stuck there until he dies. Bum-in swallowed hard and continued, that's actually what I wanted to tell you. I think he found me. What? Park Bu-sung's eyes went wide in an instant, standing up and staring toward the direction of the gym. How'd he do that? I don't know. But out of all my spiritual forms, he shot directly at my main body. Even though I switched between forms really fast, each of his shots after that landed in the direction of my real body. I've dodged several times already. Park Bu-sung finally relaxed a bit and said, so he still can't hit you, right? Bum-in. No matter what, the difficulty of clearing this horror mystery lies with you. Confuse him. Mislead him. Stall. Your mission is to stall him. You're carrying the hopes of Daehan Mingo on your shoulders. Chapter 75, The Place Eyes Can't See, The Heart Will Guide You. At the end of the call, Park Bu-sung still didn't forget to make a grand statement, slapping a heavy title onto Bum-in. He didn't know what kind of pressure Bum-in was facing, nor did he care whether Bum-in lived or died. He was simply happy that Sen had been stalled. The game had a total of 7 levels, 7 horror mysteries, and only 24 hours. That time limit was actually quite tight. As long as any one level held them up. Combined with the teammate action restriction he'd added to Luz's side, time would pass very quickly. Besides, at the moment, he genuinely couldn't think of any way Luz could crack Bum-in's ability. It was a skill that perfectly matched the gymnasium horror mystery. Maybe it couldn't do anything to Sin, but just stalling him for time could be enough to kill him. In his original plan, this stage was meant to stall for the longest time. He didn't expect Sin to make it here already on the 2nd level. Bum-in. You better not be that useless. After hanging up with Park Bu-sung, Bum-in took a deep breath and continued to stay on edge inside the gym. It was true. After adequate preparation, his ability was practically invincible on home turf. His entire strength lay in his skill, a Wrath Tier ability. Psychic Clone. Bum-in could manifest psychic clones. These required time to prepare, and couldn't stray too far from the original body. No more than 100 meters. The clones couldn't really attack. They just made people feel depressed and fearful when approached, though Bum-in didn't know why this had zero effect on Sin. It sounded like a pretty underwhelming ability, but so long as the range stayed within 100 meters, Bum-in could instantly switch between his clones and his real body at any time. His real body was also hidden, breath concealed and fully invisible. Basically untraceable. This kind of ability wasn't offensive at all. At his current spirit level, Bum-in couldn't even freely control his clones. But in the setting of this horror mystery at a gym, it had become a perfect tool for stalling. Bum-in had always believed that as long as he had enough time to prepare, not even the number 1 in the world could do anything to him. And now, it was time to put that belief to the test. Only when facing Luz in person did he truly feel that oppressive presence. That inexplicable aura of dread and fear that completely kept him from getting close. And besides, he was dodging bullets here. Every time Luz raised his hand, Bum-in instantly switched with a clone in the blind spot of the muzzle. Though he hadn't messed up yet, the mental pressure was intense. More importantly, to this moment he still couldn't figure out. How the hell had Sin figured out the location of his real body? Was this world's number 1 just too versatile? But from the outside, Luz had just looked like he was shooting at empty air. Completely pointless. Add in his usual reckless, brute force way of clearing stages, and most people figured he was just randomly firing at ghosts. Besides Bum-in hidden in the air, no one could understand just how twisted Luz's actions really were. Or how pinpoint accurate every shot had been. Maybe go check another area first. Spraying bullets at the gym out of frustration won't do anything. Sin doesn't seem to be in the right state for solving puzzles. Maybe Blank should take a look, move to the next scene. 24 hours isn't much. Don't lose to the Koreans, seriously, the viewers started tossing out suggestions. Of course, they were just saying whatever. They all knew that Sin never listened to what the audience said. Suddenly, after staying still for a while, Luz raised his gun again. Aimed directly at the spot where Bum-in's real body was. Bum-in. The moment Luz lifted his arm, alarm bells exploded in Bum-in's head. He swapped instantly. Appearing behind Luz. Tug of warring with this big shot was no joke. One mistake could mean death. Rumor had it this guy killed without blinking. There was even talk that he ate someone in one instance. Scared. But then Bum-in realized something was off. His pupil shrank in an instant. The gun didn't fire. This time, Luz raised his hand just to test how Bum-in was dodging. A subtle, knowing smile slowly spread across the pale green mask. So. You're not dodging bullets. You're watching my hand movements? With that thought, Luz relaxed his hand. The hell roar dropped to the ground and disappeared into his backpack. He tapped his earpiece and said, "You go ahead. Check out the other areas." "Xiandong? You sure?" Seeing Luz nod, the metal sphere in the air spun twice and decisively flew off. Xiantong knew. Once Sin had made up his mind, her presence here probably wouldn't matter anyway. Soon, the empty gym was left with only Luce standing silently at the center. Slowly, beneath the mask, his eyes gently closed. The noisy sounds in his ears were ignored, as he fully immersed himself in his beast-like senses. Since the gym was empty anyway, he might as well close his eyes. Sometimes, in places your eyes can't see, your heart will guide you. You tell me. What's faster? The gun, or me? His voice wasn't loud, but the moment he spoke, it cut through all the noise of the gym. Like a tiger's roar in a forest overpowering all the birds and beasts. Clearly reaching Bumin's ears. Bumin was momentarily stunned, unsure who the words were even directed at. How could a person be faster than a gun, faster than a bullet? But the next second, every hair on his body stood on end. A human figure suddenly loomed large in his vision, and the feeling of death engulfed him. Swap. Boom. The next moment, a thunderous roar erupted. Luce's raised right leg came crashing down like a mountain-splitting axe. With that deafening impact, the floor of the badminton court caved in, and massive cracks quickly spread through the gym. Bumin, standing farther away, looked ahead, shaken to the core. He understood now. He understood why Luce had put the gun away. Because he didn't even need to lift his hand. He could look forward, and still charge backward. Not as fast as a bullet, but far more unpredictable. Except, how the hell was that even possible? How could a human move like this? Bumin had never seen anyone like this. Even if the guy was number one in the world, he never imagined someone's body could literally become a killing machine. What were his tendons made of, rebar? But there was no time left to be shocked. He hadn't even caught his breath before that terrifying rush of air swept over him again. That terrifying wrath mask, filled with the aura of death, once again lunged toward him. Bumin had only one thought left in his mind. Looks like I can't stall him after all. Chapter 76, Rampage and Loss of Control, Pain Points Allocation. Switch. No time to think. Bumin could almost feel the killing intent seeping into his pores from the other side. In an instant, he switched positions again and dodged. Boom. Looking back, the floor where he had just been exploded once more. Shards and dust filled the air, engulfing Luce's figure. Moments later, the dust was shattered by a powerful gust, and from it burst forth. Bumin didn't even need to think, it had to be that Sin again. Does he not need any cooldown or charging time for his muscles? Before the shock could even sink in, Bumin vanished from his spot again, switching with his spirit form. In the next second, the basketball hoop behind him was smashed with a single palm strike, debris scattering all over the floor. Bumin's back was now completely drenched in cold sweat. Just those two hits proved that Sin really wasn't just an empty title. Just that physical strength alone far exceeded any player he'd ever seen before. Is this the level of the top-ranked players on the game leaderboard? Bumin only needed a single thought to switch places with his spirit form. But the other guy? He was chasing him down with his actual body. And even with that, Bumin still felt like he was barely surviving. As for why he had to dodge instead of fighting back, Bumin had only one thing to say to people who'd ask that kind of question: hey, why don't you try going toe-to-toe with this guy? The fact that he hadn't exited the game outright was already a show of backbone. Bumin didn't even dare to imagine holding this guy off for 24 hours. Now that he was facing him head-on, one thought kept surfacing. This damn game, can anyone even beat him? Sure, the game's win condition was the horror mystery, but if this were a straight-up duel, Bumin seriously doubted even Park Bu-sung could survive getting torn apart by this monster. That'd really mean no PL left of Bu-ching. Switch. Dodging another fatal attack, Bumin scrambled far away, warily watching the rampaging beast tearing through the gym. Right now, all he could do was give it his all and try to keep this guy occupied as long as possible before exhausting his energy. After all, this challenge was on behalf of Daehan Mingo. Letting things slide wasn't really an option. He. Suddenly, in the open gym filled with the sounds of movement, a chilling laugh echoed. It was Luce. Seeing his repeated attacks fail, the power level of the wrath mask started climbing. And he burst into a rage-fueled laugh. Bastard! You run pretty damn fast. On the mask, a giant smile stretched across it, splitting it into two halves. Like some freak whose mouth reached his ears. Boom. A massive pit formed beneath his feet as terrifying reverse thrust launched his body straight at Bumin. This time, Luce had entered a rampage state. Borderline losing control, his laughter erupting involuntarily. No breathing. No rest. No conserving stamina. Luce's entire body surged forward in a non-stop frenzy. Like a wind-up machine, his speed left after images. He was so fast, even the human eye struggled to keep up. Every switch Bum-in made required a sharp, angular retreat, trying to slow down Sin's momentum. But it didn't work. Luz's turning sprints didn't pause for even a split second. The relentless pursuit made Bum-in feel suffocated. Even though he was just switching places, the psychological pressure was unbearable. Ha 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 ha. The whole gym was echoing with this creepy laugh. There was no joy in it. Just pure, bone-chilling dread. Bum-in was starting to hallucinate. He felt like a helpless little girl fleeing down a dark alley, chased by a deranged serial killer. Not the best analogy, sure. But from a psychological standpoint, it was dead on. Fear. Helplessness. If he got caught, it'd be hell. The entire gym was a mess. Equipment destroyed everywhere. Floorboards and wall panels violently torn apart. Suddenly, the endless roaring came to a halt. Luz stood in the wreckage, surrounded by smoke and dust, finally stopping in his tracks. By now, the gym was wrecked beyond recognition. Dust billowed all around, and the scoreboard on the overhead screen was swaying. Until it finally crashed down. The wrath mask on Luz's face grinned silently. He lowered his head, staring at his right hand. In his hand was a 6-inch strip of gray cloth. Part of the standard starter outfit that comes with the game. Just moments ago, Bum-in had finally cracked under the prolonged psychological stress. One small delay, and Luz tore off a corner of his clothes. That feeling was like brushing shoulders with death itself. Bum-in's face was flushed red, breathing cautiously. He had no idea why Sin suddenly stopped, but even a few seconds to catch his breath were incredibly precious. The mental pressure was way too much. Wasn't Park Bu-sung supposed to be the one challenging this game? Why did it feel like he was in hell instead? Looking at the ripped fabric on his shirt, Bum-in still had lingering fear and quickly used the moment to contact Park Bu-sung. In-game communication channel connected. Hey, Mr. Park, get ready for the next phase. Park Bu-sung sounded confused. What do you mean? Get ready for what? I can't hold him anymore. I might be done. This guy's terrifying. He's really terrifying. Bum-in said terrifying twice in a row at the end. It was clear just how shaken and pressured he felt. Park Bu-sung? What? You're out already? It's only been a few minutes. What are you talking about? What's going on? Bum-in had already ended the call. Fuck. Inside the gym, Luz looked at the torn fabric in his hand. The rage in him had finally cooled off. Just a bit. After all, he didn't want to fully lose control. Seeing the item in his hand confirmed it. His gut feeling had been right. Someone was here, radiating malice. So you didn't get away this time. You're not that good after all. Seeing the piece of clothing appear out of thin air in Luz's hand, the audience, who'd thought Sin was just randomly going berserk, were all dumbfounded. No fucking way? Where'd that come from? There was someone. And it's a physical item. So the guy really was chasing someone. Physical ghost hunting actually worked. My back just got chills. The opponent was moving at that speed and still hasn't been caught. Must be a pro too. If Bum-in could have seen the viewer comments from Luz's side, he'd probably cough up blood. Bum-in, huh? Pro? Me? Luz stood in place, staring at the cloth for over 10 seconds. The grin on his mask grew wilder. Then he spoke in his mind. Good. Just needed to confirm someone's here. Not playing anymore. Chosen of agony. Allocate pain points. Chapter 77, Did I say you could leave? With just a thought, Luz pulled up his personal stat panel. Excluding equipment and other items, his raw stat points were nothing short of luxurious. Strength, 30, Speed, 15, Agility, Coordination, 15, Luck, 3, Spirit, 3. Aside from luck, which he had no clue what it even did and had never touched, all his other stats were far beyond the average player. Spirit's upgrade ratio was pretty bad. 1:10. So Luz didn't think it was worth the investment. He still preferred the physical kind of power, the kind he could feel. From the last horror mystery instance, he'd racked up quite a bit of pain points. Including scattered bits from earlier, he had over 40 now. Under the wrath mask, Luz couldn't be bothered with minutes maxing. Since he was planning to really go at it with the guy, he decided to give himself a heavy boost. With that in mind, he ramped up his speed and coordination in one go. Basically, he went all in. Speed increased, 30, coordination increased, 20, forget strength for now. All in on speed. He doubled his speed stat directly using pain points. He didn't know whether the thing hiding in the dark was human or ghost, another player or some game entity. But he was gonna drag it out into the open. Being toyed with like this was seriously pissing him off. While Bum-in kept thinking he was narrowly escaping death, Luz definitely didn't feel the same. From his point of view, it was like some annoying rat kept dodging his attacks. And he still couldn't catch it. Every single failed strike only made his anger boil higher. Bum-in may not have stalled for long, but he definitely helped Luz max out his rage. Even when he wore the gluttony mask, Luz never wanted to eat anyone. But now, he actually wanted to eat someone alive. That ghostly thing was like it could teleport. The ability was impressive, sure. But it was incredibly irritating. Now, with his speed doubled, he felt like he had wind under his feet. His whole body felt lighter. If before he could almost corner the target, now he was sure he could lock it down. Far off in the distance, Bum-in was hiding and holding his breath, eyes locked on Sin, waiting for the next move. He didn't know why Luz had stopped, but the bad feeling in his gut wouldn't go away. It was like a thorn pressing into his back. Suddenly, Luz turned his head toward Bum-in's hiding spot. In that instant, it felt like their eyes met. Bum-in was sure he was still invisible, but that look made him feel totally exposed. His heartbeat skipped a beat. "Friend, you forgot to hold your breath." The wrath mask twisted into a grin as it spoke toward Bum-in's position. Fear was like blood in the water. It gave everything away. Bum-in's muscles instantly tensed, holding his breath, bracing himself for the next round of pursuit. But Luz didn't strike right away. He calmly adjusted his sleeves and walked a few steps in Bum-in's direction, speaking slowly and evenly, "I hope you're ready. Boss just hit phase 2. "What?" Bum-in blinked, confused. What the hell did that mean? Why did it suddenly feel like this guy's personality had changed? Then, without warning, Luz's calm footsteps burst into a sprint. No wind-up, no signs. He was instantly in front of Bum-in. Switch. Bum-in's nerves had been tight the whole time. The moment Luz moved, he already activated a switch. But something felt off. He had switched, yet the roaring wind from the charge was still brushing his face. That pale green mask had already arrived. No time to wonder how he'd just switched and Luz was already there. Bum-in had to instantly switch again. Only then did he barely avoid death. Luz's charge had been a pre-read. Driven by fear, Bum-in always switched in the furthest direction from Luz. At the widest escape angle possible. It gave him a greater sense of security. But that also made his movements predictable. So Luz's first dash wasn't even aimed at catching him. Once he got there, he stomped the floor and used the recoil to launch himself backward. Sure enough, just as he moved, his beast-like instincts locked onto a nearby presence. He missed again. But this time, Luz's arm shot out like an iron spike, slicing the air with a bloody streak. There was nothing in front of him, but fresh blood sprayed out, splashing across the already wrecked floor. A painful, muffled grunt echoed in the air. Bum-in had been wounded. But he didn't survive the third charge. With no delay, Luz's third reversal finally made contact. His hand clutched something solid, and in an instant, his 5 fingers dug deep into the opponent's flesh. Smashing through 2 nearby advertising boards, Luz slammed his target brutally into the ground, completely overpowering any resistance. The air shimmered and distorted. A figure gradually materialized. Bum-in, who had spent all the time and effort hiding. Cough. Cough. A sweetness surged up from Bum-in's chest and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. As expected from a pretty decent player. He didn't die from that slam alone. But the instant he was caught, his mind went completely blank. Truly blank. Overwhelmed by a domineering, irrational force. The wrath reduced Luz's own reasoning, but the mental pressure it exerted on others, especially opponents, was overwhelming. The fear made him unable to think. The pain made him feel like his body was falling apart. It awakened something buried deep in his genes. Especially with the two of them now in a predator-over-prey posture. It was a fear etched into his bones. The terror of being hunted, slaughtered, eaten. Bum-in didn't have time to process anything. Only one instinct screamed in his brain. Survive. With a flick of his hand, he pulled out his exit token. But just as he did, a massive force grabbed his wrist. In a blink, it felt like his arm had been shoved into a hydraulic press. All sensation vanished in a wave of pain. His scream tore through the air as immense pressure crushed his muscles and tendons. A horrible cracking sound rang out, and he couldn't grip anything. The exit token had barely cleared his backpack when his fingers slipped. And it fell to the floor. Inches from his face was that terrifying pale green, grinning mask. What's the rush? Did I say you could leave? Chapter 78, Crying Counts as Time 2. Luz's grip kept tightening. Blood had already started seeping from Bum-in's wrist where he was being held. His flesh was crushed against the bone like it was about to be shattered by force. Bum-in kept screaming. Fear had completely taken over his mind, leaving him with nothing but meaningless shrieks. He deeply regretted agreeing to participate in this game. It had nothing to do with him in the first place. Park Bu-sung was the one challenging for first place. Why was he the one getting hurt? The moment he saw the exit token fall to the ground, He felt in his heart that he was completely finished. Kimairu, although no one knew exactly what had happened to him, at least managed to leave the game alive and keep his life. What about me? His nearly 30 years of life started flashing before his eyes like a slideshow. He hadn't even been injured yet, and here he was already reminiscing, like he was waiting to die. Just then, the excruciating pain in his wrist suddenly loosened. A wave of numbness spread through, and the pain vanished. Gamin? What the hell does this mean? Did my hand get crushed already? That bloody, mangled image flashed in his mind, and Gamin turned his head in hopeless despair to look at his hand. Only to find Luce had released his clamp-like grip and wasn't applying any more pressure. Gamin froze for a moment, almost feeling like he'd cheated death. But right then, a low voice sounded beside his ear. What the hell are you screaming for? Luce, still pressing down on him, looked a bit dumbfounded too. Why could a grown man scream so miserably? He couldn't understand it. The guy's screams even managed to calm the rage burning in his own chest a little. I haven't even said I was going to do anything yet. What's with his reaction? I just grabbed his wrist, didn't even break it. This is nothing like the enemy I imagined. Luce had expected to run into a classic dumb little villain. Someone who would start trash-talking after being pinned, then struggle and fight back, only to get slapped to death in the end. But what he got was this cowardly wreck. What Luce didn't realize was how terrifying he looked right now. Surrounded by an aura of fury, the pale green wrath mask made him look like a blue-faced fanged demon straight out of hell. Gamin looked up at Luce's mask and let out another miserable shriek for no reason. Ah. Luce. Do I look that ugly or something? To Gamin, what he saw wasn't a man. It was a drooling, blue-faced, fanged beast, and he was just a dish laid out on the table in front of it. He's gonna kill me. He's gonna eat me. Veins popped on Gamin's forehead. Those were the only two thoughts running through his brain, over and over. He couldn't think at all. The moment the exit token left his hand, he felt like he had already seen his great-grandma. No. Don't kill me. I was just running for my life, I didn't even try to hurt you. Park Bu-sung was the one who challenged you, not me. Not me, I have no interest in being first place. Please, I'm begging you, spare me. Killing me won't benefit you at all, right? I've got an 80-year-old mother at home, and Luce. Honestly, looking at this kind of contestant, he felt a little numb. It was almost comical how pathetic the guy was. Before, he thought this guy had strong survival skills and might be a pro. But now, it was clear he just dumped all his stat points into staying alive out of fear. Hey. Luce gave a helpless chuckle and hoisted him up, propping him against the wall. To be able to make Wrath Mask Luce laugh. Gamin could be considered a rare talent. Luce spoke, I'm gonna ask you a few questions. Just asking questions, that's all. But Luce's earlier chuckle nearly made Gamin wet himself. Why the hell are you laughing at a time like this? His whole body trembled, and he didn't even catch what Sin had just said. He just kept babbling, Don't kill me, we can talk this out. I taste terrible, and I'm not edible. Seeing him like this, Luce didn't waste time. He patted Gamin's shoulder and asked, This place? There's a lot of things around, right? The kind you can't see or touch. Can you tell me what that's about? Maybe to avoid scaring him too much, Luce's voice was calm. Very gentle, as he added, If you don't give me an answer within 10 seconds, I'll shove your head into your pelvis. I'm quick with my hands. It won't hurt. In that case, your top and bottom heads could finally be reunited. Ah. Gamin, who had just barely calmed down, instantly snapped. Only one line echoed in his ears, this guy was going to crush him to death. He burst into wailing again. But his crying was half-assed. Loud, yes, but not a single tear fell. Boom. Luce kicked the wall right next to his head, annoyed. Crying? Crying counts as time too. I'm counting to 10. 1. 10. With that, Luce directly whipped out his hell roar. No. What about the 8 numbers in the middle? Let me think. Gamin lunged forward and hugged Luce's leg. Yes, it's mine, it's my doing. If you're sensing a lot of things, they're probably all my spirit forms. Spirit forms? Luce asked back. Yeah, like this and that, and that and this. As he spoke, Gamin started rattling off his entire ability like he was beating a rhythm, afraid that leaving anything out would get him killed on the spot by Sin. Luce just listened, stunned. Spirit forms, huh? Can you take them back? No, really can't. They'll only disappear once I leave the area, Gamin blurted out, hoping desperately the guy would let him go. Once he left, those things would be gone too. Can't? That's perfect. As he said this, a smiling face appeared once again on the Wrath Mask. Honestly, This Bum-in had triggered the Wrath Mask's smile expression more times than anyone else. Perfect? Bum-in was confused. Suddenly, his shoulder was seized, and Luz pinned him against the wall. Did you study hard in school? Read more books. What? Before Bum-in could react, a gray book appeared in front of him. It seemed to carry a strange magic. Once you looked at it, it was hard to look away. It was mesmerizing. Out of the corner of his eye, he could see the cover title. Confessions of the Disillusioned. Amidst that entrancing gray, the cover of the book slowly opened to the first page. In that instant, Bum-in felt like his life had been a complete failure. In front of the strongest player, he was like an ant. Maybe it was better to just die here. He didn't want to live anymore. At the same time, an unending string of high-pitched, unidentifiable wails echoed through the gymnasium. Like the cries of ghosts and monsters. Chapter 79, Tutorial skipped, backstory skipped, cutscene skipped, then kill inside the gymnasium. Patches of gray fog burst into view and then quickly vanished, giving off the illusion that maybe it was just a trick of the eye. The entire space twisted slightly. Shrill screeches rang out one after another, accompanied by faint explosions, like dust being blown up by gusts of air. It was as if an invisible fireworks display had gone off in the gymnasium. Luz could clearly feel that the vast amount of malice previously fixated on him in the gym was rapidly decreasing. Like clearing rows in a game of Tetris. And the previously noisy gym was gradually becoming calm. The once bustling sounds of athletic activity were also fading away and eventually vanished completely. Turns out, even that was the work of Bum-in's spirit forms. Everything in the gymnasium was a distraction, meant to confuse Luz and keep him stuck here. Park Bu-sung and Bum-in had planned everything. Except for accounting for Luz's strength. An S-tier-sealed artifact had only been released for a few minutes, and the gym was already eerily silent. Those hundreds of spirit form clones? Completely wiped out. Bang. Luz slammed his book shut and put away Confessions of the Disillusioned. An S-tier sealed artifact really was something else. Just a single page was enough to wipe out all of Bum-in's spirit forms. And the backlash was clear too. The negative effects on him were mostly emotional and mental, but thanks to the Wrath Mask, he couldn't feel any of that. What Luz could feel was that the moment the book opened, a wave of nameless rage surged inside him. As if everything in the world pissed him off. Bum-in looked super annoying. Wanted to kill. This gymnasium looked like trash. Wanted to smash it. This school was an eyesore. Wanted to blow it up. In short, nothing in the world sat right with him. It was like a black hole that devoured all warmth and rationality in his heart, turning it into pure wrath that wanted to burn the world down. Now Luz finally understood that line describing wrath. I am the fire that will burn the world to ash. This book really shouldn't be read too much. Too many sacred texts, and you'll start killing without blinking. After putting the book away, the gym became unnaturally quiet. All the earlier chaos and noise now seemed like a hallucination. As if none of it had ever happened. Peace and quiet was better. Except for one person. I'm such a failure. I'm nothing. Might as well just die. Bum-in collapsed weakly on the ground, mumbling nonsense like he'd been broken. His nerves had been twisted too many times. First he was terrified by the Wrath Mask, then overwhelmed by the conceptual power of Confessions of the Disillusioned. His mental state was on the verge of collapse. Luz, already in a bad mood, looked at the pitiful sight and asked with a kind, sincere tone, so, you wanna die? Need a hand with that? Bum-in's eyes suddenly lit up, and he shot up off the ground like a spring, staggering back several steps. No bro, no. I was just messing around. I was talking nonsense. I want to live so bad I can't even sleep at night, terrified I'll never wake up again. All the negative emotions in his head were wiped clean. His intense survival instinct left no room for disillusionment. Right now, he knew how hard it was to cling to life in front of sin. Even though the challenge mode didn't have win or die rules, if you got caught and beaten to death by sin, that was all on you. From the corner of his eye, Bum-in glanced at the exit token on the ground and was just about to figure out how to get it back when Luz casually bent down and picked it up. Bum-in. Luz didn't bother with his internal breakdown. He took a few steps toward the center of the gym and seemed to faintly hear a basketball bouncing. But his beast-like instincts didn't pick up anything. No hostility, no signs of being watched. Nothing seemed off. Though he'd eliminated all the distractions, he couldn't quite figure out what the real game content was. Eliminating wrong choices equals finding the right one. Luz had fought for a long time already. Facing this kind of situation, he didn't feel like playing it the proper way. Wasn't there a ready-made person right here? He turned to Bum-in, who looked completely lost, and asked, "What's this game about?" Bum-in cautiously replied, "If I tell you, will you not kill me?" "You could choose not to tell me," Luz said calmly. "No. I'll tell you. I have to tell you. Bum-in snapped to attention. Basketball. The opponent plays basketball. His instant shift in tone shocked all the spectators. But honestly, it was a pretty effective survival tactic. And then? Seeing the cooperation, Luz continued. Then I don't know. Seriously. I only had some sense of it because I could spread out spirit forms. Only Park Busung knows the real method to clear it. Why not go find Park Busung? Torture him, not me. Torturing me won't get you anything. Luz. At this point, Bum-in had completely abandoned his dignity. Sell out a teammate. Sure, do it fast. If it weren't for Park Busung, he wouldn't be facing this killing machine in the first place. Luz. Spirit forms. Effort intensive, no pain points to farm. Not worth the hassle. He didn't feel like overanalyzing. He just wanted to clear this horror mystery and move on. This might have to be analyzed from the backstory. I think the protagonist of this horror mystery is always waiting for someone who can beat him in basketball. Also, his background might be tragic. Dignity? Once it drops once, there's no psychological burden left. Bum-in was fully committed now, acting like he was Luz's teammate. Enough. Stop talking. Luz got him off. Just tell me where he is? If you think about it in game terms, decoding and analyzing are super inefficient. If he was in the greed mask, maybe he'd care more about that kind of thing. But right now, he was in Wrath. And Wrath only bothered to use its brain in battle. It's like when you play a game. You skip the tutorial, skip the backstory, skip the cutscene, and just go straight to gameplay, grab your gun, and start blasting. I don't know who I am, I don't know where I am, I only know it's time to kill, kill, kill. Bum-in didn't really get loose, but he was in I'm already cooperating, please spare me mode, so he pointed toward a certain spot. That area had already been wrecked. Luz had smashed the basketball hoop there earlier, and it had fallen into another part of the court. Luz walked over, picked up the fallen hoop, and with a thud, stabbed it upright into the floor. Then, once again, he pulled out Confessions of the Disillusioned, opened it, and laid it flat across the hoop. Chapter 80, Game Undead. I want to use a max-level account. Bum-in stared blankly at the scene before him, watching Luz lay the book flat on the basketball hoop. He had no idea what he was trying to do. But soon enough, he understood. On the hoop, Confessions of the Disillusioned couldn't be moved by a breeze unless someone manually flipped it. The sound of a basketball bouncing echoed lightly in the gym. Suddenly. Swish. As if something had been thrown. A few seconds later, the book's pages trembled slightly, like something had melted into them, and then all sound vanished. The air fell silent for 3 seconds. Everything went completely quiet. Then, a sharp scream erupted from beneath the basketball hoop in the gym. A chilling wind surged throughout the sports hall, like something was about to explode. Luz's gaze sharpened. He lunged forward, leaping onto the basketball rack, sitting on the edge of the backboard, picked up Confessions of the Disillusioned, crossed one leg over the other, and waited for the possible fight to come. An aura of wrath spread out, colliding with invisible resentment like dragons clashing with tigers. Luz wasn't exactly sure what was going to happen next, while Bum-in cowered in a corner of the gym, trembling, hoping he wouldn't get caught in the crossfire. Then, the chaotic, tense aura slowly faded, and everything returned to calm. A system prompt Bum-in never expected rang out in his ears. 7 mysteries of the campus, bouncing ball sound of the empty gymnasium, black team challenge successful, challenge progress, 2 out of 7, remaining time, 22, 39, 46, Bum-in? Wait, bro. That was it? Then what the hell was all that torture I went through? A social experiment? But thinking about how that book damaged spirit forms, and remembering what Park Busung told him at the beginning of the game, a lot of things started to make sense. Back then, Park Busung had told him, your ability is special. This gym level isn't particularly hard, but I've custom-tailored it for you. This level is a perfect match for your spirit form. As long as you can hold out and don't get spotted, no matter who comes, there's no way out of this place. Too bad Bum-in didn't hold out. In Park Busung's plan, with hundreds of spirit forms identical to the basketball ghost mixed together, no one would be able to find the real target. Add Bum-in's interference and switching around, and nobody would be able to spot him either. If it were a normal person, trying to eliminate distractions and find the key from tiny clues would have played right into Park's trap. But Luz showed up. The Wrath Mask noticed someone watching from the shadows. Well then, just drag them out and deal with them. Who's showing me malice? Looking to die? Luz saw the situation resolve itself and, having been ready for another round, felt a little annoyed. Then, a slightly strange game voice rang out. White team player, Bum-in, has exited the current challenge mode competition, huh? Luz thought, Didn't I already take his exit token? Could he have gotten another one from game rewards? Looking back, he found Bum-in still standing behind him, looking completely confused, patting himself down like he was checking if a part of his body had gone missing. Luz frowned slightly and asked, "Didn't you say your name's Bum-in? You lying to me?" "No, bro." Bum-in was panicking. "I swear, I have no idea what's going on. Why did I exit?" Bum-in had never encountered this situation before. Strictly speaking, no one in the world probably had. He was still in the game, but already considered eliminated. The system broadcast had finished, and when he tried to send messages to his teammates through the in-game channel, it failed. The whole channel was closed off to him. Even his own live stream had vanished. When he opened his broadcast screen, it was pitch black. So what am I now? A game undead? His teammates were probably going to think he wasn't really him anymore. Someone disguised as him, up to some shady plan. Bum-in was completely lost. His exit token wasn't even on him. Even if he genuinely wanted to leave the game now, he couldn't. Everything tied to his status in the game had disappeared. No viewers, no teammates, no one knew he was still wandering around. Especially now. Could this killing machine in front of him even believe he was really Bum-in? If this guy decided he didn't care who he was, he might not even bother figuring it out. Bum-in forced a smile and said to Luz, "For real, big bro, you gotta believe me. I've got no reason to lie to you. How about this? You give me back my exit token? I'll leave right now. Cool your temper, no need for violence." Luz said nothing. He simply raised Hell Roar in his right hand. "Whoa. Chill, man. We can talk this out. No need to shoot." Bum-in was so scared he nearly pissed himself. Why the hell wouldn't this guy believe he wasn't up to anything? If you don't believe me, ask your audience. My livestream feed's gone, seriously. Luz didn't even look at him. He swapped the weapon to his other hand, then put Hell Roar away. He pressed on his earpiece. "Hello?" After connecting to Xiantong, Luz turned and walked out of the gym. "I saw it. Looks like your completion speed is pretty fast." A few seconds of silence, then her voice came through the earpiece. "Pretty easy," Luz replied flatly. "Got any leads on the next mystery's location and content?" "Pretty much figured out the general areas." Her reply surprised Luz. He didn't expect things to be going this smoothly. Xiantong continued, "The music room and art classroom are relatively straightforward. I've got a good idea where to look and I'll guide you over in a bit. The bathroom and the 13 steps are less clear. I have a few theories, so you'll need to scout those out for me. Go check the spots I'm suspicious of and see if the game triggers anything." She seemed to be used to Sin's way of talking now, so she gave orders without wasting words. The two of them were like emotionless game-clearing machines, just focused on smashing their way through this game. Damn, not sure why, but watching those two talk gives off crazy pressure. Wonder if Park Bu-sung can even handle it. They're not holding back at all. That was fast, honestly. I imagined myself in their shoes. Feels awesome. If I think something's sus, I just tell Sin, and Sin bulldozes it. No shit, if you got to play a max-level account, how could it not be fun? I wanna be a top-tier bro too. What, you got access to legendary weapons too, buddy? Chapter 81, each with their own agenda. Taking you down is still easy. Luz's clearance pace was already maxed out, dazzling to the point of overwhelming. Now that the fight was finally over, during this moment of downtime, they could finally chat about other topics. Xiantong's eye had flown back again and was now circling in the air, preparing for the next round of guidance. Heading toward the music classroom. Luz had also figured it out. A lot of this 7 mystery stuff was supernatural. If Confessions of the Disillusioned was highly effective against spirit forms, then this book might actually be more useful than a gun. So he held the book in his hand, straightened his clothes, and looked quite scholarly. He even resembled a university professor. The contrast in this image was strong enough that even Xiantong, flying toward him, was momentarily speechless. Totally at a loss for words. The metal orb spun twice in the air, spotted Bum-in in the gymnasium looking like he had nothing left to live for, and asked, "What's this guy?" "A passerby. His life goal is probably just to stay alive," Luz replied. "Fine. Also, Park Bu-sung is probably designing a new game restriction over there. You cleared another game level, after all. Be extra careful." Watching Luz's figure gradually disappear from sight, Bum-in finally let out a long sigh, collapsing onto the ruined floor like a deflated balloon. His mind was completely blank, and he felt lost about what to do next. He'd already been kicked out of the game system. Was he supposed to just sit here and wait? What was Park Bu-sung thinking of him? What about the people of Daehan Mingo? Given Park Bu-sung's personality, he probably thought Bum-in was useless. Was he currently cursing him out? Hopefully that guy wouldn't get wrecked himself and take it out on Bum-in. Say what you will, but at least Bum-in's judgment of Park Bu-sung was on point. Fuck. That fast? A game level tailor-made for that guy, and he couldn't even last an hour? Just like that, it's over? And why is there zero intel again? He just exited? Why are all these people so fucking useless? How is it possible no one could send back a single message? Over 100 psychic clones, and with one thought they can switch places. Even if they were 100 pigs, they should be able to say something before dying. Fuck. Right now, Park Bu-sung was in a full-blown impotent rage. He didn't actually expect to take down Sin, the top player in the world, with just 1 or 2 games. But the fact that his teammates always quit without saying a word. That, he just couldn't accept. Meanwhile, since Bum-in's game livestream footage had completely disappeared, the Daehan Mingo audience in the livestream, especially those who hadn't watched much of Bum-in's first-person view, had begun speculating and bad-mouthing him. Yeah, this one's hard to defend. The slowest game level of all, and he still crashed and burned it fast. I checked. Bum-in apparently has some Hueco blood. Ah, that explains it. Traitorous piece of shit, fuck. At this point, Park Bu-sung didn't care about his image, nor did he want to say anything to his audience. For the first time, he felt a genuine sense of crisis. Sure, the games got harder the further you went, and he could add a ton of game restrictions. But if that unseen Sin could clear levels this fast, Park Bu-sung was starting to feel unsure. They were all human. Just 3 games in, and the gap was already this huge. Fuck. It had to be because his teammates were trash. That's the only explanation. Pure garbage. The game interface's suggestion screen had long popped up, but he hadn't used his authority to add any new restrictions for the black side. Now he wasn't so confident anymore. Unsure how to ensure a 100% win. If he lost, he didn't even want to think about it. Fuck, it's all because my teammates are morons. I clearly designed. Like a sudden realization hit him, Park Bu-sung paused mid-rant, something clicking in his mind. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly as he began entering a new restriction on the game interface before him. If my teammates are all trash, then even if you're awesome, can you be sure your teammates are too? At this moment, Luce had been guided by Xiantong Zai to a special arts and sports building, now standing in front of a classroom on the basement level. This is it. This is the one place I'm sure is a horror mystery location. But exactly how to trigger it depends on the game. How to complete it? That's on you. Luce nodded. He was already used to clearing levels solo. This feeling of autonomy was the freest for him. This kind of cooperation didn't restrict him at all. Alright then, I'll take care of this place first. You go double-check the others. Luce's words were already a kind of polite dismissal. This was the most tactful way he could phrase things while in a state of wrath. Just as he was about to step in, something occurred to him and he asked, wait, earlier, you only mentioned 4 follow-up games. We've only cleared 2 so far. So where's the other one? Hearing Sin's question, Xiantong replied, yeah, that one's probably the most hidden. I haven't found it yet. I'll go look around some more later. Luce frowned slightly. Not because he thought something was wrong, but because his intuition told him Xiantong's tone felt a bit off. He didn't say anything, though. Just acknowledged with a sound and walked into the classroom. In the biology classroom, Xiantong sat alone in the messy, silent, empty classroom, legs crossed, chatting with Sin. When she had just said I haven't found it yet, no one saw that behind her, a plaster sculpture of a pair of lips curled upward in a subtle smile. Who said there could only be one horror mystery in a classroom? But no one noticed either that, with her back to the plaster model, Xiantong was also smiling just a bit when she spoke those words. The all-seeing guy. How could it have any blind spots? I've got eyes on my back. And right in that subtle moment, the new game restriction finally arrived, fashionably late. Black side player has cleared the second campus mystery. White side player now issuing the second restriction. In this challenge mode game, every black side player must have a completed campus mystery on their record. The moment she heard that restriction, Xiantong couldn't hold back a smirk. Almost laughed out loud. She lifted her head, expression full of meaning. Park Bu-sung, oh Park Bu-sung. Sin's mindset and behavior might be hard to analyze, but predicting you. Turns out, it's still pretty easy. Chapter 82, Plotting and Prediction. Conditions. Luce stepped into the classroom in front of him and immediately paused when he heard a voice in his earpiece. Xiantong had nearly perfectly predicted Park Bu-sung's thoughts, but Luce, on his side, wasn't quite clear how capable Xiantong actually was. The all-seeing guy, a legendary weapon. It was indeed impressive, but it didn't seem particularly suited for combat. Or rather, It hadn't shown any combat capabilities yet. She had to clear level 2? Was this a joke? What if she failed? Would that mean his challenge counted as a failure too? That would be completely ridiculous. This game was a challenge mode match between him and Park Bu-sung. The previous game restrictions never said what would happen if she failed. As he thought this over, Luce felt like the problem was even bigger than it seemed. Once inside the room, the door closed automatically, and a strange air rushed in, but Luce didn't care about that. He pressed his earpiece again and said, "Did you hear that last game restriction?" "I heard it," Xiantong replied. "You confirmed the game difficulty as hell mode before selecting players. Only after that did the game assign your teammate. It's already confirmed on Park Bu-sung's side. He has more than one teammate, which means he has more help. But for you, it was already hell mode by default. That means, originally, the teammate you got, me, was meant to drag you down." She responded while walking around the classroom casually, like she was bored, occasionally fiddling with sculptures in the room and switching their positions. By now, she'd already rearranged every plaster sculpture in the room. Luce listened to her explanation and, after a pause, replied, "Well, at least you're self-aware. You don't hold back, do you? Enough nonsense. Out of these horror mysteries, are there any that seem relatively easy?" Luce's tone grew slightly serious. "You can pick one that's easier. I'll go beat them half to death, and you finish them off. Don't waste time in the game." Xiantong. At this point, she still hadn't told Luce about her own situation, because she'd pretty much guessed how Park Bu-sung planned to act. After a few seconds of silence, she pressed on the helmet of her all-seeing eye. The armor around her ears liquefied, extended downward to envelop her earpiece, then reformed its shape. Then, a thin neural spike pierced into her skull, and the pain made her frown slightly. But immediately after, without speaking aloud, her thoughts were transformed into sound and transmitted directly into Luce's ears. "Sin, I hope you won't say anything out loud. What I'm about to say, the spectators can't hear, and Park Bu-sung can't possibly know. Only the two of us can hear it. Luce. The weather at this school sucks." Xiantong nodded in satisfaction and continued her mental reply, "Long story short, whether I become your burden or not, it's not up to you. It's up to the game. The game has this purpose, so the stronger you are, the more likely it might backfire. And Park Bu-sung is already working from that angle. But I think, in this case, maybe we can turn the tables on him." Luce didn't really know how to act casual. Wearing the wrath mask made this kind of thing harder for him. "Hey, why aren't you talking?" In short, the upcoming games probably won't target you with restrictions. They'll try to break through me instead. Your task now is still to clear the game with overwhelming force. Make them scared, make them panic. After that, I predict the opponent will issue another extra restriction. Something like, if any black side team member dies or exits, it counts as a failure of the challenge mode. That last restriction he added wasn't enough, so this one is inevitable. As long as you act fast and hit hard, I'm 90% sure I know what Park Bu-sung is thinking. Xiantong spoke quickly in her mind. Though only she and Sin could understand the conversation. And the spectators were totally confused. What she said was quite interesting. That was. She had completely accepted that Sin would clear the horror mystery, and do it with rapid, violent efficiency. She didn't even offer a backup plan, as if everything was naturally expected. It was unthinkable that Sin would fail under normal circumstances. And Luce, hearing her theory, didn't object either. It was as though he felt the same. Their arrogance aligned perfectly at that moment. Neither considered failure even once. Based on the results of the previous two game levels, Xiantong had already placed Sin at the very peak of player capability. Hearing no protest from Luce, Xiantong then cautiously added, "So, I believe this can be used. If, after your next game completion, the opponent's added restriction matches my prediction. I hope during the next phase, you'll be willing to follow my guidance. I may not always provide a reason." She knew that Sin was difficult to communicate with in his wrath state, so she had to raise her conditions during relatively calm moments. Otherwise, everything would once again spiral out of her control. And if Park Bu-sung really used her as the breakthrough point to win, she wouldn't be able to take it. Luce didn't really understand what she had in mind, nor was he sure of her plan, but he could sense her confidence. If her failure could really drag him down too, then that might truly be the one complication he couldn't ignore. But it seemed like she was confident she could handle it. "All right," Luce replied. "Is this room the art classroom or the music classroom?" Hearing Sin's voice, Xiantong pressed her lips together, unable to hide her reaction. Like she'd just won a battle. Even though she was still inside the horror mystery location, and even though the sketch sculptures were unsettling, the mental pressure from negotiating with Sin had clearly been far worse. 2 challenge mode games in, and they'd finally formed a preliminary cooperative mode. Now then. Everything was ready. She also noticed that under normal circumstances, Sin still had basic rationality and could be reasoned with. For example, just now, he'd even deliberately said something unrelated to cover things up. He could be cautious when needed. Alright then, keep in touch anytime. With that, Xiantong exited the special brainwave communication mode. Her mental energy was depleted, and her face went a bit pale. On the other side, Luce. Wait a second. So is this classroom the art classroom or the music classroom? Chapter 83, Your piano sounds nice, but I'm in a hurry. Why isn't there any response? I wasn't trying to mislead anyone with that question. Luce looked up, gave a casual glance, and noticed a portrait on the wall. The person in the painting seemed to be mimicking the Mona Lisa, smiling forward. I remember my teammate told me before, one of the horror mysteries involved a painting with tears, right? Luce slowly stepped forward without thinking too hard about it. After glancing at it briefly, he walked up and gave it a try. Is it you? What are you smiling at? Not planning to cry a little? He just stood in front of the painting, staying still for over 10 seconds, as if engaged in some sort of mental standoff, staring back at the image. He didn't even know what to do himself. Normally, he'd wait for the other side to make the first move, then figure out how to deal with the target. But this time, his instincts didn't sense anything strange from the portrait. No sense of malice at all. This thing seemed a bit tricky. Was its ability to conceal its presence really that good? Just as he was locked in this silent face-off with the painting, elegant piano music began echoing through the empty room. Luce. He stiffly turned his head in the direction of the sound. In the corner of the room sat a Steinway piano with a red cloth draped over it, oozing with a classical vibe from the last century. At this moment, the piano was sitting quietly in the corner, playing elegant blues that felt like they had been stored away for countless eras, radiating a chilling loneliness. Luce swore that piano wasn't here when he first came in. It had just appeared out of nowhere. Which meant, the horror mystery here wasn't the crying portrait, but the piano music in the music classroom at night. Just now, he'd been playing mind games with air. Luce, in that instant, the wrath mask, which had been fairly stable, suddenly showed signs of overload. The light pattern shifted repeatedly, eventually forming an angry face. Tsk, that woman Xiantong couldn't have explained it more clearly. It's not you, and you don't say anything? Fuming, he punched the wall straight on, smashing both the portrait and the wall behind it. Wooden panels and bricks flew everywhere. Portrait. Can I even talk? Wait, wasn't this supposed to be a horror game? Why does it feel like a comedy all of a sudden? Can any expert analyze whether there's any deeper meaning to what Sin just did? That piano totally confused me. It just showed up. Even Park Bu-sung would have slipped up here. If that piano stayed hidden, this stage might have stalled our guy for a long time. Apparently used to Sin's style, the audience in this horror game challenge still carried an oddly cheerful vibe. In the music classroom, all the curtains suddenly pulled shut. The room was plunged into total darkness. Snap. The sound of a fire striker flared. In the pitch-black room, a faint glow appeared out of nowhere where the piano sat. Seeing that dim, flickering light, Luce didn't move. He simply said, "What a heartwarming scene." The viewers who had just started getting into the horror vibe were speechless after hearing that. Only you could find this heartwarming right now, huh? The soothing piano music in the room felt like it could calm the soul, when suddenly, a clear female voice echoed, "Would you like to play a piano duet with me?" The voice was ethereal and flowing, matching every beautiful fantasy one could have. It made it really hard to say, "No, that voice is so beautiful, I think I'm in love." Hold up. Don't fall in love just yet. Didn't blank tell Sin about each horror mystery's traits? I looked this one up. If this is indeed the night piano song, you're not supposed to listen, and definitely not supposed to play along. The viewers supporting Luce were now getting anxious, but it was pointless. This information was blocked in challenge mode, and Luce wasn't paying attention to anything they said anyway. So, guided by the ethereal female voice, Luce slowly walked forward to the piano. Looking down, the keys of that vintage Steinway were dancing on their own, playing an intoxicating melody. "Would you like to play a duet with me?" The ethereal voice sounded again, tempting Luce like a siren luring sailors from the deep sea. At the same time, a few keys began flashing with a soft pink glow, alternating as if guiding Luce on how to play along. Luce stared at the piano in front of him, went quiet for a few seconds, then gently bowed. "Your piano sounds nice. But I'm in a hurry." While the viewers were still unsure what he was about to do. Some even thinking Wrath might have had a change of heart. In the next second, Luce straightened up and, using every bit of his strength, smashed his fist down onto the Steinway. courtesy before force.jpg. That elegant, vintage Steinway exploded instantly. No ordinary metal or wooden structure could have withstood that punch. Boom. The sound was like a full-blown demolition. The piano shattered like a toy set, its pieces flying all over the room. Some even hit Luce, but disintegrated into dust on impact. Luce couldn't care less about completion methods or taboos. To him, if the horror mystery was piano music, then smashing the piano was the most straightforward solution. The moment the piano burst apart, the light in the room dimmed, and Luce's instincts flared again. There was something in the room now. As long as there's something, it's fine. Human or ghost, if you're here, you can be dealt with. Fierce, elegant, and heavy piano music erupted at the same time. Music could influence emotions, and each note was like a thread tugging at the soul, trying to lure it into submission. A row of blood-red keys flowed out from the piano. Yes, flowed. Surrounding Luce in a huge circle. The room turned oppressively dark. Amidst the gloom, the red glowing keys stood out. The original soft red lights had gone out. Luce didn't move. Then suddenly stepped forward and yanked down the classroom curtains. Dark. So damn dark. Outside the window, it wasn't daytime anymore. It was pitch black like ink. As if this darkness had never known the light of day since humanity began. Luce pressed a hand to the earpiece on his ear and asked, "Is it nighttime now?" "No, you probably entered a horror mystery scene." Xiantong instantly guessed that sin must have triggered something. "Got it." Luce nodded. 10 minutes from now, if there's no completion prompt, remind me. Chapter 84, The Skeptical Player from Han Country. 1 shot 2 kills. After Luce finished speaking, he ended the call and began focusing on the situation in the room. What he worried about the most was that his mind might get confused, causing his sense of time to become unreliable. Just like how it suddenly turned dark outside just now. He needed an accurate sense of time, so he left this to the relatively safe Xiantong. If time itself wasn't malfunctioning, then it meant he'd entered a game scene, and clearly, a new horror mystery had been triggered. After all, the sound of a piano in an empty classroom late at night. "Classmate, would you like to play a piece with me?" That ethereal female voice appeared again, but this time, it was incredibly close, like a beautiful woman leaning against your shoulder, whispering softly into your ear. Luce felt as if he were surrounded by a dreamlike starry sky, his whole body immersed in darkness, with a floating row of surreal, glowing piano keys hovering in front of him. The keys were circular, wrapping around Luce's body in a massive ring, enclosing even his back. And Luce's instincts were now clearly telling him. There was someone behind him. It felt like something was pressing right up against his back, like a spirit attaching itself to him, murmuring its invitation in a sorrowful tone. Like a resentful beauty. Luce raised his fist and swung it hard toward the keys in front of him, but the punch passed right through the light and shadow of the keys, letting out a terrifying whoosh in the air. Realizing the attack didn't land, Luce frowned slightly, turned sharply, and followed with an elbow strike. But even after a full spin, he didn't hit anything. That thing clung to his back like a parasite in his bones, completely inseparable. 7 mysteries of the campus, why are they all spirit this and ghost that? "Hey handsome, wanna play a song with me?" The ethereal voice rang out again, right behind Luce, with a tone that carried a teasing, even smug air. It sounded proud, as if boasting that Luce couldn't do anything about it. "Luce, don't you have anything else to say?" Sheet after sheet of music began floating around, golden scores drifting through the air, filled with different notes. The corresponding melodies now looped endlessly around Luce. There were sorrowful love ballads, weeping and whispering. There were fierce, clashing war marches, like you'd landed on a roaring battlefield. Lyrical, blues, jazz. Elegant and vulgar tunes from all eras and countries played without end. Luce even suspected he was hallucinating some weird internet songs. Like Big Banana, Big Banana. He shook his head hard. A strong wave of emotion suddenly surged up. With all kinds of music in his ears, his emotions were being stirred over and over again. And those music sheets kept multiplying, spawning more as the songs continued to flow. The figure stuck to Luce's back now sounded increasingly smug. Emotions had limitless power. When a person experiences extreme highs and lows in a short period of time, it's like bending a wire over and over again. It'll eventually snap. As long as Luce remained inside without a solution, he would eventually fall, becoming a slave to the music. At least, that's what Fan Zhan thought. Yes, Park Bu-sung had a lot of teammates, all highly capable. Many could even match Jiao Tian in strength. And she was the teammate planted in this level. Only now, she was feeling a bit defiant. Because Park Bu-sung had just given her instructions over the comm. Luce's last 2 rapid completions had left their teammates no chance to send back any intel, which had started to scare Park Bu-sung. Even a pig could sense now just how terrifying Sin was, so Park Bu-sung had lowered his expectations. He just wanted to secure the final win. Whether or not he was stronger than Sin, he no longer cared about that. In his eyes, who's the strongest didn't matter. Being number one did. He'd already made up his mind. Once he became number one from this round, he'd use his family's connections and resources to crown himself a supernatural warlord and do whatever he pleased. Who wants to keep playing the game? Use an exit token and you're left with nothing. Lose the game and you might even die. He had so much money back home. Why gamble his life? So Park Bu-sung reined in his arrogance for once, suppressed his idiocy, and started playing it safer. He gave Fanza one key instruction. Sin's ability is weird, maybe very strong. This level isn't that important. You don't need to defeat him. Just stall as long as you can. Most important of all, bring back intel. In a way, Park Bu-sung never expected Fanza to beat Luce in this round. He was already planning future horror mysteries. But right now, Fanza didn't agree with that outlook. Her ability clearly suited this level. And this Sin in front of her didn't seem that special. She really didn't see how he could possibly beat her. Although she had been shocked when he shattered the piano with a single punch, that also directly upgraded the game scene to Phase 2. He didn't try to decipher anything. Just went in swinging, raising the difficulty himself. Her assessment of Sin, all brawn, no brains. She had no idea how the others had lost to him before. Classmate, would you like to play a song with me? She teased again, deciding to take on the so-called number one. She really didn't believe in this bad luck nonsense. Are you human? Or ghost? Luce had turned around several times and still couldn't shake the thing clinging to his back. That sensation, no physical form but still stuck, made him frown deeply. I'm both human and ghost, Fanza said proudly. Luce was just making casual conversation. He didn't expect a real answer. But Fanza wasn't done. Play a song with me, short-lived number one. My ability is spirit possession, and the girl behind you is part of the game itself. Now, she's possessed by me. You can't catch me. Don't waste your energy. Luce. Who asked you? Why do people with powers always need to give monologues? When's that gonna change? So that means you don't have a physical body. I can have one, she said. The girl behind Luce, whose body had been ethereal, now began to solidify. From an outsider's view, the music classroom now looked like a beautiful scene of a man and a woman standing back to back. Fanza gave herself just enough substance to press teasingly against Sin's back, practically daring him to react. Solid or not, she could switch however she liked. Next second. Bang. Hellroar's fiery blast erupted. Luce fired a shot into his own abdomen. One shot, 2 kills. Chapter 85, I'm not bloodthirsty, just might lose control. Fanza had already switched back to her human form the moment the muscles on Luce's back moved slightly. But it was too late. A muffled groan broke the elegant piano melody in the classroom. Anyone could hear the pain and suppression in that sound, making the otherwise chaotic yet harmonious notes discordant. Back in her spirit form, Fanza looked down at her upper abdomen. There was a bullet hole. Even though spirit forms didn't bleed, and pain was significantly reduced after switching forms. The sharp pain and the unstable trembling of her spirit form told her clearly that her condition was bad. Especially mentally. She felt absolutely awful, because she had to accept one fact, she'd been shot. In her entire life, this was her first time getting shot. She had no idea what to do, and even less about how to switch back into human form later. Would it hurt a lot? But the most important thing was, she couldn't believe what had just happened. In her original plan, she just wanted to tease the top-ranked guy behind her a bit, and when he tried to counterattack, she'd instantly possess a ghost and fade out. Not only would that be provocative, but it'd successfully stir up his emotions to match the scene of this campus mystery. This guy, sooner or later, would be driven insane by her. But he just fired a shot? From that angle, she had no time to react. The only scenario where she couldn't dodge was if he'd aimed directly at her abdomen. Clean shot, through and through. What kind of psycho is this? Sin hadn't gone crazy yet, but she herself was already about to lose it. Her mind was a mess, and even the song in the room started breaking off mid-notes. At the same time, Luce's voice came from behind again. His tone was steady, as if completely unaffected. Classmate, would you like to play a piece with me? The words Fanza had said who knows how many times were returned to her, exactly the same, by Luce. Fanza. She didn't know how to respond. All she could do was make a silent vow in her heart, she wouldn't switch back to her human form again. Not until this man was dealt with. Do you realize I held back just now? Luce's voice was calm but suppressed, like he was trying hard to restrain something. Fanza didn't know what he meant, so she stayed silent. Due to the campus mystery setup, she could only remain back-to-back with Luz in her spirit form and couldn't see what was happening behind her. He fired a shot at her and came out totally fine? What kind of savage is this? No. She couldn't stall. The number of notes had to keep increasing. As she thought, her phantom hands began dancing over the piano keys behind her. One music sheet after another floated into the air. Each one tugged at Luz's sanity, attacking his nerves, amplifying his rage points. But he was still calm. If I had aimed at my neck just now, you'd be dead. Fanzan instantly felt a chill down her spine. Luz's neck aligned. More or less. With where her head was. Though it sounded absurd to shoot himself in the neck, she suddenly felt that the man behind her was dead serious. He would definitely do it. Out of nowhere, she was gripped by an inexplicable fear. She felt like she was walking a tightrope between life and death. Even in her spirit form. Immune even to nuclear bombs. She couldn't feel safe at all. The man behind her seemed to radiate a repressive aura, ready to erupt and devour everything at any moment. Too bad you won't get the chance, Fanzan said stiffly, quickly creating more music sheets, weaving a web, trying to control the prey trapped within it. You should exit the game now, Luz said again. Classmate, would you like to play a piece with me? That was Fanzan's reply. She didn't know why, but she felt like that line just sealed her fate. I'm very sorry. The tension in Luz's voice gradually faded. If someone could have seen him, they would have noticed his pupils were slowly changing. His irises spreading out. Gradually, his eyes turned completely black. I'm not bloodthirsty, but I might lose control. This campus mystery was designed to manipulate emotions, so after this, he would likely lose control for a while. If he lost it, the unlucky one wouldn't be him. A wave of despair swept over the classroom, sending an ice-cold chill deep into Fanzan's bones. Two black hole-like eyes appeared on the pale green wrath mask, its mouth started cracking and melting. The confessions of the disillusioned suddenly floated up in midair, lining up alongside the sheets of music, causing them to tremble all at once. Then, Luz flipped open the book with his left hand, and placed his right hand on the piano keys before him. Scholar's right hand. Master-level piano technique. As he turned to the first page, the confessions of the disillusioned showed chaotic symbols, like a scrambled dictionary pieced together randomly, squirming with frenzied patterns. Luz stared at that disorderly mess, and with his right hand, began to play. Scholar's right hand. Don't even ask how it worked, just know it could play the confession book like a music score and produce a melody. Immediately, a bizarre sound filled the classroom. Completely out of tune. It was like a symphony performance in Vienna's Golden Hall being suddenly crashed by second-hand Rose. In terms of emotions, Fanzan's music targeted a wide range. Tormenting with the 7 emotions and 6 desires. But Luz only released one emotion, pure, unfiltered rage. That emotion was ferociously aggressive, instantly overwhelming everything else. Under the influence of the confessions of the disillusioned, the phantom music sheets and piano keys began to tremble violently. Fanzan. What the hell is happening? No one answered her question. Luz's left hand flipped to the second page. His right hand played so fast it left after images. In the empty room, it felt like a horde of demons had appeared out of thin air, recklessly attacking other music notes, striking at the core of the formation. Fanzan. From the moment Luz said I'm very sorry to now, less than 2 minutes had passed. Fanzan felt soul-crushing suffocation. Her spirit form was trembling uncontrollably. She felt like the ghost she was possessing could collapse at any moment. If that happened while in possession, she'd die too. But if she switched to physical form, with that maniac behind her, and a bullet wound in her abdomen. When Luz flipped to the third page, Fanzan finally made a decision, exit. She turned back to human form and pulled out the exit token. But in just a moment it took for those 2 actions, that monstrous mask had already appeared in front of her. His right hand, carrying a tidal wave of power, swung round and smacked straight at her face. It was like a giant hammer slamming into putty. 2 minutes ago, Luz said, I'm very sorry. Chapter 86, The Brutal Side, New record for fastest completion. 2 bottles of poison are placed in front of you. Which one do you drink? A normal person would naturally say neither. But that was exactly the dilemma Fanzan just faced. She didn't expect the situation to spiral downhill so quickly, and even less that the other party's counterattack would be so fierce. Her spirit form was on the verge of collapse. In the end, to survive, she chose the bottle that looked less deadly. But now, it was time to pay the price. She didn't have Xiantong's level of caution. Since entering the game and discovering that her teammate was Sin, Xiantong had pulled out the exit token and hadn't let go of it. The spirit form gave Fanzan a false sense of security, which also made her let down her guard. Luz's movement was way too fast. faster than a person's neural reflexes. So now, the scene was horrific, even a little nauseating. Boom. A single slap to the face actually produced a sonic boom, and even sparked a flash of light. The beautiful half of Fan Zhan's face instantly collapsed. Her face shattered like it was molded from clay, with red flesh, shattered white bone, and droplets of translucent fluid spraying into the air. Forget about losing her teeth. Even her gums got slapped out. The entire left side of her head was now too gruesome to be shown without a mosaic. That slap was vicious. On the other hand, this campus mystery's ability to stir up emotions was indeed strong. This was Luce's angriest moment in the entire game so far. He had nearly lost all sense of reason. The remaining eye on Fan Zhan's usable side was completely bloodshot, trembling violently as if it had seen the most terrifying thing in the world. Her whole body convulsed uncontrollably. Not by will, but from the nervous twitches caused by her mental breakdown. The half of her mouth that remained was gaping wide, but she couldn't even scream. Just let out some muffled groans of pain. Because the muscles of her mouth and the structure of her throat and tongue had all been destroyed by that one slap. The fascia of her vocal cords had torn as well, even her cervical vertebra had snapped. It was just short of tearing her whole head off. That one slap from Luce could have earned a plastic surgery PhD. Her entire body spun like a top from the blow, flipping several times in midair before slamming hard into the floor in the distance. Fan Zhan's body had completely lost control, like a broken sack. Her brain matter had been shaken into a puree. By all logic, she should have passed out. But the searing pain on her face and the terror in her heart forced her to remain conscious. The only thing she could do was grip the exit token with all her strength, like clinging to her last life-saving straw. Refusing to let go. Just as her mind was teetering on the edge of unconsciousness, a hellish laugh sounded in her ears. Hee hee hee. In that moment, Fan Zhan, who looked nearly devoid of life signs, had a flicker of survival in her remaining eye. Exit. Exit. That was the only thing left in her mind. The next second, a terrifying kick came crashing down toward her face. Fan Zhan disappeared, and the final kick smashed into the floor. But a chunk of flesh and a puddle of blood still remained on the floor. Maybe some part of her didn't make it out in time. Hee hee hee. Luce continued to laugh strangely. At this moment, the edges of his wrath mask emitted a dense black aura, filled with evil and eerie energy. The overwhelming aura blasted through the entire space. After Fan Zhan exited, her original spirit form, under the radiation of the confessions of the disillusioned, began to collapse rapidly as well. This was the first time such a bloody scene had appeared in Luce's game, and also the first time he had shown such a brutal side. Hee hee hee. Luce kept letting out that inexplicable laughter, standing there silently, staring at the pile of flesh at his feet. His right foot kept grinding down on the remains, smashing them, squeezing out juices. Eventually, he stomped a hole clean through the floor. One could see into the level below. This brutal scene was far more disturbing than simply shooting someone. Even the spectators were stunned. Through the screen, they felt a chill run down their spines. What's more, Fan Zhan just now was a real person. Not some game entity. She was even a beauty. No one expected Sin to suddenly go from emotionally stable to this. Wait, I feel like something's wrong with him. This is way more terrifying than killing someone. I kinda can't watch. That scene just now almost made me puke. She's a girl, man. Did he really have to go that hard? Honestly, kinda turn off. Everyone was having a hard time adjusting. The ruthless and merciless way Luce struck had left a lasting shadow. Some viewers even realized it. Sin was clearly in an abnormal emotional state, and he still hadn't calmed down. Luce wasn't inherently a psycho. He was even kind of normal. But right now, he was in a state where rage had nearly eclipsed all reason. Although slapping his enemy earlier had vented a little of that fury, the feeling hadn't fully dissipated. Luce's rational mind hadn't yet regained control. He had known this might happen. So he had given a warning. If Fan Zhan didn't exit at that moment, then truly, her life and death would be up to fate. He couldn't control himself. Even now, the desire to destroy was still raging inside him. The floating music sheets in the air began bursting and fading away. This campus mystery was probably nearing its collapse too. At that moment, a voice came through his earpiece. It was Xiantong. 10 minutes are up. How are you doing? Luce still couldn't control his frenzied mind, letting out another bizarre laugh from his throat. Hee hee hee. Xiantong? What the hell does that mean, bro? While she was still confused, not knowing what kind of episode the top player was having, suddenly, explosions rang out one after another through her earpiece. Like a demolition crew had stormed into the village. Xiantong frowned slightly, unsure what was happening. She quickly directed her eyes over to the scene. 7 mysteries of the campus, The nighttime piano music in the music classroom. Black side challenge successful. Challenge progress, 3 out of 7. Remaining time, 22, 27, 56. The system's voice declared challenge cleared. The clear time for this round was exactly 10 minutes. This was the fastest challenge completion since the start of challenge mode. Fanzun, in her defiant disbelief, had successfully half-killed herself. And even set a glorious record. And when Xiantong's eye arrived on the scene, what she saw was dozens of classrooms punched through. An entire floor of the building completely demolished. And in the middle of the wreckage, standing calmly and adjusting his windcoat, was Sin. Chapter 87, Perfect Prediction, Hunter and Prey. What happened here just now? Originally, Xiantong had been a little confused after receiving the completion notice. Since they'd already cleared the game level, what was with that strange laugh and the sounds of battle just now? And even after getting here, there was still fighting? Did they run into some expert? Nothing. Nothing happened at all. Luce replied calmly, brushing the dust off his body. His tone was indifferent, and he held the Confessions of the Disillusioned in his hand, looking every bit the refined and peaceful gentleman. As for the ruins around him, that was, of course, the mess he had made during his earlier outburst. Indiscriminately blasting his way through in a state of loss of control. Only now did the mystic cloak show its usefulness. If he had been wearing normal clothes, Luce would probably be completely naked by now. Totally worth it for an epic tier weapon. Because his rage had been released, and he had closed his book the moment they cleared the horror mystery, stabilizing his emotions, Luce's personal rationality was once again in control. He now appeared calm and peaceful, a total contrast to how he was moments ago, and even more so compared to the version of him who had just shattered Fan Zhan's head with a single slap. But Xiantong looked at the chaotic mess around them. She couldn't even tell which classroom was which anymore. And was a bit speechless. She could pretty much guess that this was the result of Luce losing control just now. She had no idea who could have pushed him this far. He was forced to this point, so he just speedrun the level in 10 minutes. Meanwhile, the spectators who had been watching Sin the whole time were struggling to keep it together. Wait, did he really just switch personalities like that? Why is he using a completely different face when talking to his teammate? Is this dude not actually schizophrenic or something? In just under 2 hours of gameplay, Luce had switched between refined gentleman and rampaging maniac more times than anyone could count, but there was no helping it. From the moment he put on the Wrath mask, Luce knew he couldn't let himself go. He had to constantly wrestle control of his body from wrath. Rage was different from chaos. It was an absolute abyss, capable of devouring all reason. If Luce didn't want to spiral completely out of control, he had to constantly remind and restrain himself. So here he was. Looking like he had a split personality. One moment going berserk and killing, the next moment looking completely harmless. Xiantong circled Sin a couple times and saw that he didn't seem to have any major issues at the moment. She thought to herself, please don't lose control completely. If he did, they'd be completely screwed. She'd probably have to bail immediately. Alright, we're on a schedule. Luce adjusted his windcoat and tucked the book under his arm. Where are we headed next? It's not that urgent, honestly. Xiantong glanced at the remaining 22.5 hours and couldn't help but throw in a bit of sarcasm. She could sense that the rage still boiled inside this guy. Barely suppressed by reason. He was clearly still in a mood and looking for somewhere to vent. Then she added, hold on a second, remember what I said earlier? We need to wait for Park Bu-sung to make his move. Since you cleared this level so fast, his restrictions coming up soon. Yep, Park Bu-sung was currently staring at the game interface, veins bulging on his forehead like some kind of vascular horror. Look at the time. Only an hour and a half had passed. The game was already halfway cleared. After getting a sense of Sin's strength, he'd already come to terms with it. Losing wasn't entirely unacceptable anymore. Especially for this level. He hadn't really expected to take down Luce. Losing was just losing. He already had plans for what came next. But what he really couldn't stand was that system prompt, white side player, Fan Zhan, has exited the game, thing trash. And she didn't even send back any intel. Is she fucking serious? He'd already said it. Don't worry about winning, don't worry about winning. If things go south, just run. You don't even have to exit. The key was to send back intel about the opponent. Talk about his abilities, his combat style, his gear, any special skills. Was that so hard? Why the hell did they all just bail without saying a single word? Once you exit, you lose everything inside the game. Park Bu-sung was seriously questioning reality now. Earlier he'd thought in skills were decent even though he only bought them a little time. Now Fan Zhan? Great. 10 minutes flat. She might as well have handed out achievements to the other side. Is there really no issue with this? Park Bu-sung questioned the game once more. Game, fuck. He cursed, then started talking to himself. It's fine, it's fine. Everything's still under control. It's only 3 matches. It's not over yet. He wasn't panicking because he had bet everything on the last 2 games. In one of them, he was confident he could kill literally any player on Earth. The difficulty was beyond imagination. And even if that sin was absurdly up and somehow cleared that level, he still had a backup plan. His trap would target another black side teammate. Blank. That meant Xiantong. Taking out some unranked girl? Easy. Even if he lost to Luce, he wasn't losing this game. He'd prepared for both outcomes. In his mind, he was like a spider that had woven a grand web. The closer the prey thought it was to victory, the closer it was to failure. With a wicked grin, he wrote down the restriction he had already planned out. Black side player has cleared the 3rd campus mystery. White side will now propose the 3rd restriction. If any member of the black side team dies or exits, it counts as a challenge mode failure. The moment the voice sounded, Xiantong broke into a smile. Perfect prediction. Dealing with Park Bu-sung really is a bit too easy. At that moment, she was already guiding Luce to the next horror mystery. Looks like I was right. Remember what I told you earlier? In Luce's earpiece, Xiantong's voice came through. He nodded and replied, looks like your condition worked. Tell me. What is it you want me to agree to? Back in the classroom, Xiantong stood up, stretched her back, and started pulling gear out of her backpack. First, whatever happens, don't lose the earpiece. Second, when you're about to clear this level, give me a heads up. Got it. Luce kept his promise as well. Not asking for a reason. Chapter 88, Dual Line Operation. She probably hasn't realized yet after giving a verbal okay, Luce took a deep breath and stepped into the room once more. Earlier, he had suddenly felt a bit bored. The scenes before him hadn't brought even a trace of crisis. Every time he entered a corresponding horror mystery, it was just an outlet for his rage. But just now, after Xiantong finished telling him her conditions, he suddenly had a gut feeling. Like something interesting might happen. That Park Bu-sung, he couldn't possibly just keep handing out wins like this level by level. Surely something a bit more exciting would come later. Hope you can give me pleasure and thrill. Otherwise, my wrath will have no choice but to rain down on you. Walking into the room, seeing the spacious art classroom, and the 200 square meter space filled with famous paintings, Luce knew he had arrived at the corresponding location. He relaxed his tense mind, letting the raging beast inside his heart slowly come out of its cage, ready to begin a new round of invasion. The pale green mask began to shimmer with a different light, slowly revealing a face that looked somewhere between angry and compassionate, with a strange smile. He clenched his fists tightly, the knuckles cracking loudly in the empty room. This is the art classroom, right? Anyone feel like crying? We're on a tight schedule. Outside the classroom, the dark gold metallic sphere of the all-seeing eye hovered for a couple of circles. Once it confirmed Luce had entered, the light within the classroom began to twist, becoming nearly impossible to penetrate. She knew that Sin's game had already begun. So she guided her all-seeing eye back to her and took out something resembling an insulin injector, stabbing it into her temple. The scene looked pretty terrifying. Such a big syringe made all the spectators watching the game feel their teeth ache. But she didn't seem to feel any pain. In fact, once the drug was injected, her expression looked almost satisfied. Her eyes opened wide, pupils turning into a beautiful deep blue. Like sapphires buried deep under the sea. There was also a strange confidence shining in her gaze. She was also a med-popped war god. The difference was, Luce's medication was for healing his body. So he could fight wildly without worries. But hers worked on the brain. Pure brainwave amplifiers. The all-seeing eye would drain her mentally, and the stronger her brain, the more developed it was, the more she could pull off. At that moment, thanks to forced mental development and the drugs, her brain's capacity had reached 25%. As she lifted her head, the entire classroom, no, the entire world, seemed different. Everything around her wasn't just objects. They reflected not just light, but information. Their past and present. In other words, she herself was no longer the same as she was a few minutes ago. Having spent enough time in this classroom, this second horror mystery that had been hidden here all along and hadn't been triggered yet. It was starting to feel too simple. It was just reenacting a clearance sequence she had already mentally simulated 10,000 times. Standing up, she walked over to a set of sketch sculptures that had already been arranged, and picked out a David bust. It was the standard handsome European male. Chiseled features, lifelike carving. Even though it was a statue, it still carried some spark of human expression. Xiantong smiled. Compared to her usual calmness, she now looked slightly unhinged. She reached out and touched the David head gently, her tone soft, as if coaxing a child. He's already started over there. I've got a feeling he'll be fast. So, shall we begin too? Why aren't you smiling? Come on, give me a smile. I remember when you were behind me earlier. You smiled 4 times. Xiantong caressed the statue's head, smiling at it, as the room fell into a strange, eerie silence. The next second, all the sketch sculptures in the room began to violently tremble, as if an earthquake had hit. The David statue, held down by Xiantong's hand, began to distort, its expression growing twisted and angry. Oh, you mad? Told you to smile and you still won't. I should introduce you to that guy, then maybe you'd behave. With that, Xiantong grabbed the David statue and smashed it to the floor. Both of them were now operating simultaneously, starting a new round of game clearance. One forcing a portrait to cry, the other forcing a statue to laugh. Meanwhile, Park Bu-sung's lips curled slightly upward as he looked at the scene in front of him in mild surprise. Even though he was completely in the dark about the state of the 2 black side players after his teammates exited, he still understood the triggers of the horror mystery game well. Right now, both the portrait's tears and the walking statue mysteries had entered a triggered state. He didn't really care about the portrait's tears. That was the only game scene without any of his teammates stationed. Just pure gameplay content. Initially, when matching teams, the white side had 5 players in total including himself. Of course, 3 had already exited now. There weren't enough people to cover all the levels, and he hadn't pinned high hopes on this one. Considering Sin had steamrolled every game level so far, this one probably wouldn't be too hard either. The key problem was the walking statue. That was a scenario he'd designed from the beginning. Set in the same scene as the first horror mystery to avoid suspicion, and to forcibly split up the 2 players. In his design, the weaker one, blank, would likely stay behind and end up triggering the game scene. And now that this scene was active, it proved his judgment had been right. Park Bu-sung was very pleased. This was the first good news he'd received since the game began. He'd originally planned to wait until Sin was more or less worn down, and then hit him with the strongest horror mystery to take him out directly. And the mystery on Blank's side was more like a trump card. A plan B if it turned out that Sin was completely untouchable, then use the horror mystery to stall him. While he was trapped, unable to escape or assist, Park would go in personally and deal with the woman himself. Same outcome, right? He didn't expect it to trigger this early. Seems like the woman's luck wasn't too great after all. Good thing he had the foresight to prepare for all possibilities. Setting up the game restriction that counted either black side player's death or exit as a challenge mode failure. She probably still hasn't realized she's already inside the trap. Chapter 89, Simultaneous Completion. A surprise for Park Bu-sung. Thinking about how great things could turn out, Park Bu-sung began talking to his last teammate, with a bit of a bootlicking look appearing on his face. Strangely enough, the teammate matched with him wasn't just a top-tier player from Daehan Ninggo, but also a little celebrity he'd been chasing for months. Though he hadn't gotten anywhere with her yet. By his standards, getting with a minor celeb shouldn't be that hard, but maybe because he hadn't succeeded yet, it only made him want it more. Back when he was ranked first, he was full of confidence. Everyone was watching. But after failing several horror mystery rounds and his teammates dropping out, he'd really lost face. Now, finally some good news. His plan had worked. One part was to show off, and the other was to delegate some tasks. Hey, little looks like we've got a bit of good news over here. Sin? Doesn't really matter what's going on with him. Whether he's strong or not doesn't affect the outcome of this game. I just want you to go over and take a look. While talking, he mentioned that Blank had already fallen into the trap. At the same time, he wanted this last teammate to go finish things off. That way, it's safer, and it kind of counts as doing her a favor too. After all, letting her take out the female teammate on the other side would earn her some credit. And he wouldn't have to lose face. I mean, he's the guy who's going head-to-head with Sin. How could he be the one to actively deal with a girl? Talk about killing multiple birds with one stone. Even though Sin had been steadily clearing the game and his own teammates were still trash, Park Bu-sung's strategies and setups had been working all along. Games are all about using smarts, not brute force. Just like in life. Only someone like me deserves to be number one. Victory. For some reason, even though Xiantong hadn't lost yet, Park Bu-sung had already mentally imagined at least 10,000 words of story. He was the kind of person with an extremely vivid imagination. His fantasy speed was way beyond that of normal people. In his game perspective, the viewers from Hueco who occasionally dropped in were all left speechless. Watching Park Bu-sung grin mysteriously, his eyes blink, dancing around from time to time. They had no idea what the hell he was thinking, Wait, what's he so happy about? Does he know Blink is almost done clearing that side? This guy looks a bit mentally off too. Just his condition is totally different from Sin. What kind of brainpower is this? Is that his superpower or something? Since all the comments included some kind of info about the match, Park Bu-sung couldn't see any of them. Whenever he opened the live stream, all he saw were comments like Daehan Mingo is awesome, Mr. Park is awesome, and the like. Since those weren't related to the actual game content, they came through. This was a massive information cocoon. In this kind of info bubble, it was easier for him to fantasize, to fully immerse himself in the little bit of good news he had and roam freely. The viewers could only be silently speechless, waiting for everything to unfold. Inside the art classroom. A wrecked mess of an art classroom. Luz was pressing on his earpiece, starting a call with Xiantong. It was time to follow through on what he'd agreed to before. At this point, every painting in the room was in ruins. Sunflowers, the starry night, and other masterpieces were scattered on the floor. Since they weren't portraits, Luz hadn't touched them. Mona Lisa's smile had a single hole in the center of her forehead. That smiling mouth couldn't smile anymore, and her eyes were now bleeding tears. The creation of Adam had been torn in two, the human figure shredded. Famous and unfamiliar medieval paintings were drifting everywhere. Frames shattered, canvases ripped. Some on the floor, some pinned to the walls. Oh, and all the partitions and decorative walls in the room had been busted through. Deluxe turned to bare bones in an instant. When Luz came in, he just started tearing things down. He had thought someone would be here, but nope. So the game progress was even easier than before. Confessions of the Disillusioned was now floating in the air, suppressing all the lingering spirits in the room. This game was way too easy. Luz honestly didn't have much to say about it. He finished even faster than the last one. Just one last step. He started looking for Xiantong. Hey? I'm almost done here. What's your plan? Since this level wasn't that hard, Luz hadn't even gotten mad. He was still emotionally stable. Oh? Hey there, sounds like you really did finish fast. Hearing Xiantong's voice, Luz suddenly frowned and asked, who are you? Xiantong? She was confused for a moment, then seemed to understand something. She cleared her throat and said, took a shot. Brain activities temporarily boosted. Maybe acting a bit different because of that. How much do you have left? Luz looked back at the portrait in front of him. It was a full-body image, and the air in front of it was warping in a creepy way. Chest, hands, feet. He'd already driven steel pins into each of them. They were writhing in the painting now, tears in their eyes. Originally a terrifying scene, but for some reason it now looked kind of pitiful. I'm one shot away. Oh. Xiantong replied, then turned to look behind her. Unlike Luz, her biology classroom still looked the same as before. The desks and chairs were untouched, no wreckage, no mess. The only difference was that all the sketch sculptures in the center of the classroom had been assembled into a 2-meter-tall figure, standing in a bizarre pose. Each segment of the sculpture had a small jet propulsion unit attached to it, giving it full 360-degree monitoring and control over its movements. Every time the sculpture tried to move its leg, the device at the knee would apply counterforce, precisely blocking and even reversing the motion. A walking statue? Every move you make is under my control. All these modules fused together created this undead creature in front of her, frozen in place. No matter what the horror mystery's final form was supposed to be, it had no chance of showing it. The statue of David's eyes were wide open, staring hard at Xiantong. Xiantong shrugged at it and said 7 words, sorry about that. Physics. Then, she spoke into the earpiece to Sin, okay, I'll count down. 3, 2, 1. You shoot, and handle things over there. Let's give Park Bu-sung, with his overly peaceful life, a little surprise. Chapter 90, No Way Out, the Final Path Surprise? Luz frowned, instantly sensing that something was off. That wasn't how Xiantong usually spoke. She must have done something on her end too, something that required syncing with him. Translate that? What do you mean by surprise? Surprise means 1,800,000 taels of silver. Xiantong blurted out, then quickly collected herself and corrected, just shoot already. 3, 2, 1. One way or another, the horror mystery game in front of him had to be cleared. Luz moved the index finger on his right hand and fired a shot straight through the desperate portrait in front of him. You even had tears in your eyes? One shot and boom. Immediately after, a dense series of explosion sounds came through the earpiece, crackling like firecrackers. Luz frowned, not sure what was going on over there. In less than a minute, 2 consecutive system prompt sounds echoed across the entire game, like they had been perfectly coordinated. 7 mysteries of the campus, the portrait's tears, black side challenge successful, challenge progress, 4 out of 7, remaining time, 22, 14, 26, 7 Mysteries of the Campus, The Walking Statue, Black Side Challenge successful, challenge progress, 5 out of 7, remaining time, 22, 14, 24, what seemed like a lot of 7 mysteries and various restrictions had felt overwhelming from the start. But now, in less than 2 hours, they'd made rapid progress, breaking through level after level, and even faster than before. Especially the last 2 rounds. No prearranged teammates, no prior coordination. Everything happened just like that. Park Bu-sung had now been pushed to the edge of a cliff, suddenly facing a do-or-die moment, with no buffer left. But when Luz heard the 2 successful completion alerts in his earpiece, he didn't look pleased at all. In fact, he furrowed his brow, a bit irritated under that light green mask. This seems like the horror mystery you said you couldn't find earlier, right? You wanted to clear it yourself? I could have handled it. Why create more complications? Luz looked slightly annoyed. In his eyes, even if this move advanced the game progress, it also introduced unnecessary risk. He didn't know what Xiantong's combat strength really was, and he didn't care to find out. From the start of the game, his plan had always been to clear everything himself. Especially after the teammate restriction got added. If we didn't do this, he'd predict your actions. Doing this lets us predict his decisions. Xiantong gave a rough explanation, but didn't go into much detail. Also, doing it this way lets us confine the opponent's remaining restrictions to a range we can anticipate and accept. She had prepared those lines in advance, but Luz clearly wasn't quite buying it. So what's your combat ability then? Xiantong had a bit of a headache. Sometimes she wondered if she had overestimated Park Bu-sung. She still didn't know how much authority the game had granted him, which made her hesitant to say too much. The other guy was the hunter. If she managed to guess his thinking, then the roles of hunter and prey could switch. But if he found out she'd figured him out, that would create a whole new mess. All she could do was hope Park Bu-sung really was just a dumbass. So she carefully said, I promise, from now on, all battles will be handled by you. You're the key to victory. Keep your earpiece on, and stay alert for the next restriction. Luz. Turns out, Park Bu-sung really was a dumbass. Caught up in his heavy daydreaming, he didn't think too deeply about strategy or counter-strategy. Maybe that's a flaw all people in dominant positions have. When he heard that 2 horror mysteries had been cleared simultaneously, one of them even by blank, his eyes nearly popped out. What the fuck? Why are your teammates so good at fighting, while mine are all brain dead? He never once thought maybe his own judgment had gone wrong. Instead, he just started flailing around in panic. Because Sin was too hard to restrict and deal with, he had already used all 3 restrictions on blank, tying their fates completely together. Now, if he had to come up with a whole new restriction plan to perfectly shut down Sin, he was honestly out of ideas. The sunk cost was too high. If he didn't target blank, it meant his 3 previous restrictions were wasted. And with 2 games ending at once, he now had 2 new restriction chances, but no clear plan. The last 2 remaining games were both really tough. One of them was his trump card, originally intended for Sin. The other trump card, the one he thought had gone unnoticed and was aimed at blank, the walking statue. Yeah, that just got cracked. So now, the only horror mystery that still gave him a sense of security was that last super strong one. But he had 0 intel on the 2 over there. TCH, guess this is the only way. His mushy brain struggled to turn, but eventually, he stumbled upon the only option left. Forget using the trump card on Sin. Just find a way to hit blank with the hardest game and be done with it. So, with no time left to do a proper review or rethink, Park Bu-sung started entering his 4th restriction in the game interface. Black side players have completed the 4th campus mystery. Now, white side must issue the 4th restriction. White side team Park Bu-sung will now be able to see the movements of black side members, view only, no dialogue. As soon as the voice dropped, 2 blurry screens popped up in front of Park Bu-sung. The game had eaten up one internal condition, but finally, he got to see something. None of his 3 teammates had sent anything back. Sin was always wearing a mask, so he still looked the same. But blank. This was the first time Park Bu-sung had ever seen his face. The helmet covered over 60% of it. Unless you knew the guy in real life, there was no way to recognize him. Why the hell does everyone keep hiding their faces? While he was watching, Xiantong in the screen suddenly looked up and waved at his direction. Park Bu-sung instantly felt awkward. He had no idea how she found that angle, but they had locked eyes perfectly. He turned to the other screen. Sin's screen. Only to see Luz's light green mask with an indifferent expression, looking straight back at him. The next second, Luz pulled out Hellroar and fired a shot at him. Chapter 91, What is a Perilous Situation? Come in, The one caught in the middle. His foot suddenly caught on something, and even across the screen, Park Bu-sung was startled and instinctively dodged, nearly falling over. When the other guy suddenly pulled out a gun, Park Bu-sung's mind went completely blank for a second. The fear stripped him of basic judgment, and he instinctively chose to dodge. But in reality, he and Luce were still far apart. Strictly speaking, he wasn't even in the school space anymore. No matter how powerful Sin was, it wasn't likely he could shoot him across different dimensions. But emotions aren't rational. In that moment, Park Bu-sung couldn't help but feel fear. Seeing that pale green mask, an alarm bell rang in his heart. As time passed, he no longer had the confidence he started with. He glanced at Luce with some unease and saw that pale green mask was still staring at him. He couldn't help but ask the game directly, "Hey, does the game show where I'm looking from their point of view?" It doesn't. This was the first time the game responded to him, but the answer was still just as perfunctory. Click. Then how the hell are they seeing me? There wasn't much time to think it over. Park Bu-sung had to hurry and write his next restriction. There really wasn't any time to waste. What should have been a sure win round had now become a life-or-death gamble. As for Xiantong, the reason she could see was simple. She had thoroughly decoded the room over a long period of time and was overly familiar with it. She knew exactly how much sand was in the gaps between each brick. If the airflow changed even slightly, she could sense it. So, she had a general idea of where she was being watched from. Of course, this only applied to that room. Outside of it, she'd be just as clueless. As for Luce, it was even simpler. Pure instinct. Wrath just followed his gut. Xiantong stared at the spot in front of her that felt like it was being watched, and whispered into her earpiece, "I'm guessing this guy's about to start placing restrictions to force me out. It might be hard to kill me while I'm in this room." Just as she was thinking that, Park Bu-sung's update came through. Black side player has cleared the 5th campus mystery. Now it's white side's turn to set the 5th restriction. No member of the black side team may stay too long in a single horror mystery scene. Xiantong. Sometimes things go so smoothly that I start to feel like I'm being played. Originally, her plan was to play along, figure out the opponent's strategy, and use the overwhelming force of Sin to disrupt their thought process, keeping them moving under her control. It was supposed to be a simple role reversal game between hunter and prey. Because she hated that feeling of someone pulling the strings from behind the scenes. But now, it felt like too much. This wasn't a hunter-prey dynamic anymore. It was a puppet and a spellcaster. The opponent's strategy felt like a perfect reenactment of her own thoughts. Now, they were basically at the final stage. The decoding and mental games were more or less over. Honestly, Park Bu-sung wasn't all that bright. Of course, she had taken a neural-enhancing drug and was under the blessing of the all-seeing guy, so thinking he was dumb was only natural. If everything went smoothly, whether they won or not now depended entirely on whether Sin had enough brute force. And just then, Luce's slightly irritable voice came through. "These restrictions seem to be mostly aimed at you. Weak opponents only pick soft targets." Xiantong? Yeah, she realized. Under the wrath mask, emotional intelligence didn't exist. So what's the next level? Hurry up. Don't get yourself in danger before I clear this. If I lose because of you. His tone grew clearly threatening by the end, but somehow, Xiantong, with her now boosted intelligence, got the feeling he was just trying to scare her. "I'm not in any danger. I've guided you and destabilized Park Bu-sung's mental state. My part's done. The one in danger now is you." Xiantong found a chair, sat down, and crossed her legs. "Actually, all the earlier setups just made it look like he was targeting me. But in reality, the danger was meant for you." Luce paused at her words. Clearly, under the wrath mask's simple thought patterns, he didn't fully grasp what she meant. "Let me ask you one thing. You absolutely believe in your own strength, right?" Xiantong said seriously. "The next 2 horror mysteries might be a little odd. If you suddenly get thrown into a hellish situation completely unprepared, do you really think your combat power is enough?" "Hell?" Xiantong could tell his tone changed noticeably on the other end of the earpiece. "I am hell." That one sentence nearly pushed the already overclocked wrath mask into full-blown overload. "Okay, then just follow my lead." There was no time to waste. Xiantong didn't say another word. The gray eye drew a line through the air, flying toward Luce's location. If Sin really couldn't win the fight, then there was nothing she could do either. On campus, a girl in 12-centimeter high heels with a girl group aesthetic was talking to Park Bu-sung, discussing what he called the most critical moment. Her name was Yi-Ah, Park Bu-sung's final teammate. And at that moment, someone suddenly appeared in her field of vision. "Appa, I think I just saw someone." "Who?" Park Bu-sung shouted, nerves taut. "I think it's Gamin, Our teammate, Yi replied hesitantly. Oh, teammate. Park Bu-sung just started to relax. Then his expression froze. Didn't he already exit the game? Wait, no. Run. Get to the horror mystery game location right now. That's not Damin. It's probably Sin. He's got a mask that can change faces. The second she heard it was Sin, Yia's face went pale. She kicked off her heels and bolted like a track star. Hey, Yia. Damin finally spotted a teammate and smiled slightly. Then realized she was running away. He took a few steps after her, but she ran even faster. Sigh. He stopped in place, knowing full well what she must be thinking. Damin stood there, utterly dejected. What's wrong with this game? Why won't anyone even talk to me? What the hell is going on? He shouted in frustration. And suddenly felt a chill behind him. A voice came from directly behind. What do you want to say? Damin turned around. The pale green mask filled his view. Chapter 92, Is this being scammed or robbed? Luring the snake out Damin. He didn't know if it was because he hadn't done enough charity in his everyday life, but now karma had come for him. Why the hell did he have to run into him here? Why are you still here? Luce looked at the player who had caused him the biggest headache in the game, suddenly in the mood to talk a little more. I actually wanted to exit too, but my exit token was taken by you. I mean, you picked it up. Damin looked helpless as he spoke, his voice getting smaller and smaller. By the end, he even corrected himself, afraid he might have said something that would anger the man in front of him. Even though Sen looked calm and reasonable now, he'd seen what the guy was like when he went berserk. That was legit hell. Just thinking about it gave him chills. Oh? So you're saying it's my fault? Luce's brain worked in its usual simple mode and reached that conclusion. He casually pulled out Hell Roar. Damin? No, of course not. It's obviously all my fault. I shouldn't have joined the game, I wasted your precious time. Let's talk this out, no need to pull a gun. Seeing the barrel of Hell Roar, Damin's survival instinct instantly kicked in. He launched into a flurry of words and quickly jumped to the side to dodge the aim, raising both hands high. His will to live was just as strong as ever. Dignity? Didn't matter anymore. Luce considered him the only smart player in Daehan Mango. What are you doing? Damin hesitated for a moment. He couldn't exactly say he came out here looking for teammates. Back when he got flagged as out and Luce walked away, he had actually been a little happy. He didn't have to exit and still got to keep his superpowers and everything. After all, unless your life is really at risk, who'd want to exit? But soon, he realized something was wrong. He had become completely isolated. He had no idea what to do next. The game had already marked him as exited, meaning he couldn't participate in any game-related events. No live stream, no way to contact teammates, nothing left to do. He figured he'd just wait for the game to end and exit automatically. But the eerie atmosphere of the school made him uneasy, and he had no clue how far along the game had gotten. Eventually, every second felt like a year. He couldn't sit still and thought he'd try to find his teammates, at least to get some peace of mind. But in the end, he got caught in the middle. His teammate didn't trust him, and now he ran into this fucking Reaper. Damin was ready to cry. He just wanted to stay alive. Why was that so hard? Luce stared at his just hate shit expression, said nothing, and aimed the gun at him. Wait. I didn't come to look for my teammates. Luce. Damin. The moment the words left his mouth, they both went silent. Damin realized he'd slipped and could only helplessly say, I've already been marked as out by the game. You heard it too. I don't know anything right now. Not even if I can get out. My teammates even thought I was you. Oh right. If it helps, she went that way just now. Go after her, not me. Without a shred of guilt, Damin sold out Yia instantly. Better her than him. This gun was scary. Luce looked in the direction Damin pointed, then listened to something in his earpiece and walked off without another word. Hey. Damin mustered his courage to shout, can you give me my exit token back? It's useless to you anyway. Give it back? Luce turned around, his tone sharp. No. I mean trade. I meant trade. Damin instantly caught on, ran up a couple steps, and started digging through his backpack. He pulled out all kinds of random stuff. Mostly medicine, plus some other things like recharge batteries. Recharge battery can restore energy for any energy-consuming item produced within the game. This is all I have left. Total value. Should definitely be worth more than one exit token. All of it? For the first time, a bit of surprise came from behind the wrath mask. The expression on the mask even looked a bit contemptuous. That's it? That's a lot, okay? I've only cleared 2 levels. My only good stuff was my skill and the spirit boosting potion, and I already used those. Couldn't give them to you even if I wanted to. Gamin looked genuinely sincere. His pupils basically spelled out, please believe me. Luz paused, stared at him for a moment, then nodded. Alright. He scooped up everything, turned around, and walked off, disappearing around the hallway corner. The whole move was so smooth that Gamin even felt pretty good about it. At least having the exit token back would give him some peace of mind. Wait a second. Something felt off. Slowly, it dawned on him. Where's my exit token? He didn't give it back to me? He ran forward a few steps, but Sin was long gone. Even if he caught up, what could he do? Gamin was stunned. Was I scammed? Or was I robbed? Far away, Luz was still talking with the other person on the earpiece. He's actually a pretty nice guy. I forgot to loot him earlier, and he brought the stuff right to me. Xiantong was laughing on the other end. It's been like over 10 minutes. Luz stopped walking. Why have you been making me run around in circles in the school? What's going on? He was starting to lose patience. His instincts hadn't picked up on anything suspicious. The campus horror mysteries felt like they'd all been cleared. The last 2 horror mysteries are probably mobile. No fixed locations. I wasn't sure before, but now that you've looped the whole place and sensed nothing, I'm almost certain. So? Luz spun the gun in his hand. As expected, the later horror mysteries were gonna be harder. So, we're going to lure the snake out. Xiantong spoke as she walked to the classroom door. She opened her game interface, and right in front of her was a countdown. That was the latest restriction Park Bu-sung had placed on her. No staying in one scene too long. Adding in the time she'd already spent, she had about 5 minutes left. Now, go to the direction that Gamin pointed you to. There's a restroom closest to that room. Go in. Once you're inside, don't do anything yet. Stay in touch with me. Oh, and make sure you go into the women's restroom. Chapter 93, Simple Trash Talk, Ultimate Pleasure Loose. He felt a bit awkward about this whole women's restroom situation, but considering how this game was all about the supernatural anyway, maybe this part wouldn't be that strict. He didn't think too much about it and walked in the direction he'd chosen earlier. At this moment, it seemed like he was the only one in the entire campus, wandering around aimlessly. Even Gamin from earlier had vanished again, probably found another place to hide. He was clearly a player, yet right now he looked more like a boss, walking around openly, not even bothering to stay hidden, as if searching for someone in hiding. Park Bu-sung and the others were all hiding really well. In fact, they were indeed all in hiding. Ever since they figured out the movement of the two, Park Bu-sung had become a silent film enthusiast, staring non-stop at 2 muted screens. Now, seeing Sin on the move, and that blank seemed like he was about to leave the room too, he quickly reached out to the last teammate, Ya. Little Sin might be heading in your direction. Ya immediately froze. In terms of strength, she was the weakest one from Daehan Ningyo, and only got into the game due to a coincidence tied to Park Bu-sung. She was just a small-time pop star with no connections and a fragile mental state. When she heard that Sin was coming, she almost trembled on the spot. In a soft, sweet voice, she said, Appa, do I really have to stay? Can't we swap again? Or maybe you deal with him? I don't have the confidence. That flirty voice made Park Bu-sung a bit distracted, but he still knew what was important. He coaxed her softly, my plan is solid. You don't need to fight him. Just don't do anything and trap him inside the horror mystery, that's it. We're about to win. Don't you trust me? Yeah. She really wanted to say no. The only reason she got close to Park Bu-sung and strung him along was because of his background and money. Ability. What ability? Alright, that's enough. He should be there soon. Things are tense on my end too. Remember, absolutely do not engage. At this moment, Luz had already arrived in front of the women's restroom. Having never entered one in his entire life, he was finally going to have this first experience. This is it? He spoke casually and didn't wait for a response before stepping right in. Anyway, might as well check it out first. The moment he stepped in, he noticed the decor was definitely different. First off, there were no urinals, the entire space was made up of stalls. The hygiene situation was pretty average. But most importantly, there was a huge mirror right by the entrance. Luz looked into the mirror. No reflection. The mirror showed no sign of him at all. A hideous smile slowly surfaced on his pale green mask. Luz didn't know why, but after wandering for so long, he'd finally found the place. I'm here. I can confirm it. Hueco in the restroom is definitely this place. He pressed his earpiece and spoke, already raising his gun at the mirror. Yeah, trembling all over. Don't shoot. At that moment, Xiantong seemed to sense what he was about to do and urgently shouted. It was the first time since her brainwave enhancement that she sounded this anxious. Absolutely don't engage. Don't do anything. Don't trigger the game scene. Just stay there. You probably won't be able to leave anyway. Try your best to keep your eyes closed and don't look at the mirror. It's important. This affects the game's outcome. Driven by wrath, Luce instinctively wanted to ask why, but something in her tone made him pause and rein in his temper. He put the gun away, closed his eyes tightly, and replied, "All right. Hurry up." Xiantong was a bit shocked at how easily she managed to calm Sin, but there was no time to think about it. It was her turn to act. Time was up. She stepped out of the room and casually arrived at a stairwell between floors. She looked up briefly. 12 steps. Her all-seeing eye had already scanned the entire campus, including various basements and empty corners. There wasn't a single place with 13 steps. What existed were either standard 12-step staircases or larger ones with more than 20 steps. So, assuming her judgment wasn't off, Xiantong lowered her gaze and began walking up the steps one by one. 1, 2, 3, 11, 12. After clearly stepping on 12 steps, there it was. The final step. The lighting around her suddenly dimmed. The atmosphere and environment turned eerie in an instant, a heavy, oppressive presence enveloping everything. Whether it was from the all-seeing eye's data or her own enhanced brain's reasoning, everything screamed danger, warning her not to proceed. But Xiantong smiled. This unfamiliar sensation excited her. She adjusted her earpiece and took one more step. The 13th step. In that instant, everything went silent. The space and stairs didn't seem to change, but it felt like a vacuum. An unsettling silence took over. The oppressive aura almost turned physical, making Xiantong feel a slight dampness in the air, like it had turned viscous. At that moment, a figure slowly descended from the next floor, voice steady and full of confidence. "Hello there, Miss Blank." A Korean-style figure. Handsome, but with a slightly feminine vibe. Appeared before Xiantong. "Hey." Xiantong let out a scornful chuckle the moment she saw him and said bluntly, "Idiot." Simple trash talk, ultimate pleasure. Park Bu-sung was completely stunned by that one word. Park Bu-sung? He had imagined 10,000 different scenarios for this moment, looked forward to seeing the girl in front of him, but this was not what he expected. Before he could respond, Xiantong face-palmed. Her excited expression turned deadpan the moment she saw Park Bu-sung, and she couldn't help but say, "Let me guess. These last two horror mysteries are mobile. Especially this 13th step. You can summon it anytime. So originally, this was a great stalling tool. You were confident. You probably thought that with this in hand, victory was guaranteed. Though I assume the game placed some limits on you too. But this is also the most powerful level. You feared Sen's strength, so you used a relatively defensive instance to trap him, then used game limitations to lure me out and take me down. And then, game over. Right?" Park Bu-sung's face turned green then purple, but in the end, he gave a cold laugh and said, "So what if you guessed it? It's already too late." Xiantong, facing the idiot in front of her, revealed a charming yet dangerous smile under her helmet. "So, all my careful planning, all the visual misdirection, even the body language I used after knowing you could see me. All of it was for nothing, huh? You never suspected a thing? Park Bu-sung? Did that really happen?" Chapter 94, Castling Hello. TSK. Xiantong was feeling a little uncomfortable, staring at the smug-looking Park Bu-sung in front of her, unable to find the words. This guy. Ranked 79. Even if she knew his power came entirely from gear stacking, with so many powerful players in the world, how the hell did someone like this get in? Guess it's just the beginning of the game, the real experts haven't pulled ahead yet, giving these kinds of people a chance to sneak in. At first, Xiantong thought she had stumbled into a high-level match, with world-class difficulty that gave her a kind of thrill she'd never experienced before in her life. But in the end, the only real high-level player was Sin, huh? Facing Sin earlier, the overwhelming pressure he gave off had skewed her expectations of the leaderboard. You really aren't afraid of dying. Didn't even bother to check your opponent's info before challenging him. So now, the only thing you need to do is take me out. Everything's all good after that, right? In the air, at least 10 invisible eyes were fixed on Park Bu-sung. It was the all-seeing eye operating at full capacity. She was carefully observing every single facial muscle of his, especially the ones around the face, to see if this guy was just putting on a show. Hey. Park Bu-sung laughed. Not like it has to came to that. We're civilized people, not some uncultured savages. We don't go around attacking women for no reason. Especially not beautiful ones like you. If you're willing to back out now, then there's no need to take any unnecessary risks. Or if you don't want to lose your gear, You could just give it to me first. We can talk about trading equipment once we're out of here. As he spoke, Park Bu-sung gave what he thought was a gentlemanly smile, though it came off greasy as hell. Xiantong. Alright, this guy's sense of humor might be too much. If Sen hadn't insisted on hell mode, this whole challenge would have been pointless. Then again, that makes sense. Anyone with a functioning brain wouldn't challenge the world's #1 without understanding the game's reward and punishment system, or their opponent's strength. Park Bu-sung seemed to think victory was already his. He walked down 2 more steps and continued his little speech to himself. Sometimes, that's just how it goes. Winning or losing a game isn't determined by a single piece. That'd be meaningless. Just like in chess. When the king is taken down, you lose. Game over. But the king isn't the strongest piece. In fact, combat-wise, he's weak. More like dead weight. The queen is powerful. The rook is strong. But it doesn't matter. If the king falls, it's game over for them too. You've become the king in this game under my design, step by step, walking straight into my trap. As for the previous game, the teammates. They were just pawns. All part of my plan. Don't tell me you actually thought you were about to win? No one asked, but Park Bu-sung confidently laid out his entire strategy. Then he turned to Xiantong, who was frozen like a statue. Well then, you should be fully aware of your situation now. Time to make your choice. I can spare your life. Just consider it making a friend. Xiantong. Your stupidity is like something out of a third-rate novel. The only twist is that your overconfidence makes it kind of funny. Being insulted made Park Bu-sung's expression darken. He sneered. Looks like Ms. Kong still hasn't figured out what's going on. So, you really think you can get past me, huh? As you Hueco folks say. What was it again? Not crying until you see the coffin? Xiantong looked at him still rambling to himself and shrugged. This is an instant death stage. Once it's triggered, the only way to clear it is through brute force. Of course I know I'm not your match here. Her words sounded so matter-of-fact that Park Bu-sung was briefly thrown off. If you know you can't win, then why are you still talking? But do you think you can take on that guy over there? Xiantong baited him. Him? Sin? Park Bu-sung scoffed and shook his head. This stage was designed for him. Of course I'm confident I can handle him. But since I've already got you, the king, why should I care about what happens to him? In Park Bu-sung's mind, victory was within reach. Winners write history. Who cares if he can actually beat Sin or not? It's all just bragging anyway. Xiantong saw how gullible this guy was and got curious. She still wanted to ask, if he hadn't triggered it, how was this horror mystery supposed to be solved? But just then, a voice came through her earpiece. About time, isn't it? Can you stop wasting time with him? Let's get started. Xiantong raised an eyebrow and asked, you figured it out? Pretty obvious just now. Luce was standing in the middle of the women's restroom, in front of the strange, empty mirror, eyes shut. Earlier, when Xiantong told him not to open his eyes, her tone was panicked, tinged with fear. And Luce knew that kind of fear all too well. It was the fear of not being able to guarantee your own safety. From that moment, Luce had a rough idea of what she hadn't been saying. That's why he decided to listen and not act. Otherwise, based on his usual behavior, he would have smashed that mirror the moment he walked in. Park Bu-sung. Chatting right in front of me? Why don't you ask him if he has any last words after losing? His time as world #1 is probably up. Xiantong looked up and gave him a pitying glance. You went on and on about chess. Did you not consider castling? Good luck. With that, Xiantong swiftly raised her hand and pressed her earpiece. Switch. The space twisted violently. Her entire figure seemed surreal, and then shattered and reassembled in an instant. It all happened so fast that Park Bu-sung didn't even have time to react. His smug grin was still frozen on his face. In front of him, the previously delicate figure was gone, replaced by someone wearing a light green mask. Hello. Luce looked up and said. Chapter 95, The Only Instant Death Horror Mystery. Don't get yourself killed. The air and time seemed to freeze at that moment. On the 13 steps, 2 people stood face to face. I found a very fitting picture for this, I'll upload it later. Luce and Park Bu-sung stared each other down. Park Bu-sung's smile completely froze on his face. His lips twitched, and the muscles on his face made it clear. He couldn't force a smile anymore. Just standing there, his mental state was clearly different from just a moment ago. When he faced blank earlier, Park Bu-sung had felt confident. But the guy standing in front of him now gave him a strange sense. Like his heart had skipped a beat. Even animals with undeveloped intelligence can instinctively fear the presence of a predator. Park Bu-sung gulped, warily watching the man before him, completely forgetting that he had just claimed, dealing with Sin won't be a problem. Of course, Luce was also sizing up Park Bu-sung. This was his first time seeing, head-on, this so-called young master who dared challenge him. Weak. Too much so. Just by looking at his limbs, you could tell there was no training, let alone any combat experience. His facial skin looked smooth, but even with a decent disguise, it was obvious from the hollowness under his eyes that he'd been indulging himself far too much. Luce even suspected this guy had put on makeup before entering the game. Why so quiet? I remember you had a lot to say earlier when you were challenging me. Luce rolled his shoulder, looking at his completely non-threatening opponent, casually making small talk. His mood had clearly improved. The 7 mysteries were all complete now. Only fighting remained. And fighting, under the Wrath mask, was the one thing he was best at. And the simplest. No way. The horror mystery's already been triggered. This is a separate space. How did you get here? Park Bu-sung muttered in disbelief. At this point, things had already gone this far, and he was still babbling nonsense. Truly comical. That, I don't know. You'll have to ask her. Earpiece, true interconnectivity, on the surface, it only worked for communication. No different from a regular Bluetooth earpiece. But it was actually an epic tier weapon. Its true function was spatial exchange, controlled by the user. It allowed two wearers to swap positions, ignoring all restrictions, space locks, and incantations. The swap could only be used once before needing to recharge. But that single unrestricted, fully conscious exchange was exactly what made it an epic tier weapon. Luce had only realized something was off when Xiantong repeatedly reminded him to wear the earpiece properly. His strong instincts picked up the hint. Sure enough, she was holding on to some top-tier gear. Meanwhile, his own mysterious cloak was the weakest of all the epic tier weapons. Thinking about it, Luce unconsciously rubbed the corner of his cloak. You might want to focus. I still need you to come help me over here. From the other end of the earpiece, Xiantong's voice came through. Right now, in the pitch-black restroom, a dripping sound had begun. As if something was leaking. If one could open their eyes and look, they'd see blood seeping out of every sink and stall. The crimson blood was already about to reach Xiantong's feet. In a mirror, a black-haired girl slowly appeared. The girl had no eyeballs. In the dark sockets of her eyes, a tongue wriggled and slithered. The whole restroom was soaked in a terrifying atmosphere, but Xiantong stood completely still in the center, eyes tightly shut. She had even deactivated the all-seeing eye, refusing to move at all. She knew. This stage was the open your eyes and you die type. If she really opened her eyes or used anything to look around, it would fully trigger the berserk state of the horror mystery. This was almost a universal trait of every horror mystery involving mirrors. At the same time, she also believed. As long as she didn't look, this space couldn't unleash its full power, and she could endure it. So even as the sounds, the temperature, and the atmosphere screamed a terrifying tale all around her, she kept her eyes tightly shut and didn't seek death. I know. Luce quickly replied from the other side. Also, no matter which version of folklore you go by, the 13 Steps is the most dangerous. Possibly the only instant death horror mystery. When I was over there just now, the all-seeing eye already told me how dangerous it was. You better take it seriously. Don't underestimate the enemy. Be careful you don't get yourself killed. What did you say? On Luce's end, something shifted in the Wrath Mask's energy. Just a bit. Opening parenthesis me? Get killed by him? Xiantong quickly ended the call. That line was purely to help Sin stack up some rage points. Get him fired up fast. After all, she was already gambling hard. If Sin actually lost, then her own situation. Well, she'd be screwed. On the other side, the epic tier weapon. Earpiece. Creaked loudly under Luce's fingers. Honestly, he didn't even need Xiantong to help him build rage. He looked calm, but he was already fuming. Especially this Park Bu-sung. Just looking at that idiot made his idiot allergy flare up. What pissed him off most was, why does someone like this get to challenge me? This kind of trash, just because of his background, gets to rank 79? Park Bu-sung didn't know why, but he suddenly felt cold. In front of him, Sin looked more and more monstrous, and it was like a black hole. Space itself was collapsing inward. With a grim expression, Park Bu-sung gritted his teeth and gave an order to Yi-Ah, take that woman out. Then he looked back at Sin and said, doesn't matter. You're going down too. Suddenly, Luce cut him off, don't you think? You're standing a little too close to me? The next instant, alarm bells exploded in Park Bu-sung's mind. The horror mystery had granted him part of a demon's power. His alertness was way higher than normal. He instantly jumped back and saw something on his right side, a hand, still attached to tendon and flesh, torn clean off. It was his right arm. Luz had lunged, aiming to rip the guy's head off. Unfortunately, he didn't get the whole thing. Just one arm. The pain was unlike anything Park Bu-sung had ever experienced. His body twisted and swelled. Skin ripping, muscles bulging. A pair of ram horns sprouted from his head. He transformed into a demonic figure. Then, all along the staircase, everything began to squirm. On the walls, the floor, the steps. Countless evil things seemed to be wriggling to break free. Chapter 96, The Swelling Power, Song of Ice and Fire. What surged out from the steps above were all physical entities. After entering the 13 steps, it was like stepping into an alternate dimension. This place was unlike any game level before. No longer spirit forms, no longer attacks on the mental level, but actual vengeful spirits and demons. Winged, horned, with bodies stitched together from various animals. Since the start of the Chosen's Paradise, this was the first time a game scene had completely detached from reality, from the human world. It was as if the players had suddenly stepped out of the understandable scope of human comprehension and entered a whole new domain. The world had only witnessed 3 games so far. The spectators weren't mentally prepared to see something like this. This is a bit too supernatural, don't you think? Nah, it's pure combat. This level doesn't even seem to have any puzzles. So doesn't that mean once you enter, you're basically guaranteed to die? I just feel it's unfair. If this challenge game includes a horror mystery like this, doesn't that mean Park Bu-sung is guaranteed to win? The tone of the discussion instantly shifted, and people began to worry about Sin's performance. At the same time, Park Bu-sung, who had completely transformed into a red demon, was clutching his severed right arm, still howling in pain. But as he wailed, he slowly started to realize. It didn't hurt as much anymore. The flesh around the severed arm began to gather and congeal, forming a lump of muscle that actually started growing again. Park Bu-sung stared at his body in shock, clenching his fist tightly and feeling the violent, tyrannical strength surging inside him. His heart filled with wild joy. Is this my body? Is this the power I possess? The red demon Park Bu-sung had turned into lowered his head, looking at his completely altered body. There was a hint of unease in his eyes, even some fear. But the overwhelming sensation of power quickly made him forget all of that. He was intoxicated by it. His height had already soared to 3.5 meters. Looking down at the short and small Sin, a surge of confidence rose in him. Most of the demons in this subspace had already emerged. From the start, the staircase had been auto-folding to adapt and had expanded greatly. But under the piling up of dozens of gigantic demon bodies, even the expanded stairway felt tight and cramped. One head extending from the wall alone was nearly 2 meters in diameter. Its deformed, mutated mouth was dripping with green and yellow saliva. In the midst of these massive demons, Sin's lone human body looked pitifully small, like a leaf in a stormy sea, completely isolated. Yet his presence felt like a black hole. Everything in the surrounding space seemed to be spiraling toward him, crushed by an overwhelming force. That was the aura of wrath. Every single demon exuded a sense of ominous dread. Enough to shatter a person's sanity and drive them mad. Even spectators watching from another world through their screens began to feel physically unwell. But all of it served as fuel for wrath. The pale green mask flickered with frenzied, mosaic-like patterns. Sin stood silently. And beneath the mask, his rationality was quickly slipping away. Surrounded by these giant demons, he felt like he had entered his comfort zone. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. On the other side, Park Bu-sung, whose power had swelled to the extreme, suddenly burst out laughing. He suddenly thought he had been so stupid before. All that caution, all that talk of being the world's #1. How could he possibly lose with this kind of power? With his strength multiplied dozens of times, he was completely lost to it. With just a light touch, the entire row of railings beside him collapsed. As weightless as feathers, without a hint of substance. Have you decided how you want to die, Sin? In the subspace stairway, Park Bu-sung opened his gaping bloody maw and roared at Luz. Power makes people lose themselves. Especially this kind of temporary power. When he first broke through the genetic lock and received powerful stat allocation, Luz had also become swollen with pride. Except, Park Bu-sung was dumber. I'll kill you. By now, Park Bu-sung's mind was clearly unstable. The red demon's torn mouth revealed rows of sharp teeth, the original one shattered. Blood and spit drooled out unconsciously. His consciousness was no longer clear. In the face of the demon's assimilation, his mind was as fragile as paper. The wind howled. His enormous body stirred up a terrifying gust as the demonified Park Bu-sung charged at Luz, the remaining arm suddenly swinging forward. His arm moved like a roaring flail, slamming toward Sin. But Luz charged forward too. No retreat, no hesitation. He didn't bother to test the opponent's strength and went in for a head-on clash. Both attacked without knowing the other's full power. But for completely different reasons. Lus was simply too fast. He struck after Park Bu-sung, yet arrived first. Before the other's punch could fully extend, their fists collided. Fist to fist. Boom. First, a missile-like explosion. The air around their fists erupted into white-hot steam, and an invisible shockwave blasted outward. The shockwave sent debris flying to both sides, just like a missile strike scene in a movie. It was hard to imagine such a sound could come from two human-shaped bodies. Crack. Then came a strange sound. Out of the corner of his eye, Park Bu-sung saw his shoulder bulge outward. His entire arm went numb, with sharp pain radiating from the shoulder. Clearly, it had been dislocated by immense force. You! His red eyes instantly lit up with disbelief. Only now did he realize what terrifying power this man in front of him truly possessed. The sheer horror of the moment even stunned the surrounding demons. The air went still, and the low, unconscious murmuring from their mouths weakened. Lus lifted his head. From the pale green mask, black smoke was starting to seep out. I sincerely hope you all have the ability to kill me. The next second, his fist turned into a palm, grabbing Park Bu-sung's massive fist and twisting it hard. Snap. Crackle. Like firecrackers going off, the entire demon arm twisted like a wrung towel, its once orderly muscles now violently contorted. Blood sprayed outward like it was being squeezed from a soaked rag. Park Bu-sung let out a scream no longer human, and at the same time, the phantom of a giant book slowly unfolded behind him. Legendary Weapon. All-Seeing Guy, Song of Ice and Fire. Chapter 97, First Achievement Batch Triggered. Chaotic Berserker Rip. After a harsh tearing sound, Park Bu-sung yanked his hand out of Lus's grip with force. At this point, that thick arm was hanging limp like a noodle. The red arm was once again dyed in fresh blood, the red rhythmically pulsating, as if painted with a layer of dye. There were 5 cone-shaped holes on the fist, dug out by Lus himself. And he'd used those as pivot points to twist the entire arm. The thick demonic bones inside the arm were all crushed into mush, making Park Bu-sung grimace in pain. His heart, which had been swelling from the power surge, had now cooled significantly. With both hands rendered useless, he felt like maybe he shouldn't have acted personally. Kill him. A roar echoed through the staircase. Behind him, the legendary weapon Song of Ice and Fire also burst with blinding light. From the very beginning, Lus had his eyes on that Song of Ice and Fire. His instincts told him exactly where the biggest threat lay. Battle instinct meant he didn't even need to think. After forcing Park Bu-sung back, he immediately dashed forward without hesitation. This was a life-or-death war. Since the fight had already begun, Lus certainly wasn't going to give the enemy a chance to react. But then,